Shalom Israel. I hope everybody's doing well today. Happy Shabbat. We are 2 weeks away. 3 weeks away. 3 weeks away from the no, it's the second. No, we're here. We are where are we at? Yeah. We are 2 weekends away. 2 more weekends away from the Passover. So time is flying. Hope everybody's doing well today. Hope everybody's Shabbat is peaceful and harmonious, and everybody's just having a peaceful day. We're going to get in our prayer soon enough, but shout out to the Cabo teaching in Guatemala, doing the work, getting the job done. Shout out to the brothers in Houston, isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Virginia, isbhpk Rochester. Hope everybody is fighting, continuing to fight the good fight, continuing to sit back here and put the Most High first over their own passions and desires. And it's going to be really good to see everybody united again in Houston for the Passover. So, without further ado, let's go get started with the reading. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai, Ahwar, Ahwar, Zayawam, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us life this day. Thanks, so be it. Cooking fast enough. Alright. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai, Ahwar, Ahwar, Rayach, Nayachaka, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Imagine Mopanya, Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Ahwar, Nathanael, HaShabbat, Ba'Shalom,
the water,
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. Psalms 121. Anashya, Ayanyamya, Hahayam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamor, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Azalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Alabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Rai, Yashemor, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Abulakia, Abu'aya, Ma'itha, Wa'ai, Aman. Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy spirit. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, Israelite Credo. Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashalom.
Shema Yashalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Deuteronomy Chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shema Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wavka, Taba'ah, Batazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Ahwar, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Basalachna, Chal Wathina, Basalachna, Chal Wathina, Wala'ah, Tabia now, on the side one, a ball, Shino, Bayan, Right, Kaya, Haka, Hamalakwa, Amen.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achoyo, Ayo, Honya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Ta'ayna, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Ta'aybayo.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Thalachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Okay. Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Okay. Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ayna, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Tachaman, Kol, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel Yishabim.
Sit down.
Somebody get the door? It's probably the brother. Okay. So,
Hey, brother. Yo. So you know, that's the kitchen area right there. That's the kitchen area right there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got some tacos for you too. On your desk.
Okay.
but it needs to be eaten in there.
Yeah, it's eating in there.
I can put it put it in here.
Yeah, just if you want to eat it, it's in the kitchen area.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
So here we go. What we got going on today, just a quick recap of the last chapter we wanted to last week. Was pretty much shalom everybody online. But what we was going into on a brief recap was in 1 Samuel chapter 22, and how anybody that was caught assisting David on any level had to deal with dire consequences. So what ended up happening is Saul had an entire priestly family wiped out completely, and completely annihilated the priesthood that was established through Ahimelech. I think we need to go over that again real quick. Go to 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 22. And we're going to sit back here and I don't know if I want to go into it, man.
Catch up, man.
We did it last week.
The recap that hurt.
I know that, but it's still.
Water.
But the point is this. I'm not going to go into it because there's plenty of stuff to go later on. But if you guys missed it or have questions, you go back to last Saturday's class. But what was happening? I think, can you close the door up? There's a lot of noise down here. Still a lot of noise. I mean, the closing of the door didn't change the
didn't change the tone at all.
That's a it was still. Anyway, whatever. Point is I thought that was going to make a change and change the situation, but it didn't. So listen, Saul is on this crazy rampage. Ahimelech, which was the high priest at the time, gave David and his men food, just enough food to survive because David was on the run. Ahimelech didn't know that there was a rift between Saul and David. He had no clue. So what ends up happening is Saul gets wind of it, goes down to this man and checks him, says, "You're an enemy of the king." He kills him by Doeg, because Doeg was the one who snitched.
Yeah.
Doeg the Edomite was he was the snitcher. He was the shepherd around Ahimelech when he saw it happen. Told Saul. Saul finds out, wipes out Ahimelech and his entire family and the entire priest. It was over 400 people he wiped out. Give me verse 19. 1 Samuel 22 and 19.
First.
Hold on, wait, Dawes coming right out. My word can help the brother out.
1 Samuel chapter 22, verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
And now the city of the priests smote he with the edge of the sword.
Saul wiped out the entire city of the priests. Read on.
Both men and women, children and sucklings.
He killed men, women, children, babies, infants. Read on.
And oxen and asses and sheep with the edge of the sword.
You have to understand, remember when Eli and them had their issue? The priesthood and the center of the priesthood was in Shiloh. Now it's in Nob. And Saul wipes out all the priests that were still teaching and committing and following the sacrifice of the Most High. He wiped them all off the face of the earth. It's crazy. Listen, the Most High has a lot coming to this guy. You kill all the priests, but the funny thing is this. He did wickedness by killing the priests, right? But read on.
Verse 20. And one of the sons of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled after David.
So the one priest left and one priest followed David. Now at this time, earlier in 1 Samuel 22, the scripture talks about everybody that was discontented with Saul's kingdom. Everybody had a problem with how Saul ran things. Ended up going to David. And David initially had a group of 400 men that rode with him. By the time we get to this next chapter, it gets to like 600. But Abiathar ends up leaving and escaping and letting David know what happened. Read on.
Verse 21. And Abiathar showed David that Saul had slain the Lord's priests.
Mm-hmm.
And David said unto Abiathar, I knew it that day when Doeg the Edomite was there.
You knew that boy Doeg was going to snitch. Huh? He said, I knew Doeg was going to snitch on the situation. Huh?
Just like an Edomite.
Just like an Edomite. Run tell that. Read on.
That he would surely tell Saul,
Mm-hmm.
I have occasioned the death of all the persons of thy father's house.
So now he's like, man, Tim, he says, what I did caused the death of all of your father's house. But what this is really talking about is when you read earlier in 1 Samuel, I think 1 Samuel chapter 2, 3, and 4, when he dealt with Eli and the sins of Eli's sons. Now the Most High cursed Eli's sons with, he was going to wipe out Eli's sons and their progeny down the way for their sins. all the corruptness that was happening amongst the priesthood. Also, don't forget, Eli's progeny and family line was from the Ithamar line and not the Eleazar line. So the Most High was wiping out their Ithamar line, or at least that line of priests, so he can usher in the next set of priests that were supposed to be through Eleazar's lineage from the top. Remember in the book of Leviticus, it was supposed to be Aaron and his sons, but specifically Eleazar, who was supposed to do the work of the temple. Eli was not from Eleazar's lineage. Whatever hell was happening in wacky Judges' time, leading into Samuel, everything got flipped upside down. There was corrupt leadership, and things weren't done decently and in order. So what this is also happening is, yes, Saul was negative. Yes, he was maniacal and crazy. But the Most High was also clearing the board and reestablishing the priesthood for when David comes into power. So the Most High had two things working at the same time. The Most High was sealing Saul's fate, and he was reestablishing his temple and his priesthood, how he wanted the priesthood to be established. So that's what we got to understand going into the next chapter. Read on.
1 Samuel 22 and 23. Abide thou with me, fear not, for he that seeketh my life seeketh thy life. But with me thou shalt be in safeguard.
So what David is saying is, you're with us now, you're going to be taken care of. There's no need to worry. We're all in this together. We'll take care of each other. So now, David already had a prophet, Gad the prophet, that was prophesying for him. Now he has a priest. And you're going to keep reading throughout the scriptures that David was totally opposite of how Saul did things. Saul did things without permission, without inquiring of the Lord. He didn't do things decently in order. Every step David makes and he takes, he makes sure that it's the right move in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. We're going to read that in the next chapter. Take a seat. We're going to get my water set up. We'll salute him in. The water, sir. David, that way I come in now. Is something that's spilled again?
That pipe's pushing out all this nasty water, bro.
Okay.
For the soup. I gotta check out.
Okay. That was on national TV. The world knows about the pipes of the SOT San Antonio Life. The world knows. I didn't even know that, but it's cool.
Marwala, Shamshawan, Bani Howard, Bani Yashala.
Marwala, Shamshawan, Bani Howard, Bani Yashala. I met you, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashala.
Yahweh Hashem Yashala Barakatam.
Did you cut the water off of this? The
Cut it
water?
off, but it's still, flush. It's bad.
I got it. Okay. Okay, so, Marwala, let's get it.
Come.
We're going to go to 1 Samuel chapter 23, verse 1.
Come. 1 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 1 reads, Then they told David, saying, Behold, the Philistines fight against Keilah, and they rob the threshing floor.
So what's happening is this. Keilah is a city in Judah. And what's happening is that the Philistines are at it again. Philistines are always after something. These guys are non-stop. So what's happening, the Philistines, they're not necessarily trying to start a war. They're not necessarily trying to fight and kill the Judites in Keilah. What they're trying to do is sit back here during the threshing floors. This is during the time of harvest.
Okay.
So the Philistines trying to make some bread. Or they're trying to sit back here and get supplies that they can take back to the Philistine land.
They're raiding for supplies.
They're raiding for supplies. They're raiding for the things that they need. And they're sitting back here at the threshing floor. They're wheat. They're taking the wheat. They're trying to take the wheat of the tribe of Judah. Okay? So with that being the case, David finds out that they're taking out their brother's food supply or wheat supply. Right? Read on.
Verse 2. Therefore David inquired of the Lord, saying.
So once again, David does things the right way. He doesn't just haphazardly leave to go to war, or he doesn't just stand pat and wait on his own thinking in his own mind. He inquires of the Lord, meaning he sits back here and he goes to the Most High to figure out what's the best plan of action. Okay? The way he goes to the Most High is that he goes to the prophets. And he asks the prophets, hey, what's the right way to get things done? This is a perfect example of how we should operate on constant occasions. The scriptures in Proverbs tells us to do what? About do nothing without what?
Advice.
Do nothing without advice. And the multitude of counselors, there's what? There's safety in counsel. There's safety in communicating before just jumping into endeavors. This is how you stay protected. This is how you stay protected by the Most High. It's very important that we're conscious of that. Okay? Read on.
Shall I go and smite these Philistines?
So shall I go and sit back here and go to war with these Philistines and take the risk of possibly exposing ourselves to Saul? Because that's the concern. If we go out here and we go to war with Kalai, they're going to sit back here and see us go to war. And they're going to come try to take out. So it's the best move to expose ourselves to get stung. Right? Read on.
And the Lord said unto David.
So did the Lord physically talk to David, or did the Most High communicate through the prophet? The Most High communicated through the prophet. Read on.
Just like when we ask for advice, hey man, I got this situation. What do I do? What's my best spiritual move? In the world, you go deal with litigation, you deal with counselors, you deal with lawyers, you deal with business advisors.
Yeah.
So you talk to, hey man, I want to build some property over here. You consult your business lawyer.
Yes.
And they give you the best advice. You know what, man? Over there, I wouldn't do it because several of my friends built property in the area, and the sand's not good. I heard bad reports about the area. Why don't you build your property in this area? So they consult. They look for people that are informed. But we do things by trial and error.
And that's why we waste so much time. I mean, let's try this. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, I lost 5 years of my life because I made this dumb decision.
That's all of us.
And we're wasting time. Instead of just going and get counsel, the right counsel, we make mistakes consistently and wonder why we're downtrodden and things work out in our lives. So this is what separates David automatically from Saul, that he seeks counsel. He stays in order. Saul just does what he wants to. He just does what he wants to do, right? Based off how he feels and what he thinks he needs. So that's an important thing to hold on to. Read on.
Shall I go and smite these Philistines? And the Lord said unto David, go and smite the Philistines and save Keilah.
So save Keilah, which is this town in Judah. Protect them. Read on.
Verse 3. And David's men said unto him, behold, we be afraid here in Judah. How much more then if we come to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines?
Stop right there. You got to look at that process. The Most High told David, go ahead and go to this city and fight. So the Most High directed him. What is he implying?
I'm going to protect you.
You're protected, bro. Make the move. You're protected. You went through the proper chain of command. You went to the priesthood. You sit here, yeah, right. You're not sinning. You're not breaking laws. You're not breaking commandments. You're not out of order. I'm gonna let you be successful. You just put the work in. I'm gonna back you.
But listen, that sounds really spiritual. But guess what Saul just did a couple days ago? He wiped the entire city out. A priest. They're like, if he gonna kill all the priests, then there's nothing that's gonna stop him from taking anybody out. It can be easy to say, yeah, the people of Kalai might rat us out. But if Kalai doesn't rat us out, what ends up happening to them? Their entire city gets wiped out. So there's real fear amongst the men. There's real fear amongst all the cities. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, your entire little family line can get wiped out. Just like this, because he's the king. He can do what the hell he wants to do.
Wow, that's true.
So that's where the fear comes from. It's wrong, but that's a real fear. This guy Saul ain't playing by the rules no more, right? You kill all the priests?
He's doing his own thing.
Listen, so this guy is roaming the streets with warriors ready to kill you, huh? Anyway, this is a real thing, huh? So David's men are afraid. Says we're here in Judah. At the time, they were still on the run, hiding in the wilderness, huh?
Yeah,
he said, we're afraid in the wilderness.
They're still.
We're afraid in the mountains in the wilderness. We're afraid here. How much more afraid we're going to be when we get in the city and everybody sees us, huh? It was a tense time with the people. Very tense. And this is why the title of the class was obviously Sabbath reading, but it's the constant test of David's integrity. He's constantly being tested about, should I do the right thing? Why even take the risk? His men are like, why even take the risk? Why stick our neck on the line to get exposed? When these guys are going to rat us out anyway. That's the thinking. But this is always a test about the integrity and the character of David. Most High said, "Do, we're going to do it."
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is the fact that he started it up. He initiated the communication. Should we just let our brothers just die out here because we're afraid? Should we let our brothers sit back here and lose their, not even their life, but their whole year's annual sustaining to keep them afloat? Don't forget, you work for that particular time.
That's a year.
That's a whole year grinding so you can take your wheat and stretch it out for the next year while you're working for the next year. When the Philistines take it, that's all you have for the whole year. You're struggling, you're hungry, and you're broke. So David's like, bro, I know my life is on the line. And I got 400 men to account for. But is it okay that I play it safe and my people suffer? Just the fact that he's questioning it himself shows his integrity level. He could have said, man, listen, it's not my problem. I got to survive. And that's the only thing that matters.
Look what I'm going.
No, I'm going through hell. I can't worry about you.
Y'all catching hell out here. Everybody's catching hell there.
You say, why don't they go call Saul, have him help him out?
Exactly.
That's the thinking. Saul didn't give a damn. Saul didn't give a damn that Judah was getting looted at. He didn't. Let's keep going on.
Okay. Verse 4.
Verse 3 again. Give me verse 3.
Verse 3. And David's men said unto him, Behold, we be afraid here in Judah. How much more then if we come to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines?
Read on.
Then David inquired of the Lord yet again.
So David went back and double checked. Like, man, let me double check and make sure this is the right move. Read on.
And the Lord answered him and said, Arise, go down to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into thy hand.
Read on.
So David and his men went to Keilah and fought with the Philistines and brought away their cattle and smote them with a great slaughter. So David saved the inhabitants of Keilah.
So he brought away their cattle and he saved the people. So they brought some food for themselves too. They was able to sit back here and get some cattle so they can sustain them 400 men. So it was a win on both ends. Read on, verse 6.
Verse 6. And it came to pass when Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, fled to David to Keilah, that he came down with an ephod in his hand.
He was operating as a priest. Read on.
And it was told Saul that David was come to Keilah.
So somebody in the city of Judah snitched, told Saul that he was in Keilah. Read on.
And Saul said, The Most High have delivered him into my hand.
So now the Most High is looking after me. How can you even talk about the Most High is looking after me after I killed an entire priest family?
Right.
I destroyed an entire priest city, and I'm saying, oh man, the Most High is on my side. He finally looking after me. Hell yeah.
He lives in fake news.
Barakatah Yahweh.
And
the Most High had already stopped answering them anyway.
Huh?
Long time ago.
So he's just looking. He's just creating his own narrative. Like you said, it's fake news. He's creating his own fake news.
Yeah.
The Most High is showing me favor. Right?
Delusion.
It's all crazy delusion. Your hands are bloody. We're killing priests. Now the Most High is with you.
You know that's almost equivalent to a superstition more than it is facts.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how our people operate. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
That's a sign of victory.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Keep going.
For
He's a bad guy.
For he is shut in by entering into a town that have gates and bars.
So he's like, I'm gonna catch him. He can't get out of the gates. I guess Keilah is gated. Read on.
And Saul called all the people together to war, to go down to Keilah.
It's crazy.
To besiege David and his men.
To besiege.
To besiege David and his men. And David knew that Saul secretly practiced mischief against him.
So listen, David knew Saul. David knew that Saul was a habitual line stepper out, and he was going to always look for ways to get him on. Read on.
And he said to Abiathar, the priest, bring hither the ephod.
Bring the ephod out. Read on.
Then said David, O Lord Yahweh of Israel, thy servant have certainly heard that Saul seeketh to come to Keilah to destroy the city for my sake.
Listen, David's always his number one plan was to go talk to the priest, communicate to that ephod. Make sure, or that when it says communicate to the ephod, it's talking about the Urim and the Thummim. To sit back and say, what should I do? Should I stay in Keilah or should I go?
And that's us.
And it will glow to let you know if it was go or not. What you gonna say?
And that's us. Listen, if you're looking at David's situation, this is all situational, right? Like, what's the best, most spiritual move I can make to be covered?
Yep.
My life is on the line now. David's life is on the line now.
You better pray and counsel your you-know-what off.
Listen, bro, he has to do everything right for the Most High to protect him.
But this is how the Most High was training him.
Come.
But he didn't see it at the time, but he was training him how to maintain your posterity down the line. Get clearance. Go through the right channels. This is how you keep close to me. Stick to these multitude of counselors. This is where your safety is.
Yeah. I want to get one scripture, Ecclesiastes Chapter 31, verse 23. Just on that point of David saying that he knew Saul, like he knew Saul. More on what about Saul that he knew about Saul? You know what I'm saying? Ecclesiastes Chapter 31, verse 23. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 31, verse 23. Whoso is liberal of his meat.
So when you say a person that's liberal of their meat, somebody that uses discretion, somebody that doesn't completely go head over heels and indulge themselves in their passion. They're not ruled by their passions. They're not ruled by their appetite. They're not ruled by their impulses.
Insatiability.
They're not, right, emotional. I'm emotional. I'm impulsive.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I'm obsessive. It said, whoso is liberal of his meat, go ahead.
Men shall speak well of him.
So men, that's how you gain a good reputation about yourself, is people understand that when you make decisions, you use discretion with every decision that you make.
Yeah.
And so what David understood about Saul is that this man is impulsive. And he's compulsive. He's all about his appetite and what he wants.
And he's erratic and moody. One day he's happy, he loves David. The next, I got to kill him dead. The next day, I love him, he's a good man. I hate him. Next day, I'm going to throw a javelin at you. And I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let me hug you.
Then
I'm going to take my daughter, I'm going to throw another javelin at him.
Then I'm going to throw a javelin at my son, too.
Listen, but the crazy thing is this. His son was right there, huh? He was like, ah! Abner had to save him, huh? Like, what are you doing, man? You gonna kill your son in front of the whole court?
Today you call that bipolar.
Yes.
That's what you call that today.
Yes.
You know, but that's what that's a man with no discretion.
He was turned up.
Men will speak well of men that have discretion. Read on.
And the report of his good housekeeping will be believed.
And when you hear good news about how this man maintains himself, it's easily believed. Read on.
But against him that is a negard of his meat.
But it's somebody that's a what?
A negard.
Somebody that's greedy, insatiable, that's all about their feelings, that's overthrown in emotions. They're emotional. They're about their feelings. You can't tell them nothing. Read on.
The whole city shall murmur.
It said the whole city shall do what?
Murmur.
Everybody knows that this person is insatiable. Everybody knows that this person is compulsive. Everybody knows this person is about his appetite.
And this is why the people in Keilah say, you know what, we're going to have to snitch on him because this guy's crazy. This guy's so crazy, he will destroy our entire city. And that's the murderer. This guy is a maniac. He's a psychopath. So we got to steer clear, do what he says, and just wait till the Most High removes this guy. I'm sorry, I just want to bring that point up.
Read on.
And the testimonies of his negardness shall not be doubted.
Niggerness.
That's what I want you to say. Don't stop getting sauce in the internet. Niggerness, it's okay.
Niggardness.
Niggardness. Nah, that's not how I want to hear it.
Niggerdom.
Yes, I reckon.
He's in a straight nigger right now.
Exactly.
And with the crown on him.
David knows that about Saul. Read on. He said, but what?
But Salakia. But against him that is in the guard of his meat.
There you go again.
But against him that is a nigger.
Say the word the way it says it on the line. You don't have to take the D away from it.
Nigger.
Sound like Black Othello.
Of his meat, the whole city shall murmur. And the testimonies of his nigardness shall not be doubted of.
So you know what? You know that this person, you can't doubt anything and put anything past this person.
Yep.
Because this person doesn't use any discretion whatsoever. So when it comes to reputation, there's nothing that this person may not do, or impulse that this person will not try to satisfy. So this is the kind of mentality that David understands about Saul in particular. I just want to bring that out to show how David understood that, man. Because this person is impulsive.
You have to tread lightly with a guy that's unstable mentally. And Saul showed he was unstable mentally. And he was disconnected from the spirit. Definitely.
He wasn't going through any type of order.
No.
He wasn't operating.
Nobody can check him. Nobody can sit back here and temper him and balance him out.
He wouldn't deal with Samuel.
No.
He wouldn't deal with the priesthood.
He wasn't listening.
He just listened to Doeg, his boy.
Yep. He kept having Edomites around him, huh?
Yeah.
It was Doeg before Doeg. It was the Amalek king, huh?
Yeah.
He want him around him, huh?
He kept people around him that,
enablers.
He kept enablers around him.
That's what he had. He had a yes man, huh? That's what he wanted. Anyway, so hold this. We're gonna go to the Josephus and kind of pick up what the Josephus has. I need to know how to do that. Let's switch in, sir. We'll run both at the same time.
We'll run both.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaiwan, Ban, Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaiwan, Ban, Yashala. I much it. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Bragatham.
So we're at Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus, Book 6, Chapter 13, Paragraph 1.
Yeah, I need Josephus.
There you go.
The brother too.
Yep, I got you.
What page we on? My wallet?
We're on page 173. I'm sorry, 172. It's chapter 13, paragraph 1. Page 172, line 271.
Give me one more.
Two more. Losing Josephus is two.
You said page
Just
272?
keep on across it.
Page 172.
Okay, 172.
You see that place was had all papers and pens and
Yeah,
markers, nothing there. It disappeared.
Man.
Poof. It's
Better
gone.
replenish that, man.
I know.
Storehouse.
Now that might have to be everybody to replenish that out, because listen, come on now. Anyway, all the papers gone, all the notebooks is gone. They're all gone. Anyway,
The highlighter.
highlighter. Everybody take the highlighters and the pens out. Anyway, that's a little. That's niggardness too. It really is. Let's not even front. You can put it back. If it ain't yours, put it back. Anyway, let me stop. That's the truth. Those things kind of frustrate me. Because now you need them. Ain't nothing there now. Israel, the mighty nation of Israel, right? Kings and queens, right? Let's read that. Paragraph 1, huh?
Page 172, chapter 13, paragraph 1.
Golly.
About this time, it was that David heard how the Philistines had made an inroad into the country of Keilah and robbed it. So he offered himself to fight against them.
So they were trying to rob, like I said, the wheat at the threshing floor. Read on.
If God, when he should be consulted by the prophet, would grant him the victory. And when the prophet said that God gave a signal,
Give him the Most High.
And when the prophet said that the Most High gave a signal of victory, he made a sudden onset upon the Philistines with his companions, and he shed a great deal of their blood.
David's killing all the time. He is wiping people off the board. I'm surprised when the Philistines had a chance, they didn't wipe him out. I'm surprised they didn't do that. Because he's been a thorn in their side from the beginning. Read on.
And carried off their prey, and stayed with the inhabitants of Keilah till they had securely gathered in their corn and their fruits. However, it was told Saul the king that David was with the men of Keilah, for what had been done and the great success that had attended him were not confined among the people where the things were done. But the fame of it went all abroad and came to the hearing of others.
So his good works became famous works.
Yep. And it's, every fight he's fighting, the people are loving him even more. But the word got back to Saul, the good deeds that were done by David. Read on.
Oh, man.
And both the fact as it stood and the author of the fact were carried to the king's ears.
Right.
Then was Saul glad when he heard David was in Keilah. And he said, the Most High have now put him into my hands, since he hath obliged him to come into a city that hath walls and gates and bars. So he commanded all the people suddenly, and when they had besieged and taken it, to kill David. But when David perceived this, and learned of the Most High, that if he stayed there, then the men of Keilah would be delivered him up to Saul. He took his 400 men and retired into a desert that was over against a city called En-Gedi, so that when the king heard he was fled away from the men of Keilah, he left off his expedition against him.
So listen, he's constantly on the run. He's in the city. He's back in the desert, suffering again. Desert, wilderness. He's in a scarce land where the resources aren't there. He's just on struggle mode, hiding from Saul again. Okay, hold that. Now go back to Samuel. 1 Samuel 23 and verse
11.
Yeah, 11.
Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 11 reads, will the men of Keilah deliver me up into his hand? Will Saul come down as thy servant have heard? O Lord Yahweh of Israel, I beseech thee, tell thy servant. And the Lord said, he will come down.
He gonna come down, and they're gonna try to lock you up. Read on.
But you see how faithful the Most High is?
Yep.
If you keep a good relationship with the Father, he'll put you on game when you need it.
Yeah.
He'll give you a little angle or a couple jewels when necessary if you're on good terms with him. Because he didn't have to tell me. He didn't have to tell me he's coming down.
Yeah.
Right.
He gave me like, hey, I don't know, you tell me.
Or there's no response from the Europe.
Right.
Or he didn't get any response. Because this is, don't forget, you keep going.
Most High didn't have to answer David.
Yeah. Yeah.
He could have left him out there.
Yep.
But because David was on good terms with the Father, listen, come nigh to me, I'll come nigh to thee. You come near me, I'll come near you. You pursue me, I'm going to pursue you. You take care of me, I'm going to take care of you. You look out for me, I'm going to look out for you. We're like that in the world with our best friends, and with our cousins and our family members. We get that with our people,
right.
with our people that we close, they're with ace, boom, coon with. But we don't get that when it comes to the Most High. And
But he says, seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto thee.
That's true.
You get what you're looking for when you put the Most High first. That's the difference.
That's facts.
Mm-hmm.
That's facts. And I love that point. So if I put the Most High first, when I'm in a situation, even if I got myself in that situation, because David didn't have to do this. Yep. He just couldn't sleep at night if he didn't do it.
Okay.
Let's see, let people die and get robbed, and I could have did something about it.
Okay.
He got himself in that situation, but the Most High took care of him because he kept putting the Father, his interests first. That's bad.
Okay. So also don't forget the way the Most High was being communicating with David was through the Urim and Thummim. They were asking questions, and the Urim would light to communicate with them. It was a yes or no answer. That's how David was getting these answers. Okay. So we're gonna let that go and go to verse 12.
Verse 12. This said David, will the men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hand of Saul? And the Lord said, they will deliver thee up.
They gonna snatch you, B. So you gotta get out of here now. You can't mess around to spend another night, because they gonna get you. Read on.
Then David and his men, which were about 600, rose and departed out of Keilah, and went whithersoever they could go. And it was said, Salakia, it was told Saul that David was escaped from Keilah, and he forbore to go forth.
Okay, so he didn't go. He didn't go because they thought he wanted the men of Keilah to round him up. They need to go down. So since he left, he didn't go down to Keilah. Read on.
And David abode in the wilderness in strongholds, and remained in a mountain in the wilderness of Zeph.
Listen, strongholds are just fortified places that's hard to have multiple entries.
Yeah.
That's what a stronghold is. We know Murder Mountain, we always call it Murder Mountain. It's a workout place we have. That was a stronghold. Because it took a lot to get up to the top. And you could sit back here and see all the entries, the points of entry, so you'd prepare yourself for war because you were in a stronghold position. So they were in tops of mountains, they were in caves, they were in settings where they'd be able to know and recognize when the enemy was coming. But once again, most of those strongholds were very uncomfortable places. You're up at the top of mountains. What's growing up on top of the mountain? Nothing. Barely eating anything because there's nothing there. This is just the backdrop of what's happening. They're in a constant uncomfortable state. Read on.
And Saul sought him every day.
It's crazy, Adam. Read on.
But the Most High delivered him not into his hand.
So that means they were constantly moving. They were constantly moving. If Saul was constantly looking at them.
It's cat and mouse.
And they're constantly running and hiding. Stay here for a night, go somewhere else. Constantly active, constantly moving. Read on.
Verse 15. And David saw that Saul was come out to seek his life.
Can I ask this question too? And so if they're playing cat and mouse, you think David can get comfortable and just chill? You can't just chill.
There's no comfort.
Sleep ain't good. Sleep ain't good on it. And then you can't be in one place and just get to know the area and okay, I'm gonna plant these crops here.
No,
bro.
Because we're creatures of habit, and we look for routine, and we look to establish a routine and get comfortable. And that's not happening right now.
Listen, 1 Samuel 20:3 says at the bottom, it says, "And as thy soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death."
Wow.
This is what David understood. I'm one step away from death. And that just adds to the fact that that level of discomfort and that heightened awareness. If I make one false step, I'm dead.
Oh, bad decision.
My life is over. Exactly. One bad decision, I'm out the spirit for 1 minute, my life is over.
So I cannot afford to not be on good terms with the Most High. I can't afford it.
You can't afford to not
be right. You be right up there. You got the angels like, damn. I made a mistake.
Exactly.
He called me slipping.
I sent my prayers up that day. Like Shamshawan always brings the story out. Can you remember the story about that dude, military cat?
Oh yeah, the brother that we knew, the day that he threw his Bible out of the window of the Humvee.
I never heard this story.
Yeah, man. So the brother he threw his Bible out the window, in the desert. He was in a Humvee.
Landmine, right?
Yeah, he threw his. Yeah, he know. He threw.
No, don't spill it.
Yeah.
Story, man.
Yeah, he know, and he heard it.
Kill the story,
Yeah, that was good. I'm glad he listened.
Yeah.
He's listening, man.
So
That's good.
he did. The day he decided to say, you know what, this don't work, man. He threw the Bible out the window. The same day he threw the Bible out the window, he ran over a landmine in the desert, IED, and he blew up.
Good.
And 80% of his body is burned. He got melted ears. He got melted nose. Wow. He got melted lips. His fingers are webbed together. They're stuck together. He got missing fingers. So
you don't think he thought about that in the back of his
head? Yeah, he tells that story for a reason, because now his faith is back in the Most High. But it took him a situation to where he had to cast off his faith.
Wow.
And then he had to learn an expensive lesson, and that lesson is don't ever give up your faith in the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Even when you think the Most High is not with you, even when you think the Most High doesn't work. One verse on that too is Deuteronomy Chapter 4 verse 7. Read that. Deuteronomy Chapter 4 verse 7. Yeah, brother.
Deuteronomy Chapter 4 and verse 7.
Looks bad, man. He got melted up, got burnt down.
Not good.
Read that.
Deuteronomy Chapter 4 and verse 7.
Read that.
For what nation is there so great?
It says, what nation is so great? Read on.
Who have the Most High so nigh unto them.
See, we're the people that should never give up our faith in the Most High, because there's no other nation on earth that the Most High is so available to.
Yep.
The Most High is available to us at all times. All we have to do is what? Read on.
as the Lord our power
Read on.
is in all things that we call upon for him.
All we have to do is do what?
Call upon him.
So there's no other nation that has that type of accessibility to the Most High like the children of Israel. We should always be calling upon the Most High, because he's only dedicated to us as a nation of people. So-called Negroes, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, Haitians, Jamaicans, West Indians, Argentinians, Brazilians. You know, all the tribes scattered throughout North, Central, and South America of Negro and Indian descent. Those are the people that the Most High said he has an affinity to, he's close to. So all we have to do is call on him. So for us to be in a bad situation and not call on the Most High is pride.
Yep.
It's foolish pride at that. Because he's not announced himself to be in allegiance, to be dedicated to anybody else but us. So it's foolishness for us to be in a predicament like David is in a predicament and not decide to pray and not decide to call on the Most High. That's foolishness. Because he's there for us and us only. So read on verse 8.
Deuteronomy Chapter 4 and verse 8. And what nation is there so great that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law?
And that's why the Most High said, I've given you a way of living, a lifestyle that precedes and excels all the other nations of the earth. So not only do we have access to be able to call on the Most High on a daily basis, but we also have the laws which should make our life better on a daily basis.
True.
So what other benefit do you need more than having the commandments of the Most High and the ability to call on the Most High in prayer? It's a win-win situation.
Done.
All right? You let that go.
So let's go back in 1 Samuel 23 and verse, I think it's 15. Yeah.
1 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 15 reads, And David saw that Saul was come out to seek his life. And David was in the wilderness of Ziph in a wood.
So now he's in the wilderness of Ziph in the woods somewhere, deep down in the woods. Okay, read on.
Verse 16. And Jonathan, Saul's son, arose and went to David into the woods.
How the hell did Jonathan know where David was, but Saul couldn't find out where David was? Huh? That don't make no damn sense, huh? Jonathan knew.
Yeah.
Jonathan found a way to sit back here and find him in Ziph, but nobody else could.
What? He knew his boy? He knew his boy? Or
I guess he knew him. I don't know, but he knew him, and Most High let him talk to him. Read on.
And strengthened his hand in the Most High.
So Jonathan kept just giving him words of encouragement.
You know what it shows? It shows the Most High will always open up the door for somebody to encourage you out.
And you know, obviously David was at a low point too.
That's a hard thing to be in that.
You got to think about this. Every step of the way he's trying to do the right thing, and the reward for him doing the right thing is more stress, more heartache, more cursing. And this is what you're going to constantly see the reoccurring theme is in these chapters we read today. His integrity is really put to the test. Because in the midst of him doing the right thing, he's constantly getting attacked harder the more he's doing good.
And it's in front of people.
I know.
Because one thing to get attacked when you're by yourself. And he's like, I ain't nobody. I ain't nobody. You know people looking at you every day?
It's 600 guys like, come on, Dave. I mean, we want to get out of this blessing or what? I want to get this blessing or what?
You said the Lord's going to come through. Like, we got to move again. I thought you talked to the priest. I thought you talked to we talked to you last week. I know, and we still got to keep faith, guys. Let's keep faith. And like, after a while, your people around you are going to sometimes question your leadership.
You know, that exposes who's there, you know.
Really for you
or not. You know, who's there for the cause.
David can't control when it's going to be over, right?
Right.
he's got to keep going from wilderness to wilderness, from stronghold to stronghold, Robin Hooding it, right? He was just Robin Hooding it, just going in the woods, right? What you going to say, though?
No, that was it. I was just saying, you never know. You those type of individuals will be exposed during hard times.
Yep.
True. You know what I'm saying? They said an enemy would not be, a friend would not be known during adversity, or enemy during prosperity.
Yeah.
So it's not hard to know who's with you and who's for you when the times are rough.
Huh?
It exposes that.
Yeah, you're right. Enemy can't be hidden in prosperity.
The only thing helping David was that. Only thing that's helping David was that everybody that was with him was anti the king anyway. They had a problem with the king. They was in debt. The king did them wrong too. So that's what they was kind of unified in.
12. I'm gonna read it real quick. I was misquoted. Ecclesiastes 12:8. A friend cannot be known in prosperity, and an enemy cannot be hidden in adversity.
Right. So that lets you know that the men that were there surviving in the wilderness, they were there because they wanted to be there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They were there because they believed in what they were doing.
God. What you gonna say, Marvel?
I was just gonna ask. This was a 10-year process, right?
Well, we're gonna go into that in a little bit, but he's in the middle. He's in the height of it. He's in the height of it, and we're gonna see where this thing goes. I don't want to put a time on it yet. Okay. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 17. And he said unto him, Fear not, for the hand of Saul my father shall not find thee, and thou shalt be king over Israel.
So listen, Jonathan was constantly giving David encouragement, confidence, building his confidence up, making him feel strong about what he's endeavoring. Okay? He said, man, you're going to be the king. I know it's about to happen. Read on.
And I shall be next unto thee.
And he says, I'm going to be your number 2. You're going to be the man, and I'm going to be right behind you. We're going to sit back here and rebuild this kingdom the right way. Read on.
And that also Saul my father knoweth. And they too made a covenant before the Lord.
And he says Saul knows it too. Saul knows. It's almost like a brother's just exhorting you out. Most High's going to bless you. The kingdom's coming. You're going to get your rightful position. Just keep being strong and waiting. Just wait and be in order.
And why y'all tell somebody that already knows that? You guys like, hey, you tell him he already knows?
Yeah.
Or was he dealing with stress like we all deal with stress? Was he dealing with some type of doubt?
I'm going to say this. We all need to hear the same thing every damn day. When you're in the midst of a battle, all you can do is tell a person the same thing over and over again and remind them of the same old two-step. That's how you stay strong. What do you think teaching and exhorting is? Is reminding us of the same constant mindsets that keep us tethered. Because when you're afraid, you're in the cold, you're in the wilderness, you're sleeping on rocks. I never forget sleeping out there in the tent side and how uneven the ground was. That jacked me up. The ground was uneven. I had back problems. How you gonna sleep on the ground with this rocks like this? It's just the worst thing in the world. You're out here in the wilderness every day, just struggling. You're dealing with the elements, and you're getting discouraged, and all these difficulties you're going through start to take you out of your foundation. So what Jonathan is doing is regrounding him spiritually. Stay fortified, stay strong. What you're going through won't last forever. You'll soon get out of this. Okay? Read up what you got something? Oh, sorry.
No.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Verse 18. And they too made a covenant before the Lord. And David abode in the wood. And Jonathan went to his house.
So he's like, listen, man, the covenant is we're going to work this thing out, and when my father is out of power, I'll be number 2, you'll be number 1. And we'll work, and we'll do this together. We're going to be brothers to the end. Okay? Read on.
Then came up the Zephonites.
The crazy thing is, right after this was the last time David talks to Jonathan, if I'm not mistaken. This is the last time they talk. But now we got David, the Zephonites, talk to Saul. Read on.
Then came up the Zephonites to Saul to Gibeah, saying, Doeth not David hide himself with us in strongholds in the wood, in the hill of Hachilah, which is on the south of Jeshimon?
What's crazy is David and his men weren't even in the city. They were in the wilderness. And the Zephonites, which were giants, said, listen, David's out here in the woods. We see him. They're being snitches. Why are they snitching like this? They weren't even in the city causing no problems. He said, David's out here. You want him, take him. Get him.
Yeah.
But keep going.
You know, because we think we're gonna
get a reward.
We're gonna get a reward.
We get a prize.
It's Crime Stoppers. We're gonna get rewarded for that, bro.
God, bro, it's fucking flipping crazy, guy. Hold this.
Yeah, this out. The word Jeshimon also means barren waste.
Because they were in the barren land.
It sucks.
But the point is this: they were in the land that you couldn't get up out of anyway, so there was no threat. They were away from the city. They said the people of Ziph were complaining to Saul that they were out in the woods. It wasn't like they was in the city. They weren't causing any problems. They were away from the city in the desert part.
It says, Jeshimon, the desert of the North Dead Sea, which is overlooked by Pisgah. This is the bare and sterile land, saturated with salt, lying on each side of the Jordan, north of the Dead Sea, where for miles practically no vegetable life can exist.
They're hungry as hell.
Oh my God.
They're hungry as hell in the woods, and the people are mad that they're over there. They're not causing you any problems. They're in the worst possible land in the country, and they're suffering, and you're still trying to snitch on them?
It says, it is a broad strip of utterly waterless land. And
they're thirsty as cuss.
It says, and soft, chalky hills, which are for all but a few short weeks.
I'm glad that you're expressing this, because when you read it, you think woods, you think there's some vegetation there.
Right.
There's something you can eat. You can eat on some beetles or something. There's something to eat.
A fig or two.
But there ain't nothing. There's a barren land. And you're out here with 400 to 600 men
with nothing to eat,
with no way to eat or drink.
It says destitute of practically any vegetation.
Yes, sir.
That means there's no shelter from the sun or elements.
Oh, yeah. So you didn't want to show your elements too. It's the worst possible situation.
You're very uncomfortable, and you did what was right.
Yep.
Yep. And that's the point. That's the constant agitation. When he lays down and he's sleeping, and his belly is hungry, this is what the righteous man gets at. This is the reward for doing the right thing, like serving the Lord. You out here sweating, thirsty, huh?
Yeah.
You hungry and shit.
Things chalky out.
Listen, you can't take a bath out.
Man, you would have to literally huddle up with your brother, to shield yourself from wind.
Well, death is a cold at night.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Cold at night, hot at day.
You gotta hug, man.
Yeah, body.
It just shows, because some people their environment makes them feel good. Like, oh man, we're in the mountains.
No, yeah, they ain't the fun mountains.
It's a beautiful place.
It's not the fun mountains, Zach. It's the bad mountains, Zach.
It's not a hike, man.
No, and it's the point. And this is why Jonathan was needed to boost the spirit up. You out here suffering, for doing the right thing. But I don't know where they were last, but you just saved your people. And your reward is you out here sweating and you cold and you hot and you're cold at the same damn time. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. But this is something, that's why the title of the class was The Constant Test of David's Integrity. Because everything that he's going through would make an individual ask, what's the benefit of suffering? What's the benefit of doing good if the reward is suffering and pain and difficulty? There's no benefit in this.
So people will be people have an expectation that they're surprised. Did something good. Why am I still going through this?
Exactly.
That's
because people automatically think when you do good works, you're going to automatically get rewarded with blessings on blessings on blessings, and that's not how it happens. You do good, and the Most High wants to see how you react. You don't get instantaneously rewarded. It's like when you first get to know the Most High, you'll get quick rewards for doing good. And then after you start doing the right thing for periods of time, then the rewards come, they don't come as fast. Mm-hmm. They don't come as fast because the Most High wants to see how long can you stretch out doing the right thing before I show you, before I reward you with the next level of blessing. How long can I dangle this carrot out in front of you before you start going negative? And this is where David's at. I'm doing the right thing, and I'm constant. Listen, before he was doing the right thing, and he was getting elevated. He sat back here, showed faith. Boom, you live right next to the king.
Immediately.
Yep.
His life changed 0 to 60 early. Did the right thing. All the gals loving David. David's killing 10,000s. Now all of a sudden you do the right thing. You keep doing it. Now the blessings start drying up. Now it starts getting psychological. Now your mind starts getting attacked. Why am I doing all this hard shit, man? What's the benefit? All my men that are doing the right thing are suffering too. What's the Most trying to teach me? How long is this guy gonna be alive? You don't think that's hitting his head?
You don't think that idea?
Jonathan just said you're gonna be the king really soon, and I'm gonna be number 2, right? Check this out. It's just gonna keep explaining. Let's go to the Josephus again. It's paragraph 2.
Okay. It's page 172, paragraph 2. Paragraph 2. Then David removed thence and came to a certain place called the New Place, belonging to Ziph, where Jonathan the son of Saul came to him and saluted him and exhorted him to be of good courage.
Because it was hard to stand up for what's right and do the right thing when you're constantly suffering. It takes courage to do the right thing. It takes courage to keep integrity in the face of constant loss. Read on.
And to hope well as to his condition hereafter, and not to despond at his present circumstances, for that he should be king, and have all the forces of the Hebrews under him. He told him that such happiness uses to come with great labor and pain.
He says, listen, this is Jonathan exhorting David at, and he says that the happiness that you're about to get, the blessing that you're about to get, comes with great labor and pain. Wow. And this is the reminder to David and to all of us. The bigger the blessing that you want, the more labor and pains you have to endure. The greater blessing, the greater spiritual landmark blessing that you want is going to come with more labor, with more pains, more difficulties, more struggle. And this is what Jonathan is reminding. You're about to get the kingdom, David. So you think you're going to get the kingdom without having to go through these labors and pains?
That's all of us.
You're going to have to suffer to get to be the top dog and run this entire nation. And this is why you're going through what you're going through. This is why you're in this janky desert with no cover, no shelter, no food. Because you're going to have to go through this and still praise his name to earn that spot the right way.
Okay, after this, and that's the contrast of Saul.
Yep.
Saul was looking for, some donkeys? Yes, sir.
Saul, you're talking about Esau?
No, Saul. The King Saul.
Yeah.
King Saul.
There's Esau, which is Esau and Jacob. This is King Saul, which is David and Saul.
Oh.
All right. Basically, David's enemy is Ahwar.
First king of Israel.
The first king of Israel.
Yeah, the first king of Israel became David's Ahwar. You know what I'm saying? So the Ahwar is sitting here getting blessed, not do no work. And David's doing everything right. He's sitting out here
suffering,
having it hard. It almost looks like it's not fair.
It almost looks like the wicked can do what they want to do and can succeed, but the righteous have to suffer.
We all have people in our lives that we grew up with, and they got everything easy, and they don't have no problems. They don't do things, quote unquote, right, I guess, according to our opinion. But it's like we always do everything we're doing is always harder and harder and harder. It takes 10 times the work for me to get a car.
Yep.
This boy gets a car in a month. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Those things, it takes 10 times harder for me to get my household together. This boy's household just like overnight.
Yep.
So what's just showing is that the harder your life is, if you're doing what's right, the Most High going to give you a longer term blessing. Your blessing will last longer if you can stay positive through the situation.
Because to get the righteous blessings, to get righteously blessed, you're going to have to lose more. You're going to have to suffer more. You're going to get extended more.
It costs.
Yes, sir.
Matthew chapter 8 verse 19.
Matthew 8 and 19.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew 8 and 19.
Great verse.
Matthew 8 and verse 19.
Read that.
And a certain scribe came and said unto him, Master, I will follow thee whithersoever thou go.
First of all, who was this guy? He's a what?
Scribe.
Scribes had bread at that time, huh?
Yeah.
Scribes were elite. Scribes were living their life. I'm a scribe.
That
means I'm learned.
Yeah.
I'm learned.
Part of the Lord.
I am from the university.
Yeah. Educated.
I am from the university. I scribe books and write things. He could probably speak different languages. He can write different languages.
Highly educated.
Highly educated. And why does a person do that? So they can have a more comfortable life. That's the purpose of education.
Yep.
I can have a comfortable life. I can sit back and hang around more elites, more money, more comfort. And what did Christ say to this guy who was already in a comfortable position? Read on.
And Yahushua said unto him, the foxes have holes.
And that's the part that the reality of following Christ.
That's the point.
There's an expectation that I can do this. Then there's a reality of can I do this?
And you know what's crazy? He's talking to the smart guy.
Yeah.
He's talking to the college-educated guy. Listen, man, you got the degree,
Yeah.
but you gonna take that degree and get in the dirt and the mud with us? Because then the degree guy is what's the purpose of getting in the degree? I'm gonna be in the mud with you anyway.
You know, the degree guy represents I'm established already. I've made myself a successful person in this life. Why would I go down and live in a hole?
And now I'm gonna run again. I don't have a place to stay. I don't have no property of my own.
I have property. I live over here by Jerusalem.
No, listen. That means whatever you got set up, you gotta let that go, bro. Let it go. Let what you got going, and be on the road with us out forever. He's gonna walk the streets and teach the Bible out. And most people don't want to give up that structure. The structure means comfort. But keep going.
Matthew 8:20 from the top. And Yahushua saith unto him, the foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests.
He said even the creatures of the earth have some type of comfort.
Something guaranteed.
Yeah, creatures. Critters have comfort. They have places to go. Mouses have holes, bro. Foxes got holes, man. They burrow in the dirt.
Yep. They're taking risks when they get out, when they leave. Yeah. But their areas are covered. It's protected.
It's protected.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
But the Son of Man have not where to lay his head.
What he's showing this man is this is what it costs to follow Christ. Your lifestyle is going to be made very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And very unpleasant for a while. Because the reward on the back end is great.
Yes.
And so anything that's worth the reward comes with risk and discomfort. And that's what he's explaining. Whether it's Jonathan telling David, you're going to get the kingdom, or whether it's Christ, us following Christ in today's time frame.
No doubt, brother.
Yeah, the greatest reward comes with the greatest risk.
And the greatest prolonged risk and suffering.
Yep.
How long can you prolong this and do the right thing? It's not about suffering for making the wrong mistakes and making bad choices. It's not that. Everybody gets hit on that.
Right.
It's like, can you sit back and do the right thing and keep getting bombarded and lose and maintain your integrity in the midst of it?
Damn.
This is what the Most High is trying to see and remind us, even for what our endeavors are. And anybody that's trying to do righteous, honorable causes.
I never thought about that, but yeah, I looked at the comfort aspect. I did not look at the risk aspect.
Yeah.
That is a risk. Coming from being a scribe out.
Yeah, that's the point. The scribe is comfortable.
People be like,
you know what's crazy? The scribe did all the right moves. He did all the right moves to get to the top. To get a foothold in a position.
And he worked hard.
Listen, he did everything right. And he was in a position, and he hears this Jesus guy, and he's dropping Bible bars, and he's potent as hell. And he's like, if you really want to follow me and be great, give up all that shit you gave, right? And live your life on the edge with me. Live your life on the edge with me and ride with me. And because, I don't know where I'm going to sleep tomorrow. And the next week, I don't know where I'm going to be. I'm going to be teaching the Bible somewhere, doing great works over here.
Wherever the Spirit takes us, huh?
So can you sit back here and give up everything you've built, stable, strong, confident, and take that same concept of work ethic and live every day, day to day to Christ?
And we gotta think about this. If you're a scribe, that means when you were young, your parents were like, baby, one day you grow up, you're gonna grow up, you're gonna be a scribe, you're gonna be a good boy, you're gonna be a man, you're gonna be
a little boy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, right? So since 13 or 12, whatever, he's been getting groomed. Your parents have invested time into it. Yeah. And now you're gonna let everybody down on?
Yeah.
Fall on this wild card? That's something that
I know that. That is the dynamic of serving the Most High. Either you're gonna do it that way, or you're gonna follow these wild, zany Israelite characters, get built up, and then don't think you need them no more. And then go live your life. It's either one way or the other. You're either gonna sit back here and be in a position to do many things and you choose servitude, or you start from a low position, get built up, and then you choose to live your life or maintain in the life of servitude. It's one or the other.
But listen, when you're grooming yourself to be a scribe, you're going to be served. Right?
Yeah.
You're grooming yourself to serve. I'm about information, about knowledge, and I publish things.
Yeah.
And I have people that assist me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna completely flip my expectations on it.
Yes.
And take major risks. For what? That's the question.
And take public shame and disrespect. You'll look like you're the loser. Why'd you do that? You had your life set.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, you had it all laid out for you, bro.
But it goes back into the scriptures about laying down, investing into it's in Matthew.
Lay his own life down.
Laying treasures down in heaven.
Yeah.
Listen, wherever I'm losing here, I'm gaining treasures in the kingdom.
Where moth does not corrupt.
Come on.
Yeah,
And
lay
this is
your
the
treasures in
point.
heaven. Yeah.
All the things that we're building in Christ, you're not going to see in the flesh. Because you know what the crazy, you know what the treasures in heaven are? All the spiritual accomplishments that you've sat back here and learned to master in yourself. All the brotherhood, benevolence, consideration. Every time you chose the body over you, you're building riches in heaven. Why, you know why? Because didn't the scripture say in Timothy, talking about being rich in good works?
Yeah.
Being rich in good works that's how you gain treasures in heaven. All the good decisions and the fortitude you use in dealing with these difficult situations opens the door for your blessings back down the line. This is what we're working towards. But for all these good works you're doing, you're not seeing the benefit right now in the flesh. In your current financial or fiscal stability.
You might be looking at a desert. You might be
looking at a desert,
chalky land,
Chalky land, no substance around you, but you're doing the right thing. And all these scenarios force a man or woman to decide, what am I here for? Do I really love the Lord? Do I really love doing good works? And a man or woman is forced to come to that conclusion when you're in a situation like this. What am I here for? David's like, what's the benefit of me doing good works? Then it tells you understand this dynamic that David's going through in his Psalms. Mm-hmm. When he's talking in Psalm 73 about almost losing his footing. But then remembering the sanctuary of the Most High, or seeing the sanctuary of the Most High, and realizing that the wicked aren't going to be in top for very long. But this back and forth dynamic is always riding us. That challenge that there is a benefit for doing the right thing, and if you hold on long enough, you will see it. And not letting your current disparaging situation make you go left and just give up.
And it's easy to believe it works for other people. It's hard to believe it works for you.
God, because you're in the midst of the battle yourself, suffering. And can I sit back here while I'm losing, truly hang on to my integrity, and just be happy with the fact that I'm doing the right thing, and doing the right thing is enough? And can I allow that sentiment to stick in my head? For every one of us, is doing the right thing good enough? Knowing the Most High is pleased with you, is that good enough? That's always the question that's being presented to you. That's the point. Am I satisfied in truly being a servant? Don't forget what Matthew said. We are all unprofitable servants. We're just doing what we're supposed to do. Remember that verse? I think it's in Matthew 17 and 10.
Mm-hmm. You know, what kills us too is the fact that for those that worry a lot about what's going to happen in the next few months, or what's going to happen in the next few weeks, you got to worry about what happens today. You can't worry about next month, next year. You can't think too far ahead and get beside yourself, because then you'll start looking at, man, nothing's ever going to change. Wow. A lot of brothers don't fully commit to this mindset because they're too fearful of the fact that, what if I try this truth thing?
Does everybody hear us? Does everybody hear us online? Just want to make sure. Somebody text to see if you hear us. Can somebody in the class check? Hello, hello, hello. Can y'all hear us? If you can just send a text, we're going to lose.
Yeah, you can hear that.
Okay, cool. All right, we're back on. This computer is acting as stupido again.
It's actually recording too.
Huh?
You can see you too.
Okay, cool. We're good.
Time to go to work.
All right. Let's go. So, okay, cool. Throughout y'all, the internet went crazy for a second, but we're good. So, where are we at? You have verse, Shamshawan?
No, I'm just saying how you can't worry about how downrange if the Most High is going to look out for you downrange.
Yeah.
A lot of brothers don't come into the truth all the way because they're too worried about what's going to happen next week or next month or next year.
Yep.
They come in and they ask questions like, do you think the Most High is going to bless me?
Yep.
Do you think that, well, you can't even think that far ahead. You can't look that far down in time to worry about that.
Yep.
You just got to be content with the fact that the Most High took care of you for that day. Did the Most High leave you hanging that day? Were you taken care of? Did you go hungry? Did you have a place to sleep? Did you have clothes on your back? If you had those things, then you should be content with your relationship with the Most High. Yes, sir.
What about like it's like a crazy place? Like you got a place to stay, but it's like you feel like it's close to hell. You know?
Right, but you may feel like that, but did you at least eat that day? This is why the scripture was it Thessalonians. Let me get it real quick. Where it said where Paul said, "Be content with food and raiment."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
It's in Philippians.
Is it Philippians? Let me see. Let me get it.
Philippians chapter 4.
If you got it, get it. Get it if you got it real quick. It's
Say
1 Timothy 6:8. 1 Timothy 6:8, I think.
is it?
nope. Yeah. First Timothy.
1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 8.
Read that.
And having food and
It
raiment,
said having what?
and having food and
It
raiment,
said read on.
let us be therewith content.
So what content means is I'm satisfied with my relationship with the Most High if I can just be content or be appreciative of the smallest thing. So instead of looking at the fact that I don't have what I feel like I think I should have, or I don't have what I think other people have, and my situation is not at its best and I'm not the most comfortable, did the Most High at least give me some food today? You know, we gotta narrow down the struggle to where did I eat and did I have raiment? Raiment is clothes. So did I have clothes on my back? Did the Most High leave me naked? If the Most High didn't leave me naked, then I should still serve the Most High with my whole heart. If I ate today, the Most High still exists. He's still there. He still loves me. Let me not give up my faith. Read on.
Verse 9. And they that will be rich fall into temptation.
Okay, that's it right there. The point I was getting to was the fact that you can't look I see a lot of brothers that they worry a lot. They're worried about their situation because they can't see the Most High, how He's gonna manipulate or change or fix or intercede in their life right away, and that prevents a lot of men from coming in. They go into desperate mode. Men go into, I gotta survive, man. You know, I understand what you see, what y'all saying.
I gotta make moves, though.
I gotta make moves. I gotta eat. I got a family to feed. I got bills to pay, and they go into desperate mode. And they go into desperate mode, and then some men even go back into criminal mode.
Yep.
I gotta do what I know. I gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta do what I do best
To survive.
To survive. And that desperation mode is a mode of panic. That's a mode of fear. That's a mode of when somebody is losing their faith, losing their confidence in the Most High. The Most High wants you to see, can you hold on to having faith in Him just by having the bare necessities, and appreciate the fact that you got the bare necessities. Did you eat? Did you sleep? What we're reading about in David is real important because David is showing us the essence of what it means to be homeless. David is showing us the essence of what it means to be hungry, to be thirsty, and still not give up faith. Now, he had to be encouraged and exhorted by Jonathan. And that's what the Most High does give us. See, the Most High, when you go to James chapter 1, verse 5, read that real quick.
James chapter 1, verse 5.
Go ahead.
If any of you lack wisdom,
It said wisdom is the right way to do something. So if anybody lacks the right way to do something, and then what they're doing is not working for them, if my wisdom is not working for me in my life, if my decision making is not working for me in my life, my thought process is not where it should be, to where it's working out and I can see the fruit, I can eat of the fruit of my labor, and I'm putting in work, but I'm coming up short. He said, if any of you lack what?
If any of you lack wisdom.
So wisdom is a right way to do something. So if I'm doing something that's not working, read on.
Let him ask of the Most High.
It said what the Most High will always give you, even if your situation isn't the most comfortable, He'll always give you wisdom. He'll always make wisdom available to you so you can make life changes. You can make changes in your life so that your decisions will start working for you. And if your decisions aren't working, then you can adopt the decisions of the Most High. You can adopt the decisions of your counselors. You can adopt the decisions of your elders. They'll give you the wisdom necessary to make life a lot easier. Read on.
That giveth to all men liberally.
See, so the Most High said He never holds back, even if life is difficult and life is in a pinch. The Most High will never hold back from giving you what you ask for. He's never unfair. He's always fair. He'll take care of you at all times. He'll provide the necessary people in your life, like Jonathan came to David in that moment of crisis. He'll put the right people in your life to give you what you need to keep going. And that's what the Most High will always do. He'll always make Himself available to you if you do what? Read on.
And upbraideth not.
Go ahead. Which means to hold back. Read on.
And it shall be given him.
And it shall be given him. Read on.
But let him ask in faith.
There's only one condition that you got to have in order to believe that what you're doing will work and the advice that you're giving will work. You got to have what?
Faith.
You got to have faith.
But I got to bro, this verse is right on time with what you said. Go to Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha 25 and 12.
Ecclesiastes 25 and verse
12. Because what you're saying, Shamshawan, is that the Most High will give to all men liberally. He'll sit back and provide counsel and help to get a person through any situation that presents itself, right? But you got to have faith. Read that.
Ecclesiastes 25 and 12. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of His love.
Listen, the fear of the Most High is how you start to show the Most High that you love Him. But that second part is what I want to focus on. Read on.
And faith is the beginning of cleaving unto Him.
So listen, a person has to have faith for the Most High to acknowledge and recognize Him. But the action that comes behind faith is how much you cleave to Him. My question is, when you're going through suffering, how much do you read the Bible? How much do you pray when you're in jacked up situations? How much do you cleave to the Most High to ask for help? Everybody wants help, but what are you doing to show the Most High that your thoughts are pure in your hellish conditions? How much do you seek counsel? How much do you confess your faults? How much do you acknowledge the things you did that got you there? And how much do you read? How many of us know how many hours you got to log in to get a spirit of peace from studying? How much does everybody got to log in to find peace from the scriptures? That's the real question. Because people want to feel good. They want an immediate solution to their problem without putting the work in. What are you willing to do to cleave to the Most High so He can assist you? That's a real question. And most of us never even get to figure out how much studying do I got to go and log in to be at peace in my spirit. How much counsel coupled with studying do I need to go in and tap into to show the Most High I'm cleaving to Him?
So it's a combination. It's
a combination of receiving counsel. It's a combination of how proactive are you in your studying. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't see people having a pure perspective to the Most High without studying. I don't see it. It is very hard to stay in the right mind frame. Whether you are out here with brothers or you're in jacked up situations, away from brothers. Whether you're around brothers or not, how in the hell can you have a clear mind without cleaving to the Most High? Reading scriptures, communicating with brothers, receiving counsel. The sad thing, I think Israel wants a lot of blessings to come in them without putting in the work. You got to put in the work for the Most High to sit back here and even show you. Then the scripture says, ask, seek, and knock.
And not ask, seek, and knock.
You have to ask the Most High to pull you out of your situation. Then you have to seek. You got to sit. There's a proactiveness.
To seek is to search with relentlessness.
That's the point.
I'm going to keep pushing until the Most High answers me.
But pushing, doing the right. Hold on a second, bud. Seeking is relentless pursuit of doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And when I'm in a situation that I have no control of getting out of, you know what I do have control of? How I look at my situation. I have control of my thoughts. I have control of how positive I am in the situation. Did David have power over his condition?
Nope.
All David had power over was his thoughts and his temperament and his outlook.
Mm-hmm.
That comes from studying and prayer. How much prayer do we give to the Most High? Do you pray? And to be specific, do you pray to praise Him? Or do you pray to ask, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me? When you sit back and look at all those Psalms, there was a lot of Psalms about praising Him.
Yep.
And just thanking Him for the things that He's received. But our perception of prayer is, I want something. How come you ain't giving me what I want? We're not praising Him enough. We're not studying enough. We're not cleaving to Him enough the way He wants us to cleave to Him. We just keep complaining that our situation hasn't changed instead of doing things to get the Most High to help change our circumstances.
True.
That's where we get twisted so much. If brothers, I have issue with brothers, maybe I gotta see that I'm the issue. If brothers are backing away from me, maybe it's because of me.
Right.
Have I ever sat back here and said, damn, maybe I'm the reason people back away from me? And let me work on what's inside of me, and then the Most High will open a door for me to get restored. Everybody wants to play the victim, but nobody wants to be accountable for why they're in the situation that they're in.
Proverbs Chapter 24, verse 30.
Let's do it. Somebody get it. Proverbs 24 and 30.
Read that.
Proverbs Chapter 24 and verse 30.
Read that.
I went by the field of the slothful.
And it's the same David speaking. Read on.
And by the vineyard of the man void of understanding.
He said, I went and checked out the field of the slothful. The field is your agriculture, your work ethic.
Mm-hmm.
It represents your work ethic.
Yep.
Because how you put in work, that's what you're going to grow. Because the Most High is a reward of them that diligently seek Him. The Most High is not unfair. It's not unrighteous to forget our work and labor of love, which we have done towards His name. The Most High is righteous. He's just. Whatever work I get in, He said, if you sow bountifully, you reap bountifully. True. So the Most High is very just. So what David is examining is a man's work ethic when it comes to his situation. He said, I went by the field of the slothful. The field is where you grow your crops. You till the soil, you plant seeds, you sow seeds, you water, you groom, you clip, you prune. That's how you eat. Read on.
And by the vineyard of the man void of understanding.
Go ahead.
I gotta say this one point on what you're saying. I want to make sure men know and brothers know and sisters know that this vineyard is your spiritual vineyard. We're still gonna want your spirit inside, because men think the answer to getting themselves out of holes is working harder, making more money, getting more money out in your pocket is your solution.
Yep, not at all.
The real issue, the real jacked up field is your spirit. Everybody wants to go make more money, but nobody wants to fix what's inside of them. Fix their flaws. My field of faith is all janky. Yep. Remember we talked about in Jeremiah how Israel's spirit is like fallow ground. Fallow ground is just untouched ground. Like the school's area, that's how men's spirit are. That's what Jeremiah said men's spirit is. Right?
It's called undeveloped land.
But it's all janky, trees and bush everywhere. Cacti. You step in there, your feet are all jacked up, you're getting sticker thorns everywhere. That's your spirit.
Wow.
This is what the Most High is saying about this person void of understanding. Spiritual understanding. If field's not worked on, not developed, not tilled, well, I'm just flabbergasted as to why I'm going through jacked up situations. I ain't never learned patience, faith, discipline, humility. I never know how to keep my mouth shut and follow orders. but I don't understand why I'm not getting blessed. This is where that slothful man comes from. They don't fight their battles, but they want optimal blessings. That's that man or woman void of understanding. I'm sorry, Shamshawan.
No, it's on point. You know?
And lo.
He said, and lo. Go ahead.
It was all grown over with thorns.
And lo mean behold. It was all grown over with what?
Thorns.
Thorns. That's a sign of neglect. You've been neglecting your mindset. You've been neglecting your relationship with the Most High.
Yes.
You've been neglecting your ability to read the Bible and depend on Him in tough moments. You don't listen to counsel. That's neglect. Thorns are a sign of neglect. Those are sticker bushes.
Yep.
Sticker weeds, thorns, whatever you want to call them, man.
Or them stink weeds that smell like hell. You try to cut them out, and they're like big roots.
The milk weeds.
Yeah. The worst things ever. Right?
The damn ones that give you rashes and shit.
Yeah.
When you touch them out.
Yeah.
Poison ivy.
Yep.
Yeah. You got that all in your spirit.
Yep.
Because there's neglect involved, and that's what David is saying. Behold. What's the problem? He's saying the problem to men's life is that they neglect their spiritual well-being.
Damn.
Read on.
And nettles had covered the face thereof.
Nettles are thorns. And when you look up nettles are useless trees, is what they're called. Useless trees. Mm. There's a lot of things about you that's useless.
And you're not getting rid of them.
And you're not getting rid of it. There's useless parts about you that does no good, that you hold on to, that you think is beneficial. And what is useless? Read on.
And the stone wall thereof was broken down.
Go ahead.
Then I saw and considered it well.
Then I considered what? I'm looking at the way a man's mind works. He's using an analogy of the outer exterior or the vineyard of a person to give you an idea about the inside of a man's mind.
It said the stone wall is broken down. All your fortifications to protect the field from animals, creatures, invaders
Raiders.
Wide open. All of your fortifications, there are no fortifications in your spirit. And you wonder why all these negative thoughts and these lusts and these inhibitions just dominate you. Because you don't create a hedge and a protection for your spirit. You don't sit back here and put the necessary work of cleaving to the Most High. How much? Once again, I don't study. I don't read. I don't surround myself around strong people. I don't put the work in to fortify my mind, not to allow every thought to come into my head and dominate me. How much work are you willing to put in to strengthen yourself? Determines how fortified your spirit is. This is the point. But everybody wants to know why. I don't know why the Most High is with me. I don't know why the Most High is not protecting me. Because you're not putting the work in. Or you're not letting teachers help you put the work in. You know, the funny thing is this. You guys give teachers too much credit. And teachers give themselves too much credit.
Exactly.
You know why? All we can do is guide you. All we can do is try to inspire you to open the book up on your own. You know what I realized about Israel has a big problem with? Israel can sit back here and be spiritual for 2 to 3 hours. Maybe it's Shabbat. But when they go home, how many of y'all read when y'all go home? I'm not asking you. No. Thank you I'm glad that you do read the Bible.
I've been waiting for that question forever.
Water, brother. He was like, I do. I read the Bible when I get home. My point is a lot of us don't.
Majority.
The majority of us don't, and we wonder why we can't control our thoughts. Why we're paranoid. We're stressed out. We have heightened anxiety. We have doubt, fear. We're angry. We want to put hands on people.
Panic.
We're panicking. Dealing with anxiety. Because you don't study. You don't read the Bible. You don't take this home with you. Israel takes this truth like it's religion, like it's church. What the purpose of this is not to take it and make it church. This is not about making things transactional. You give us money and then we make you feel good. We're trying to give you the keys to take this word and be potent in your own life for Christ. But if you don't do the work, your spiritual house is going to be messed up. The wall is going to be broken down like it's being explained in Proverbs 24.
Read on.
Sorry. I looked upon it and received instruction.
Go ahead.
Yet a little sleep.
And it said this is how this man got to this condition. A little what?
A little sleep.
Go ahead.
A little slumber.
Read on.
A little folding of the hands to sleep.
Go ahead.
So shall thy poverty come as one that travaileth.
That traveleth.
Traveleth.
That's right. A poverty shall come as a man that traveleth. A traveleth man that is desperate. That now I'm in a desperate situation because I didn't do anything as far as preparation to solidify my situation. When you go to Proverbs Chapter 24, read verse 27.
Proverbs Chapter 24 and verse 27. Prepare thy work without.
It said, prepare thy work without means to build walls around your work. Like what Ward just brought out. He brought out the fact that your spirit is without protection. It's bombarded with different thoughts. There's no gates, there's no hedges, there's no fences about it. He says you got to prepare. He said the first thing that you got to do when you're building something is make walls.
Yep.
You got to make borders. You got to make perimeters. You got to make limitations.
Which means there's certain things that come into your mind and your thoughts that you are not supposed to allow to come in.
I will not accept this thought.
Then that's the point. But our mind is so open. Every little thought that comes in our head, we entertain it. We play with it. We nurture it. We feed it. If he's telling you that your mind there's supposed to be gates and hedges and protections, that means you have to learn to not give your mind to whatever impulse hits it. But does Israel work on that when they go home? Or do you sit back here and it's like whatever the hell happens, and you go to the schoolhouse and get it cleaned up so you can go mess it up again tomorrow? That's the insane process that Israel goes through. That's the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Keep going, Shamshawan. I'm sorry.
No, read that again.
So shall thy poverty.
No, read verse 27.
Verse 27. Prepare thy work without.
So he said the first thing you do when you're building anything, you make borders. You make fences. You make walls. You make hedges. You protect what comes in and what goes out. You make barriers about, I don't entertain certain thoughts. I don't allow certain thoughts to come in my mind. Go ahead.
And make it fit for thyself.
And then you make the ground fit. How do you make the ground fit? You till the ground. You turn the ground over. You start rooting out the things that's no good about you. That's how you make the ground fit.
But that's what you have to do.
Right, that's your responsibility.
The teacher can't do that for you.
It's not the teacher's job.
You got to do it. Now the teacher gives you the tools. Okay, this is a hole. This helps take away all the roots. This can turn the ground over. I'll give you this animal. This
is a shovel.
This is a shovel. These are the tools you need to clean up your house. Here's you have access to bricks to create a fortified surrounding. This is what we give you. Class, teaching, exhortation, brotherhood. You get the tools to clean up your house and your field.
And then you get men that are strong around you to support you in your endeavors. And sustain you until you're able to build for yourself.
But you still got to do it.
I got a full scripture real quick. Which points to side scripture. Proverbs 12:11. He that tilleth his land shall be satisfied with bread, but he that followeth vain persons is void of understanding. So I got all these dimensions of my life, all these different areas of my spirit, all this fallow ground I need to work on. Am I going to follow vain people? Or am I going to sit here and get to work so I can be satisfied with some kind of benefit?
Because vain people are just people that have pursuits that aren't leading to any growth. They're just leading for the flesh. They're just leading to fill the flesh. Versus, am I going to sit back here every day and say, you know what, I got to work on my doubt. I have to work on my negative outlook. I have an issue with following and listening. Let me work on it. I have a problem with being rebellious. Let me work on that. I have a problem. I don't study it all. Let me work on that. I got to sit back here and be more thankful for what the Most High gives me. I learn to pray. I learn to reach out to the Most High. There's a ton of things I can work on to build me. Or am I going to pursue vain things?
And it's
a feeling, a sensation.
A feeling, a sensation, a dream, an idea, something uncertain. So if I'm sitting here in my field, I have no outline. I have no walls established in my field. The ground's going wild.
Yeah.
What am I going to expect?
More chaos. But this is what happens when we don't listen. This is the issue. Everything's torn up inside, but people still are angry that the Most High doesn't look after them. But your field is a mess. You've done nothing to build your spirit up.
We didn't prepare. There's no preparation made.
And that's the point. Listen, at least David was doing good works, had an understanding of his battle, and just had to learn to wait while keeping. The thing is this, David already showed he was capable of good works. What David hadn't shown is, can I keep doing good works and not get discouraged when I'm not immediately rewarded for good works? A lot of us haven't even learned what it takes to do good works and what it takes to maintain a work ethic of doing good works. See how the Most High starts to stair step you? He showed that he was faithful in doing good works in his youth. Then he had an opportunity to show the world, and he did it, and it succeeded. Now the Most High was like, okay, can you keep doing good works while you're facing the utmost resistance? Then I can bless you to the highest level. But most of us haven't even learned, well, like I said, how many of us understand how many hours or minutes you have to log in that a demon or spirit can just rise off you. If I'm feeling lust, and if my lust is riding on me, how much do you have to study to get that spirit off of you? If you're feeling down and depressed, how much studying and counseling do you need to log in for that spirit to bounce off of you? These are the things we have to learn how to start mastering in ourselves.
This connected to clean hands make a man strong and
strong. But the clean hands, there is a method and a process to obtaining clean hands. There's a level of studying and work ethic you have to log in and get to that point. How hard are you willing to work for this spirit to come off of you?
So you're saying that my condition is based on my lack of preparation.
You know, Jake understands. Jake understands. Okay, if I want to cut my 40 time down, I can work on my footwork. I'm gonna work on my ladders. I'm gonna do ladder drills. I'm gonna sit back and work on my start. I'm gonna work on my stride. I'm working running on my toes so I can scrape the ground. That's what track guys talk about. Scrape the ground.
Technique.
There's technique. I gotta kick my knees up. I gotta have a lean for like 10 steps. Then I start striding out. I have to stay low for 10 steps. Then I start rising up, stride out, stay connected, but stay relaxed. There's a technique to running. There's a technique to running routes, throwing passes. And you understand that I have to log in so many passes to get a result. I have to shoot so many buckets to get a rhythm. But we don't understand how much you got to study to take a spirit off of you. How much you got to study to create peace of mind in your spirit. Anyway, I don't understand that.
Nothing's changing.
I don't understand that. Nothing's changing. But if it's about being physical, you can learn. You can tap into that. How much game you got to spit to get a girl to be into you? How much you got to call her before she gives in? How many dates you gonna need to bag this one? Jake understands that, don't they? That's easy. Oh, dog, this is what you got to say, Joe. This is what you got to say, my dude. But how about reading the Bible to take a lust spirit off? Oh, I don't know about that one, man. I don't know about that one, dog.
Pray for me.
Pray for me. Yeah, right. But there's a solution to every other thing in the flesh. And we don't understand why the Most High is not with us. It's very simple. Do you study? Like Esau, do you know how to unplug? That's what Esau calls it. You know how to unplug? When you go home, are you on your TV and your phones and all the other distractions? Can you just go home, cut everything off, and study? Who can do that? Or who gets sleepy? Who's doing this? So whenever you get sleepy, you give in? How long are you going to fight that sleep demon? How many of y'all have felt that sleep spirit and pushed through it? And you're not sleeping anymore. How many of y'all can realize that's a sleep spirit versus your body really needs more sleep? How about this? How many of y'all have slept like 10 hours and you wake up and you're still tired? So when are you going to realize that all that sleep is an illusion? How much more sleep you need? 2 more hours? How many of y'all do this? You sleep 10 hours, you get up, eat a bowl of cereal, and you knock out 3 more hours. Sunday sleep. When you was in your teenage years, you do that? Listen, the point is, how much sleep do you need? And when are we going to learn to stop listening to what our flesh tells us? That's when you can start gaining leverage, not even say leverage, headway with the Most High. Are you fighting? If my flesh is telling me to sleep, can I stand up and just not give in?
You'll get a response.
And then you'll see, you all of a sudden just feel something leave you. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah.
Listen, your head, it feels like, we always joke, that there's little men that hold on to your eyelashes out, trying to pull, like, wee, and they're going to pull you down, like, and there's like 15 little men out, like, keeping their elbows out, and they're like, sleep, close, bring this guy's eyelids down. But you fight it long enough, you drink water, you put water on your face, do push-ups, you just keep reading louder, out loud, and all of a sudden, poof, it leaves you. That's a spirit. It really wasn't the fact that I had to sleep, because now I'm up.
It's like, oh, he ain't gonna stop fighting. I'm out, man.
That's the point.
Yep.
Resist the devil, and he shall flee from you.
You had a question, Quan?
Yes, Quan?
That just happened right now.
Thank you.
Testimony.
The testimony of the Lord is here. Preach, brother, preach. But it's the truth. It happens in class all the time. You're nodding out, you're like, oh, but if you keep fighting it, it will leave you. Now you're wide awake. Now you can learn. But do we do that at home? Shit. You get the slobber on the Bible app. The Bible gets all slobbery at. It's like, why is this Bible all crunchy feeling now? Because you got spit on it. That's the ultimate, like, listen, for our people, you want to, and you're up and you got insomnia, the way you break Jake's insomnia, give him a Bible out. They're gone out. You give him a Bible, you read 5 chapters and call me in the morning out. You won't get to the 5th out. And the Lord said,
I've been reading all night. I can't.
Nah, bro. You might get through a chapter and Jake is out. Because we don't have no discipline, no mental discipline. Anyway, I'm just trying to paint a picture about fighting. There's younger brothers here today in class trying to paint the picture of fighting your battle and acknowledging, if I want the Most High to look after me, I got to give him something.
And my field,
something spiritual.
My field can't be bare. I should have got up in the morning. I should have got that fallow ground right, built those walls, done all the work that's necessary, get rid of them thistles.
Yeah.
Them thorns.
Them thorns.
Them sticker thorns.
So most I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and allow this to grow. I'll go ahead and bless some vegetables over here.
This is the point. But you know what the problem is? Israel, they'll see this big old mess of a field, and they just don't want to touch it. They'll keep it followed. I'm going to keep this land followed, and I'm going to stick to what I'm good at. And wonder why the Most High doesn't acknowledge you. Anyway, I think we drove that point solid enough. Any more on that point? Y'all want to bring up?
Let's finish that Proverbs 24.
Yeah.
Proverbs 24.
33 and 34.
33 and 34?
He wants to jump down now.
Yes.
Proverbs Chapter 24 verse 33. Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep.
All of this is neglect.
Yep.
Read on.
So shall thy poverty.
It says, so shall thy poverty. Your poverty is what you need. Your lack, what you lack. You're going to have a lot of needs. So you compromise the things that you need in life for some sleep. Yep. You compromise comfort instead of sacrifice. And then now the situation that you're in is what? Read on.
So shall thy poverty come as one that traveleth, and thy want as an armed man.
An armed man is a man with a pistol. An armed man is a man that's going to stick you up.
Desperate.
He's desperate. He's going to stick you up. Now he's let his opportunities and his blessings be overgrown with thorns. He was neglectful when it came to things that he needs spiritually. Now he has to be on a rampage to take. Now I got to get what I need. Now I don't got no time for nothing, man. I got to eat right now. But the whole time I could have been preparing the field to feed me for a long period of time. But I haven't been preparing myself. I've been chasing fun. I've been looking for fun. I've been looking for joy. I've been trying to party. I've been trying to indulge myself. I've been trying to, live free. I'm trying to live a carefree lifestyle. I'm trying to enjoy myself. I'm trying to travel.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden you're hungry. Now all of a sudden there ain't no house. Now all of a sudden you don't got what you need. But where does it come from? David is explaining Where did this need come from? And why are you so desperate right now? Because when the opportunity was in front of you, you let it grow, you let it overgrow with thorns. You did nothing about your spiritual well-being.
Yep.
Now you're in a situation where you're desperate. And that's how men come into the truth. They come into the truth desperate, or they become desperate. And it didn't have to be that way. All they had to do was start working on the things around them. Build a wall, till the ground, turn the ground over, pull out the thorns in yourself. Look at the things about you that's no good. Pull out the useless branches about you. What's useless about you? Your pride, your opinion,
Yep.
your work ethic, your study ethic, your prayer level, how much you pray. All that is low.
Yep.
And then we wonder why our situation is so in demand.
And then brothers come to the truth, and they want the job and the house and the blessings quick. You got to earn that, man.
Within 6 months,
You're not
everything changed.
You're not going to get it unless you give the Most High what He wants, and that's what people don't understand.
Right.
They expect the church to sit back here and cover them and give them all these things and get them back on your feet. You get yourself on your feet when you commit yourself to the Most High. He builds you up. He uplifts you. But you got to give Him what He wants before you get what you want.
There was a hand up. You got a hand up?
I think you answered.
Okay, got it. All right.
Okay.
I'm glad we brought that out, though, because it's important to see David's approach versus our own approach. Look what David's doing. He's going to the thorn. He's accepting the wilderness.
God.
He's cold at night.
He's cold. He's suffering.
Hot day. He's still writing them songs.
He's thirsty and hungry, but he's still doing the right thing. And the Most High is trying to ask him, he's asking him, are you serious about me when it benefits you only? Or when it doesn't benefit you, is it about righteousness?
Do I have a one-sided relationship with the Father?
And this is why, listen, this is the mindset the Most High was trying to get David to ultimately accept. It's Luke 17:10. Then we're going to go to back to the point.
Luke chapter 17, verse 10. So likewise ye, when ye shall have done all those things which are commanded you, say, we are unprofitable servants. We have done that which was our duty to do.
This is the mindset. Can we sit back and accept that we're unprofitable servants and we're doing what we're supposed to do without any expectations? This is the mindset He's expecting of us. He commands us to study. He commands us to work on our spirit. He commands us to do our job for the Most High. And at the end of the day, we're not supposed to be, what am I getting out to do? Mm-hmm. I deserve this. I deserve that.
That's true.
At the end of the day, it should be we are unprofitable servants. We're doing as we're commanded to do, nothing more, nothing less. That's what He's expecting all of us to become. Can I do these good works? Can I push myself past my limitations because I'm chosen to do so? That's it. That's what He wants from us. This is what He wants from David. Can I sit back here and do this good, knowing that this guy just wants to kill me and take me off the chessboard?
Yeah.
And can I be okay with that? Can I be okay with living in limbo for a temporary period of time? That feels like forever. It don't feel temporary. It felt like forever. Let that go. We're going to hold off on antiquities for this paragraph. No, let's keep going. We're in antiquities.
Paragraph
13.
2, line 276, page 172.
Go back to he told him that such happiness.
Okay. He told him that such happiness uses to come with great labor and pain.
The bigger the blessings, the more you have to go through labor and pains to attain them. Read on.
They also took oaths that they would all their lives long continue in goodwill and fidelity one to another. And he called the Most High to witness as to what execrations he had made upon himself if he should transgress his covenant and should change to a contrary behavior. So Jonathan left him there, having rendered his cares and fears somewhat lighter.
So what he says is Jonathan's counsel made him feel better. And all the cares and stress that David had they weren't as difficult, they weren't as burdensome as they once were. Read on.
And returned home. Line 277.
You read that the other day, I think. That way, you talking about a man's counsel is like medicine.
Come. It says
Yeah, just pull that.
A friend of the, I'm gonna pull it.
Yeah.
I know once Proverbs 27:17. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to sharpen my brothers up, with encouragement, critique.
Mm-hmm.
It says a friend like a medicine, right?
Yeah.
Do it good.
That's Ecclesiastes 6 and 16. Read that.
Ecclesiastes Chapter 6, verse 16. A faithful friend.
It says what?
A faithful friend.
And that's what Jonathan was to David. He was faithful, man. He came out to him in a moment of crisis and distress. He said a faithful friend. Go ahead.
A faithful friend is the medicine of life.
And when you're in a situation where you're down and out, you're in a situation where you're at a bottom, you hit rock bottom, or you're at a low point in your life, you need faithful friends. You need friends that'll be there with you and suffer with you, or help exhort you to come out of the situation. Be there with you where you're not alone, where you feel like I gotta go through this by myself. No, you don't have to go through this by yourself. It said a faithful friend is what?
The medicine of life.
And this is why David was relieved of some of that stress or that strain of, man, how am I gonna make it? Or is Saul gonna eventually catch up to me? Let that go and go back to where we're at in Josephus.
Line 277 in the Josephus, chapter 13, paragraph 2. Now the men of Ziph, to gratify Saul, informed him that David abode with them, and assured him that if he would come to them, they would deliver him up. For that if the king was seized on the straits of Ziph, David would not escape to any other people.
Man, they had him locked in, and they had him wedged in. They had him wedged in a tight spot in the desert, so there was only one way out. He said, if we guarantee you, if you come in and attack him from this particular angle, there's no way to escape. You got him trapped if you attack him, if you bring an army from this particular area. Go ahead.
So the king commended them and confessed that he had reason to thank them.
Well, first of all, they double snitched on him, man. They just didn't say, listen, he's over there. They told him how to get in the corner of mine, so there was no way to escape by.
Yeah.
That was worse, Anyway, I'm sorry, but keep going now.
And had reason to thank them, because they had given him information of his enemy.
And saw in the Bible, it's like, thank the Lord. The Most High sit back here and bless me with y'all. Like, thank y'all. It's going to explain that, but keep going.
And he promised them that it should not be long ere he would requite their kindness. He also sent men to seek for David, and to search the wilderness wherein he was. And he promised that he himself would follow them. Accordingly, they went before the king to hunt for and to catch David, and used endeavors not only to show their goodwill to Saul by informing him where his enemy was, but to evidence the same more plainly by delivering him up into his power. But these men failed of those their unjust and wicked desires, who, while they underwent no hazard by not discovering such an ambition of revealing this to Saul, yet did they falsely accuse and promise to deliver up a man beloved of the Most High, and one that was unjustly sought after to be put to death, and one that might otherwise have lain concealed, and this out of flattery and expectation of gain from the king.
Come.
For when David was apprised of the malignant intentions of the men of Ziph and the approach of Saul, he left the straits of that country and fled to the great rock that was in the wilderness of Moab.
He's going from wilderness to wilderness. He's constantly bouncing from one crappy place to another crappy place. So let's go in the Bible now. Who's next?
I'm still reading.
Okay. Let's get you.
Verse 20.
Yeah. Read verse 20 then.
Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 23, verse 20
Correct.
reads, Now therefore, O king, come down according to all the desire of thy soul to come down. And our part shall be to deliver him into the king's hand. And Saul said, Blessed be ye of the Lord, for ye have compassion on me. Go, I pray you.
So you're blessed of the Most High if you give him what he needs.
Exactly. You're blessed.
What a one-way kind of guy.
He's a real one-way guy. You're right. Keep going.
Go, I pray you, prepare yet, and know and see his place.
I gotta say this too. And this is how people become bad people when they leave their training. Because at one time Saul was, it said, is not Saul numbered amongst the prophets, meaning he was trained, he was developed. But you can see over time how he got Doeg and got these Amalek kings, and he started getting advice and information outside of his training. You can see how he diminished mentally because he was so far away from his training. So that should be motivation enough to hold on to everything I'm told, hold on to everything I'm shown, to hold on to all the righteous experience I've been getting. You have to make it your personal intent to hold on to the lessons the Most High has given you, or you will drift into delusion, just like Saul did. Read.
Come. And know and see his place where his hunt is, and who have seen him there. For it is told me that he dealeth very subtly. See therefore and take knowledge of all the lurking places where he hideth himself. And come ye again to me with the certainty, and I will go with you. And it shall come to pass, if he be in the land, that I will search out, Salakia, that I will search him out throughout all the thousands of Judah.
Out of Judah. So he's like, do the intel, let me know exactly where he's at, and then make the move. Read on.
Verse 24. And they arose and went to Zeph before Saul. But David and his men were in the wilderness of Moab, in the place on the south of Jeshimon. Saul also and his men went to seek him. And they told David, wherefore he came down into a rock and abode in the wilderness of Moab. And when Saul heard that, he pursued after David in the wilderness of Moab.
So his conscience, this man's pursuing me. I'm doing everything right. I'm trying to maintain my integrity. And the problems keep coming. The pursuit keeps coming. The pressure keeps intensifying. Read.
Verse 26. And Saul went on this side of the mountain, and David and his men on that side of the mountain.
So now it's getting closer. The heat is on.
Good.
Read.
And David made haste to get away for fear of Saul.
So here he went to Moab, right? He went to wilderness of Moab? And they followed him, right? Okay, cool. So they're following him, he's pursuing him. Let's keep going.
For Saul and his men compassed David and his men round about to take them. But there came a messenger unto Saul, saying, Haste thee, and come, for the Philistines have invaded the land.
So listen, the crazy thing is the Most High sat back here and saved David. Because he got word that the Philistines were about to sit back here and ransack him.
Wow.
Listen, he's getting listen, David continues to get saved by the skin of his teeth, so to speak.
Yeah. Right at the last minute.
Huh.
He was right at the last. This dude's on the same mountain. They're like, it's like, you know, somebody's chasing you in that car and they try to get you out, and you go around the front of the car and in the back. And you're doing this. You're trying to avoid. It's like that on that mountain now.
Keep going.
Verse 28. 1 Psalms chapter 23.
1 Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 28.
Yes.
Wherefore Saul returned from pursuing.
So Saul had to say, listen, let me put my personal pursuits down because I have a bigger thing I'm going to lose. I can't lose my kingdom to these Philistines.
Yep.
Most High purposely split Saul's mind like that in defense of who? Of his servant. So all David had to do was be appreciative and thankful and be a good servant.
We're going to go into a little more specifics in the Josephus.
Let's keep going.
So next, it's going to be next man. It's going to be Nathaniel. But hold tight. Let's keep Josephus.
Paragraph 3?
Yeah, paragraph 3 and 4.
Josephus, page 173. Paragraph 3. Hereupon Saul made haste to pursue him thither, for as he was marching, he learned that David was going away from the straits of Ziph, and Saul removed to the other side of the rock. But the report that the Philistines had again made an incursion into the country of the Hebrews called Saul another way from the pursuit of David. When he was ready to be caught, for he returned back again to oppose those Philistines, who were naturally their enemies, as judging it more necessary to avenge himself of them than to take a great deal of pains to catch an enemy of his own, and to overlook the ravage that was made in the land.
So this is how the Most High consistently looks after you. He'll create scenarios that you could never foretold to sit back here and look at. Most High allowed the Philistines to start another damn fight to pull them out to save David's life. This is how the Most High works. You know what's crazy? This is how David knows without a shadow of a doubt it was the Most High. And it wasn't him, it wasn't his wisdom, it wasn't his ingenuity. And like Saul said, he operates in subtlety.
Yeah.
Most High was like, nah, David, yeah, you work with you're smart and you're wise, but I got you out of this.
It was me.
I bailed you out.
It wasn't they like, oh man, I was just so slick.
I was smart. Listen, I sat back here. Remember that damn movie that what was that? It was that pimp movie where all black folks love how the pimp guy got out the game, took the money out.
Yeah.
And he outsmarted Esau.
That's all the black
Jake loves those type of themes.
Hell Up in Harlem, all those movies.
Yeah.
They always laid it down and got stuck one to the man. They got a victory over the man.
Exactly, but that's not real. The Most High, listen, you're not getting any victories unless it's through me. But let's keep going. Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4. And by this means David unexpectedly escaped out of the danger he was in, and came to the straits of En-Gedi. And when Saul had driven the Philistines out of the land, there came some messengers, who told him that David abode within the bounds of En-Gedi.
So listen, this war is still on. It's constantly being pushed to this peak. So now David's in En-Gedi with his 600 men.
They're tracking him, man.
They're tracking him, huh?
Like literally expert trackers.
Yeah, and he's obviously told everybody in the cities, if you find David, let me know. I'm going to reward you. So if you throw rewards in there, they're going to get you out.
Bounty, yeah.
They're going to snitch on you out. So now he's constantly in fear of his life. He's in En-Gedi. There we go. We're back. Yeah. It looks like we're back on.
I go back a little bit.
Con, I think we're back on. Yep. Good. All right, we're back on. All right. The water for y'all patience. This internet is going bananas, man. Internet's going nuts out. So where we're at,
I'm reading line 283 again.
Yeah, read that, sir.
Line 283. So he took 3,000 chosen men that were armed, and made haste to him.
Yep.
And when he was not far from those places, he saw a deep and hollow cave by the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
It was open to a great length and breadth.
So he didn't know that they were in there.
Yeah.
He didn't know that this was the spot. Read on.
And there it was that David with his 400 men were concealed. When therefore he had occasion to ease nature, I just called him, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When therefore he had occasion to ease nature, he entered into it by himself alone.
Because he was going to get caught slipping, huh? He had to go ease nature.
Right.
So he goes into a cave, handles his business, doesn't think nothing about it. Read on.
And being seen by one of David's companions, and he saw that him saying to him that he had now, by the Most High's providence.
So now you got one of David's guys saying the Most High got him.
Yeah.
You gonna catch him slipping. The Most High now take him. Oh, listen, we've been in this desert for years. Struggling, thirsty, hungry on the run.
It's time.
This is your chance to get out.
To be out.
And it was the Most High did this. That's how a man get caught slipping, focusing on the wrong things.
That's true.
The Most High opened this door for you. This guy's relieving himself in the caves. One of the spies see him. Okay, you can get him, David. Let's get him. Read on.
And he that saw him saying, to him that he had now, by the Most High's providence, an opportunity of avenging himself of his adversary, and advising him to cut off his head, and so deliver himself out of...
If David made this decision now, it'd be a whole different story.
I know. Most I wouldn't have honored it down the line. Read on.
And advising him to cut off his head, and so deliver himself out of that tedious wandering condition.
He said, man, listen, forget this struggle out. You can get out of the struggle out.
Tedious wandering, that's a bad place to be at.
I know. He's like, you can get out of this hell right now. This is your chance. Read on.
And the distress he was in, he rose up and only cut off the skirt of that garment which Saul had on.
So what it means is him relieving himself wasn't the restroom. He just went to take a nap.
Okay.
It had to be. How you want somebody to take his garment when he's taking a dump?
Doesn't work.
I don't think it is, man. Huh?
Say he's nature.
Well, because you know what the crazy thing is? Because in Samuel 24 it says Saul went in to cover his feet. So I think he wanted to rest, man. That's what I think. I don't know 100% sure, but this says ease nature, and the Bible doesn't say ease nature.
How could he not? How could he not know David?
Or he might have eased his nature and then rested.
Well, you always say the Bible.
Yeah.
I'm saying this. He had to be unconscious.
For him to sit back here and take
I will
a
walk
piece of
up
the
to
garment.
you and take part of your clothes out.
That's what I'm saying. That's not going to happen if you're awake and looking at him, man.
You may fuss with the toilet.
But let's keep going.
It happens to people though.
But he soon repented of what he had done, and said it was not right to kill him that was his master.
Now, read it a little further up. It says,
I got you. And advising him to cut off his head, and so deliver himself out of that tedious wandering condition, and the distress he was in, he rose up and only cut off the skirt of that garment which Saul had on.
Saul had to be asleep. Read on.
But he soon repented of what he had done.
He still feel bad about tearing his garment off. He feel bad about tearing his garment. Read on.
And it said it was not right to kill him that was his master, and one whom the Most High had thought worthy of the kingdom. For that although he were wickedly disposed towards us, yet does it not behoove me to be so disposed towards him. But when Saul had left the cave, David came near and cried out aloud, and desired Saul to hear him.
So he must have rested, woke up, started leaving, didn't realize the garment was torn. Read on.
Whereupon the king turned his face back.
So he was still in the cave. Read on.
And David, according to custom, fell down on his face before the king, and bowed to him, and said, O king, thou oughtest not to hearken to wicked men.
Because Saul was only listening to people that was going to tell him what he wanted to hear. He wasn't listening to the priests, wise men, prophets, nothing. Read on.
Nor to such as forge calamities, nor to gratify them so far as to believe what they say, nor to entertain suspicions of such as are your best friends, but to judge of the dispositions of all men by their actions.
You should be judging men by what a person does, not what your crew tells you. Read on.
For calumny deludes men.
Let's look up calumny.
Calamity?
No, calumny.
Okay.
Calumny. Is that it? I think I'm spelling it wrong. Yeah, calumny.
How you spell it?
Where you at in Josephus?
Calumny.
It's C-A-L-U-M-N-Y. Calumny. Okay.
286, which is deludes men.
When he finished talking, yes. Read it out.
Calumny.
286.
Slander. False accusation of a crime or offense, knowingly or maliciously made or reported, to the injury of another.
And this is where, matter of fact.
Yeah, I got one.
Hold on. Read it from the top again.
Slander. False accusation of a crime or offense.
Calumny is really the 9th commandment, where it says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." Because it's your witness, it's what's going to cause another person's life to be at risk. Your false story. Keep going.
Knowingly or maliciously made or reported.
So a person is maliciously reporting negative about you so that you will fall. That's the literal direct sin. Read on.
To the injury of another. False representation of facts reproachful to another, made by design and with knowledge of its falsehood, sometimes followed by neglected calumny soon expired.
What you got?
A misrepresentation intended to harm another's reputation.
And that's where the lie comes in, and that's what the 9th commandment talks about when it says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." Because you're sitting back here and lying against your neighbor, that means your neighbor's going to lose something because you're lying.
Yep.
Your neighbor's going to get put to death, or his family's going to get changed permanently because you're lying on him. That was the sin. That's what the lying was. That was the issue that the Most High had. One, it was the bearing false witness, but that bearing false witness could affect another person's life. Okay, so it says calumny deludes men. It waters down men. Read on.
Line 286. For calumny deludes men, but men's own actions are a clear demonstration of their kindness.
Wow.
I'll read it again.
Come.
Line 286. For calumny deludes men, but men's own actions are a clear demonstration of their kindness.
So if you want to see if a person is kind, look at what they do every day for the body. Look at their daily sacrifice for one another will determine a person's kindness. Not false accusations and lies. Look at what a person does every day, and you can determine where a person's really at. Read on.
Words indeed, in their own nature, may be either true or false, but men's actions expose their intentions nakedly to our view.
Wow. A person's actions will determine where a person's at, not their words. You can lie with words, but looking at a person's actions will give you a clear view of where a person's at. This is what David is checking Saul in this cave out. Telling him this. Read on.
By these, therefore, it would be well for thee to believe me, as to my regard to thee and to thy house, and not to believe those that frame such accusations against me as never came into my mind, nor are possible to be executed, and do this further by pursuing after my life, and have no concern either day or night, but how to compass my life and to murder me, which thing I think thou dost unjustly prosecute. For how comes it about that thou hast embraced this false opinion about me, as if I had desired to kill thee?
Because that was the narrative Saul was pushing to justify killing David. All he could say is, David was trying to kill me, so I got to kill him. And that was the narrative that was established. So David was trying to...
Which is what he was trying to do.
I know that. But he had to sit back. He was projecting again at him. But David,
you trying to kill me?
I know. You trying to kill him. But keep going.
Or how canst thou escape the crime of impiety towards the Most High, when thou wishest thou couldst kill, and deemest thine adversary a man who had it in his power this day to avenge himself and to punish thee, but would not do it?
He said, I chose not to kill you to try to prove my innocency to you. I'm trying to prove that I'm innocent by what I'm doing even today. I could have killed you and I didn't do it. Read on.
Nor make use of such an opportunity, which, if it had fallen out to thee, against me, thou hadst not let it slip. For when I cut off the skirt of thy garment, I could have done the same to thy head.
Come.
So he showed him the piece of his garment, and thereby made him agree to what he said to be true.
He said, yes, he says, this is the garment that I took. I took this from you. I could have chopped your head off, but I didn't do it. And I didn't do it to show you that I'm innocent on all charges. I didn't do what you're saying that I'm doing, or I didn't do what what your people are saying. He even said it in a nice way. He knew damn well that Saul was trying to kill him. But the way he worded it was, listen, don't listen to these advisors that are saying that I'm out to get you. I'm not out to get you. Look at what I'm doing. He still worded his words perfectly. He could have said, man, I know you're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me. Why are you trying to kill me? He said, your guys are trying to kill me. Why are you listening to their accusations about me? Why are you doing this? Why are you listening to them? Look at my actions. Have my actions ever showed that I'm out to get you? Even now, I only tore your garment. I didn't kill you. I'm out to look after you. Read on.
And when one verse, David said this also in Proverbs. Read it real quick. It says, "Be not a witness against thy neighbor without cause, and deceive not with thy lips. Say not, I will do so to him as he hath done to me. I will render to the man according to his work." So he said, don't be like that. David understands what it means to be falsely accused and set up, and when somebody wants revenge on you for no reason and no cause. So David is saying, don't be like this guy. Don't be like Saul, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't have that Saul mentality. I'm going to get him trying to get me. I'm going to get him back.
That's why the black community is destroyed.
Yeah.
That alone is the reason why the black community don't work.
Yep.
We're all going back and forth with each other.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep going.
We're line 289. I could have done the same to thy head. So he showed him the piece of his garment, and thereby made him agree to what he said to be true, and added, I, for certain, have abstained from taking a just revenge upon thee.
Keep going. Yeah.
Yet art thou not ashamed to prosecute me with unjust hatred?
That's why I said, you're not ashamed to prosecute me with unjust hatred. That's why he's telling Saul, he's asking Saul a question to really speak to his spirit. He's speaking to his fury. He's speaking to his anger. And he's trying to put common sense into this man. I had you cornered. I had you in the cave. I could have killed you, and I chose not to. I spared your life. Now that should be evidence as a token of my sincerity that I'm not trying to get you. Now, do you think it's fair that you try to kill me and I'm not even trying to come at you, even when I had opportunity? Read on.
May the Most High do justice and determine about each of our dispositions.
Once again, David displayed elements of Christ. Why do I say that? Why do I say that David displayed elements of Christ?
Now, he was able to take himself out of the situation, and
right.
Focus primarily on what would be most pleasing to the Father.
Absolutely, exactly. That's how David, even at this time, showed elements of Christ. To prove that, go to 1 Peter Chapter 1, verse 20. But read that part you got again, and
1 Peter 1,
that part that you just had, and
May the Most High do justice.
Yeah.
1 Peter 1:20.
No, let him read this first.
May the Most High do justice and determine about each of our dispositions.
So David said, "What, man? You know what? I'm not gonna be the one to be at fault. I'll suffer myself to be defrauded. Seeing that you have this art against me, you have this this desire to harm me. Read on.
Go. But
hold on. It's not First Peter. It's where it says. Hold on. Let me get it real quick. It's not First Peter 1. I'm sorry. It's
So David was showing elements of Christ.
Yes.
He was tapped into the Most High to the point where he could think like Christ.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Give me the verse where it says that where Christ said
my Lord, thy Lord?
No, he said, but he left it up to the Most High, to him to judge his righteousness.
Okay. Oh, that judge. Right.
1 Peter 2 and 23. I'm sorry. 1 Peter 2 and 23.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
First Peter.
Who then? Who
yeah,
and
go,
who
yeah,
about?
yeah. 1 Peter Chapter 2 verse 23.
Right.
Yeah.
1 Peter 2 to 23.
Start at verse 21. And my bad, Salaki. Read that part of Josephus, that last part of Josephus. Because you can see how the integrity of Christ and the integrity of David are very similar. Read that part one more time, Josephus.
May the Most High do justice.
Now David is saying, I'll let the Most High decide who's right and wrong. Meaning, I'm not going to take vengeance upon myself and to avenge my situation upon you. I'm going to leave it up to him. And you got to do this with brothers sometimes. Yep. Sometimes brothers have an art against you, and it really is baseless. But you got to be like, you know what? Let me remain innocent and not try to defend myself. Let me just keep being a brother. I'll let the Most High decide if your issue that you have with me is valid or invalid. So David said, I'll let the Most High decide who's right and wrong between me and you.
The disposition is phenomenal.
1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 23.
And how do you know David and Christ had similar mindsets? Because of this right here. Read on.
You want from 22?
Start verse 21.
Verse 21. 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 21. For even hereunto were ye called.
You as a Hebrew Israelite are called to have this same mentality when you have an issue with people. You got to be able to let the Most High decide who's right and wrong, and not try to take vengeance upon your own self and take vengeance upon your own hands and say, I got to get this person and deal with this person like they're dealing with me. You're ugly to me, so I'm going to be ugly to you. You hit me, I'm going to hit you back. You know what I'm saying? You're nasty to me, I'm going to be nasty to you. You brought it upon yourself. Sometimes you got to let the Most High decide who's right. I'm going to be innocent. Read on.
Because Christ also suffered for us.
Did Christ deserve the suffering that he received? No, he didn't. Did he deserve the crucifixion? No. Read on.
Leaving us an example.
But you're supposed to learn from his example that's what it takes to love your people. Sometimes you got to be crucified for your people. You got to be the one to blame and to have the false accusations against, just so that the Most High can intercede. Read on.
That ye should follow his steps.
And we should follow after the same mentality that David had, that Christ is showing on, that Christ and David have. Read on.
Who did no sin.
Go ahead.
Neither was God found in his mouth.
No false accusations, with no attempts on Saul's life was made by David. All that was false accusations. Read on.
Who, when he was reviled not again.
Even when Christ was spit on, hit, beat, stripped, wounded, ridiculed, mocked. Read on.
When he suffered, he threatened not.
Read on.
But committed himself to him that judgeth righteously.
And the same thing we just read right here in the Josephus is the same thing that Christ said right here.
Come.
I'm gonna let the Most High decide between me and you who's right or wrong. And it takes that mentality to be just. That's a just mentality. I don't gotta avenge myself. I don't gotta point the finger and show you, you showing me what's wrong with me. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna show you what's wrong with you. You got 3 things against me. I got 3 things against you. We're gonna go back and forth with each other. Sometimes you just gotta let the Most High decide who's right and wrong. Read on.
Who his own self bare our sins in his own body on the tree.
Exactly, because that's what it takes to suffer your people, man. David is showing this type of integrity. David is showing this type of love and justice. I'm going to let the Most High decide between me and you, Saul. I'm not even going to take matters in my own hands.
Can I bring one part up real quick? If you can, in the Josephus, there was a phrase that when David said, I had yelled it earlier, it kind of goes into his mindset. Can you go, it's the sentence above, may the Most High do justice and determine about each of our dispositions? It's the sentence above that.
To my eye for certain.
Yes, sir.
I for certain have abstained from taking a just revenge upon thee.
He says he was just to sit back here. He was just to take revenge on Saul. Read on.
True.
Yet art thou not ashamed to prosecute me with unjust hatred?
Now read that the phrase under.
The footnotes.
The footnotes. Thank you.
The phrase in David's speech to Saul, as set down in Josephus, that he had abstained from just revenge, puts me in mind of the like words in the apostolical constitutions, that revenge is not evil, but that patience is more honorable.
He took the higher road out.
Wow.
What he's showing you is that, yeah, revenge is just, but there's varied degrees of being on point. There's varied degrees of being spiritual. It just hit me when you think about when the Most High talks about how there's works of gold, there's works of silver, there's works of precious stones, there's work of wood, hay, and stubble. He could have sat back here and sought out revenge, but that wasn't the highest level that he could attain in his spiritual process. Him sitting back here and being patient and waiting longer and suffering even longer showed the Most High how much faith he had towards the Most High.
He chose not to end his suffering.
That's the thing. Him not killing Saul meant that he had to suffer even longer.
Wow. Yeah.
And the Most had to sit back here and come through with the just revenge he had planned for him. But just removing himself from any possible guilt was the highest position, the highest spiritual stance he could take. These are the reasons why the Most High says David was a man after my own heart. These spiritual integrity decisions, because he had to sit back here and keep suffering for longer stretches of time. He didn't have to do this. He could have got himself out of the situation quick.
Did you want that precept?
Which one you talking about?
Right, with 2:19. 1 Peter 2:19.
No.
Oh.
That's good too. But
you got something?
Yeah, go to Numbers chapter 35 and verse 33.
It's hard work.
Numbers 35 and 33.
Yeah.
Maybe you're ready.
Yeah, read that.
Numbers 35 and verse 33. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are.
Because that's what David said, man. You want to murder me, man. You trying to kill me. But he said right here, he says in the Josephus, that part where he said thou was trying to murder me.
Okay.
You had it in what part was that?
Was not good. Sorry.
It's all right. If you don't have it, no problem. I mean, I know we just read it a second ago. It's all right. Well, read on.
God. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are.
So the Most High says it's a law that you're not supposed to pollute the land where you live at. How do you pollute the land where you live? Read on.
For blood it defileth the land.
What defiles the land?
Blood.
So blood defiles the land. Read on.
And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood.
Now listen to this. He says the land, once somebody defiles the land with blood, like Cain killed Abel, right? The land was defiled with blood. He said the only way to cleanse the land is what? Read that part again.
And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him.
But by who?
But by the blood of him that shed it.
That's right. So how do you clean the land back up?
By shedding somebody else's blood.
You gotta kill the murderer.
You gotta kill the killer.
You gotta kill the killer. That's how you purify the land.
That makes it fair.
That makes it just. That's actually how you clean the land back up. Is the one who shed the blood got to be put in the dirt. That's how you. That's what's fair in the eyes of the Most High. That's what's just in the eyes of the Most High. That's righteous. That's the way. That's how you clean the land back up. But that even though that's righteous, did David do it?
Nope.
And that's why Ahwar brought out. He's showing how you don't just because that's the law, and that's what's fair and righteous, and that's the judgment. That doesn't mean that's the way it should be.
He showed another level of being in order that was beyond his time. This is what made him so special. How he carried himself was above his time. It was special, and I think it talks about it. It actually talks about it a little bit later. It's going to say in this chapter, in this paragraph. Let's keep going. It's going to explain it.
Okay.
So it says, may the Most High do justice.
Okay. Line 290, right before it. May the Most High do justice and determine about each of our dispositions. But Saul was amazed at the strange delivery he had received.
It was strange because most people won't be carnal. Like he was amazed by how spiritual he came off, and how wise and how controlled he was in a situation like that nobody would be. Read on.
And being greatly affected, with the moderation and the disposition of the young man.
Bro, kinda.
He groaned.
Like, oh shit. He was like, this dude did it. This dude did it again. Hey, this dude was running circles around me spiritually. He's like, oh, keep going. I can't kill you. How am I gonna kill you now?
Yeah.
He's getting cut to the heart. Like, this dude is so much better than me in the spirit. This is horrible.
Yeah, they make him feel guilty.
You make him feel bad. Like, this dude is honorable as hell. And I'm in a dirtbag.
The whole time.
It's hot cold.
The whole time. Yeah, that's hot cold. Exactly. Read on.
He groaned. And when David had done the same, the king answered that he had the justest occasion to groan. For thou hast been the author of good to me.
He says, you've been the author of good to me, man. You've done nothing but be honorable and look after me, and I've done nothing but crap to you. Read on.
As I have been the author of calamity to thee. And thou hast demonstrated this day.
Listen to this part. This was potent what Saul said. Read this.
And thou hast demonstrated this day that thou possessest the righteousness of the ancients.
That's phenomenal. He said, you possess the righteousness of the ancients. You got Moses in you. You got Joshua in you. You got the greats in you. That's phenomenal. You got Noah in you. You got that type of high echelon spiritual character. He's like, you're one of the greats. Look at what you're doing. Look at how you're carrying yourself. He says, you carry yourself like the damn right. You got the righteousness of the ancients in you. His spiritual character. The crazy thing is, what Christ taught when he came down was, like you said, was similar to how David's character was, how Moses' character was, how Noah's character was. These men have similarities in how they carried themselves. Christ just sat back here and explained this mindset with a lot more clarity, and these men just showed it in their actions. Get my point? Christ sat back here and talked what David had in him. And because I remember Kyle Carver brought out in Ecclesiastes, no, it was Ecclesiastes, it was Wisdom of Solomon, that Israel just had a cold black heart. It was Ezra's.
Yeah, that's second Ezra.
It was second Ezra.
Chapter 3.
Yep. And that they had just a natural malignant spirit to them, malignant root to them. But there were certain men that had overcame that with their spiritual greatness. Like I said, Moses, you had Samuel, you had Noah, you had David. These guys just had it in them. And Christ was the living, breathing embodiment of it, and he taught the people the mindset. What did Christ teach you? Christ taught us that there was a level above the law. Right. What did David just display right here? There was a level of conduct above the law. A greater approach to the law. I don't have to kill you. I can sit back here and not have to get justice and let the Most High take it off.
To cleanse the land.
To cleanse it. I can sit back here and I don't got to make it about me on any level. My conduct can surpass the basic premise of the law. Because that's all Christ taught. And David's conduct is showing the same thing. My works can surpass the verbatim aspect of the law. Not that the law is wrong, but you can pursue for a higher standard than that. From there, that's phenomenal. Keep going.
That thou possessest the righteousness of the ancients, who determined that men ought to save their enemies.
He says men should save their, that's what the righteousness of the ancients showed. That men should save their enemies. And not just take their opportunity to eradicate their stress so that their life can be easy. You took the higher ground. It's crazy. Read on.
Though they caught them in a desert place.
In a desert place.
That means there's no witnesses.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. That's perfect. He says there's no witnesses. There's no evidence. You can just sit back. God just be dead. Nobody would know.
Just the eyes of God.
He's like nobody's looking but the Most High. And you still chose the high ground. I'm justified, and nobody saw me.
And my boys ain't gonna be like, oh man.
They ain't gonna snitch. Only one guy saw it. He said one guy saw it. It's crazy out here. And all these opportunities, you still have the spiritual integrity not to give in. And his reason is, I'm not giving in because The only thing that happens is, only thing that benefits is my life is a little easier. And my life's a little more comfortable. I'm going to sit back here and choose discomfort to stay blameless in the eyes of Heavenly Father.
One verse, Ecclesiastes 8:7 says, "Rejoice not over thy greatest enemy being dead, but remember that we die all." So you can rejoice for that moment that your enemy is underground.
Yep.
But it won't be long before you underground.
For my enemies against all odds. What are we still showing them? These scenarios is why the Most High said, David is a man after my own heart. How he carried himself in these circumstances proved that he had the temperament and the righteousness of the ancients. That was a powerful statement. Keep going,
Line 291. I am now persuaded that the Most High reserves the kingdom for thee.
He said, there's no doubt in my mind the kingdom's going to you. You are a great man. You're going to do great things. But he still ain't giving it up right now.
He's not giving nothing.
So I ain't giving nothing up. You're going to have to kill me, Philistines.
I'm going to give you some good words.
You're going to have to kill me. I'm keeping this wine in my house. I'm eating steaks every day. Lamb. Steaks and lamb. And
those cakes up
and cakes.
The sisters are making the cakes.
That's what I'm saying. He's not giving up this power. He got garments that got like S on it. Bathrobes. He walking around here chilling. I ain't giving that up. Saul. Well, let's keep going.
And that thou will obtain the dominion over all the Hebrews. Give me then assurances upon oath that thou wilt not root out my family, nor out of remembrance of what evil I have done thee. Destroy my posterity, but save and preserve my house.
He said, just don't destroy all my family and wipe my memory off the board. That's not even a crappy request, knowing that all the crap you did. I know I was wicked, but don't sit back here and take out my family and my kids.
But you care about us kids and family, new ones.
That's okay. I took out an entire family of priests. Yeah. Didn't think twice. I took your daughter from you and gave her to somebody else. First of all, he promised her the first daughter, and then gave her to somebody else. Then he gave him a call to another man too. He's constantly doing them dirty. Yeah, don't kill him, no, man.
His word don't mean nothing.
And this is what David understood, because there was a little fake peace treaty, but right after that he goes back again to try to get him. David knows this man. He was a poser and a liar. He just smiles. He just feels bad at the moment. And he's like, I feel bad now. I'm going to let you go. Right. But an hour later, he's going to go back and try to kill you. It's crazy. Read on.
So David sware as he desired, and sent back Saul to his own kingdom. But he and those that were with him went up the straits of Mashtaroth.
They sat back here and went to another place to hide, because he knew that once he got back home with his throne, he was going to go back out and get him again. So he sat back here and just prolonged his suffering in the name of honor. And this is the type of mindset we have to constantly fight to uphold. Can you maintain your honor at all costs? That's the only thing that matters, is our honor, is our name, is our character. Anything else doesn't mean crap in the Most High's eyes. Hold that and we go back in the Bible. Let's keep going. Let's go to 1 Samuel 24, Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, Sharpen, Ban La Ya, Ban Yahuda.
Nathaniel, Sharpen, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala. Imagine, rock. Yahweh Shem Yasharakta.
Yahweh Shem Yasharakta.
We ain't said lawyer before. Man.
Yeah, been a minute.
Yes, sir. Levy. Let's read that.
1 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Saul was returned from following the Philistines, that it was told to him, saying, Behold, David is in the wilderness of En-Gedi. Then Saul took 3,000 chosen men out of Israel, and went to seek David and his men upon the rocks of wild goats.
So listen, he says they went to seek David around the rocks with the wild goats. Have you ever seen those wild goats that lick those salt out? They're up in high places out. And those are scary destinations. Like, you're in high places out, licking salt out. You're risking your life for salt, my guy. I don't know how they do it, because they're in these spots. I don't know how they do it. It's a straight north-south climb,
It's their hooves, man.
I don't know I wonder what was made of. Glue? I don't know. Stick them.
Both sides are made.
With those suction cups. How do you do it? And they're enjoying the hell out of that salt. Anyway, and when I see that, I just think about the salt and those goats. But they're in high places hiding from Saul and them. That was all that. But keep going.
Verse 3. And he came to the sheepcotes by the way, where was a cave. And Saul went and to cover his feet.
To cover his feet, I'm assuming he's just resting. Read on.
And David and his men remained in the side of the cave.
So they were inside the caves. Read on.
And the men of David said unto him, Behold, the day of which the Lord said unto thee, Behold, I will deliver thine enemy into thine hand.
So this is your day. He's done. He's sleeping. He got to get that sleep off his head. He's done. This is your day to get him. Read on.
That thou mayest do to him and it shall seem good unto thee.
Because you know what? Because that's what your flesh wants. Your flesh wants relief and your flesh wants payback. But that's not what Christ taught. And that's not what David decided to do. Read on.
Then David arose and cut off the skirt of Saul's robe privily.
Just a little bit to show he was there. Read on.
And it came to pass afterwards that David's heart smote him.
He felt bad that he even tore his garment off. He felt bad he even took that much of his of matters into his own hands. Read on.
Because he had cut off Saul's skirts.
Phenomenal.
And he said unto his men, The Most High forbid that I should do this thing unto my master. The Most High anointed to stretch forth mine hand against him, seeing he is the anointed of the Most High.
Come.
So David stayed his servants with these words, and suffered them not to rise against Saul. But Saul rose up out of the cave, and went on his way. Verse 8. David also rose afterward, and went out the cave, and cried after Saul, saying, My Lord, the king. And when Saul looked behind him, David stooped with his face to the earth, and bowed himself. Verse 9. And David said to Saul, Wherefore hearest thou men's words, saying, Behold, David seeketh thy hurt? Behold, this day thine eyes have seen how the Most High have delivered thee today, and to mine hand in the cave, and some bade me to kill thee.
Some people told me to take you out. Read on.
But my eyes spared thee, and I said, I would not pour forth mine hand against my Lord, for he is the Lord's anointed. Moreover, my father, see ye the skirt of thy robe in thine hand? For in that I cut off the skirt of thy robe.
He called him his father, right? Because listen, Saul actually was raising him up as a kid, right? He was still a kid when he killed Goliath. So David had a part, Saul had a part in raising David too. But keep going.
And kill thee not. Know thou and see that there is neither evil nor transgression in mine hand, and I have not sinned against thee. Yet thou huntest my soul to take it. Verse 12. And the Most High judge between me and thee, and the Most High avenge me of thee. But mine hand shall not be upon thee. And say it.
So he's like, listen, my hand, I'm gonna be blameless. The Most High is gonna judge who was right and who was wrong in this situation.
Can I say one thing? Mm-hmm. And I like the point you brought about the father. It shows you how to do a family too, bro. Because there's a lot of they are family at the same time, bro.
Yep.
It's not as simple as I want your position, I'm just waiting for you to fall off so I can get your crown. It's their family.
Yeah, they are family. He's married in, huh? He was his father-in-law. God. Let's keep going.
Oh yeah, your hand up, now, guy.
I'm sorry.
I had a precept right.
What you got?
1 Peter 5 and 6.
Crazy.
6 and 7.
Let's go.
Read that.
1 Peter chapter 5, verse 6. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of the Most High, that he may exalt you in due time.
You know what? The crazy thing is, all the time that David was losing or quote unquote losing or wasting, he learned so many spiritual virtues during that quote unquote time lost. A carnal man will look at all the time he had on the run as a wasted opportunity. He could have been ruining the kingdom.
Or the instability, living uncomfortable day to day out in the woods.
Yep, what was death to him. But all that instability and difficulty he faced is what built his character up, to where he was even that much more potent for the Most High. It's how you look at the suffering which determines what kind of caliber man or woman you are. How do you look at what you're going through? What do you pull from the loss?
What lessons do you gain from it?
What lessons? Because that's the point. That's how you trim your quote unquote spiritual hedges. That's how you build the stone walls around you. That's how you clean up and till the ground in your spirit. It's how you look at the battles that you face, how you look at the loss, how you look at the suffering, which determines your spiritual.
You say it because you're not in my condition. You're not in my shoes.
Yep.
You know, because it's easy for you to say it because you're not living like I'm living. You know, you're not going through what I'm going through. So you can say it and it sounds easy and smooth. But the Most High wants that person to learn, do you still look at me in a positive, pure manner because you're going through some suffering and some loss? He's showing you that struggle is an excellent teacher.
Yep.
Struggle
it's the only teacher.
Is a great teacher, man. It's a great, masterful teacher.
Especially how you receive the struggle.
Yep.
What do you learn from the struggle? That's how you learn to cleave to the Heavenly Father. So, we got that. You done with that, sir?
It was verse 7 too.
Okay.
Right. Casting all your care upon him.
Read on.
For he careth for you.
Right.
The way I cast my care to the Most High is I'm concerned with building up spiritual virtues. My only thing I care about is being more spiritually virtue to please you at a higher level. That's all that matters.
Can I add a scripture to that?
Now we're going to add at scripture time, huh? What you got at? What you got
Solomon 6 and 17.
What time is it? It's scripture time. 6 and 17?
6 and 17.
I don't want to go through that whole chapter. You can read that verse, yes.
For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
The very beginning of wisdom is the desire to be disciplined. It's the desire to sit back here and look at your surroundings as a spiritual lesson. Can I create whatever I'm going through and look at it from a spiritual battleground perspective? Can I sit back here and whatever I'm going through, what's the lesson? What do I have to sacrifice or deprive myself of in order to get the lesson in the situation? What's the next discipline? What's the next battle? What's the next fight? That does fit. So we're gonna let that verse go and go back to the chapter. We're in 1 Samuel 24 and what, sir? 13?
1 Samuel chapter 24, verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
As saith the proverb of the ancients, wickedness proceedeth from the wicked, but my hand shall not be upon thee.
So he said the result, wickedness proceeds from the wicked. Meaning negative people do negative things.
And I don't have the right or the justification to do wickedness because you did wickedness to me. I have a right to, and I have a job to play the role of the righteous man. I have a responsibility to play the right-hand side. So I'm going to play the right-hand side. The wicked are going to do their role. My job is to do righteous. And what he's saying is, I don't have the right to react to your wickedness. I'm not justified to react to your wickedness. You're doing the wickedness. I'm not doing wickedness.
You could blame it. It's good to like.
But that's what people do. People blame their wickedness on other people. That's how most people function. I'm not going to take accountability. I'm going to say the reason I'm acting the way I'm acting is because of you. That's what people do all the time. That's their excuse. That's their get out of jail free card. I'm justified for acting a fool because you said this. You said this, you hurt me. You set me off. Now I have the right to be wicked now. Now because you hurt me, I'm going to go leave you. I'm going to go get another man.
It's your fault.
You said this, now I get to quit on you. Quit you. When in actuality, the wicked are going to do the wicked, but I'm going to do the righteous. I'm going to roll righteous regardless of what you do. This is the very definition of integrity. I'm not going to let my surroundings change who I am as a man. Wickedness, he says, wickedness proceedeth from the wicked, but my hand shall not be upon me.
I'm not gonna use you as a shield.
I'm not gonna stoop to your level. I'm not gonna let your wickedness debase me. Read up.
It happens a lot.
I know, all the time.
It happens all the time because it's like, man, you know what? It's already a struggle. I'm living out here crazy, y'all.
Yeah.
Listen, he's not. Yeah, he's trying to be righteous, but you forget he got to survive out.
Good.
He's living crazy. His people are living crazy. When will the madness stop?
Good. And he's like, he's going to stop when the Most High wants to stop.
But the weight on just the Most High going to take care of me, y'all. That means you got to believe the Most High going to take care of you.
You really got to believe
You got to believe that he's going to do it.
Good.
Then how do you not know the Most High? This is the way the Most High is doing it.
Or maybe he's like, listen, maybe the Most High is saying, take him out, and if you don't take him out, he's going to kill you next. Because you had a chance. That's when the mind starts going all crazy, guys. And maybe by letting him go, you're signing your death warrant off. Oh, no! I had a chance, I let him go. Do you believe this or not? That's the point. But keep going.
God, verse 14. After whom is the king of Israel come out? After whom dost thou pursue? After a dead dog? After a flea?
David is debasing himself and lowering his credibility.
Yep.
I'm a nobody, man.
Yep.
Why are you chasing after me?
God.
I should be nobody in your eyes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Who are you pursuing? I'm nothing.
Yeah.
Read on.
It says, and the Most High therefore be judge, and judge between me and thee, and see, and plead my cause, and deliver me out of thine hand. Verse 16. And it came to pass, when David had an end of speaking these words unto Saul, that Saul said, is this thy voice, my son David?
Oh.
Now he's my son, man.
Yeah. It's crazy. Well, you know, Saul's temperament changes crazy. He did this earlier. Remember when Jonathan went into the field with his father? And said, he didn't do anything wrong, father. And he says, you're right. He didn't do anything wrong. And then David came out and they hugged and they went back to the damn temple. And then a couple of days later he's throwing javelins again at him out, going crazy. This is just how he rolls. He's into the feeling and the emotion of things. Oh, you make me feel bad. Okay, you're right, son. Give me a hug.
He just being honest.
And then another couple of days he wants to assassinate you again.
So I got a question.
Yeah.
My question answer. I don't know the answer to this. This ain't like I'm saying this is real. You know, people say there's voices in my head, right? Is that a real thing as far as do people have these impulses talking to them? Or?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. How much do you feed your thoughts? How much do you feed negative thoughts? It's still about how well is my hedge walled up. Everybody gets inordinate a thought, but once you get that inordinate thought, what do you do with it? Do you feed it? If I'm into the habit of feeding inordinate thoughts, guess what? I'm gonna have spirits on me.
Would that go with try a spirit by the spirit or no?
No, not really. It's just more about how much you feed the flesh. How much you feed the negative impulses that hit you. What you got?
Proverbs Chapter 24, verse 21. Read that.
Proverbs Chapter 24, verse 21. My son, fear thou the Lord and the king.
He said, fear the Most High and the king. Go ahead.
And meddle not with them that are given to change.
He said, but don't mess with people that are given to what?
To change.
He said, don't meddle with people that are given to what?
To change.
Man,
so a person's mind is always flip-flopping. They go from happy to sad. They go from angry to glad. They go from, I love you, I hate you. They're unstable, man. You don't know where the hell their mind is at.
Back out.
He said you got to beware of a mind frame that's given to change. There's no stability within that person's thought process. And read on.
For their calamity shall rise suddenly.
And because they're so given to change, and they're not accustomed to fixating their mind on one thing at a time, he said their calamity, their circumstance is going to fall real quick.
And guess guess whose circumstance is going to go bad if you with him?
Yeah.
Your circumstance is going to go bad too because you with him.
Because you with him. He said their calamity shall what?
rise suddenly.
Go ahead.
And who knoweth the ruin of them both?
And that's why he says, who
Them
knoweth
both.
the ruin of them both? That he says,
It's already yelling out.
he's showing you, because you was attached to that unstable mind, to that person that was given the change in that thought process. There was no stability. You're gonna fall right along with that person that has that unstable thought process. Yes, sir.
A definition for change.
God.
Change. To become acid or tainted. To turn from a natural state of sweetness and purity.
So this person, this person go from sweetness to acid.
To stability, from stability to instability.
Into instability.
To chaos, from order to chaos.
Right.
That's a person that's given. You know what's crazy? That's a person that loves being around chaos. You ever met that kind of person? They just love chaos. They're always in chaotic situations.
You know what they call it? They call it living on the edge.
Yeah.
I'm
living on the edge.
You can't help yourself, what was that, Aerosmith?
Yeah.
Living on the edge. Yeah, that's that. They enjoy that lifestyle because they find that as fun. They find that amusing.
Yeah.
But the Most High calls that a person that meddles with change, or that deals with change. They're never stable in the mind.
It's crazy.
They're always impulsive.
They're looking for that next high. The
next
high.
I'm trying to ride the next wave. I'm trying to see what life has to offer me. So there's no stability in that person. He said by being attached to that person, you'll fall right along with it. You know he's talking about Saul. You know he's talking about Saul right now.
Oh yeah, he is.
Read verse 17.
Verse 17. Rejoice not when thine enemy falleth.
And that's why you know he's talking about Saul, because who was his enemy? Saul. That's how you know David is talking about Saul. Read on.
And let not thine heart be glad when he stumbleth.
It said, but you know what? He caught Saul slipping, and he still didn't take joy at his fall. He could have cut off his head, but he didn't find joy in touching the Most High's anointed. Read on.
Verse 18. Lest the Lord see it, and it displease him, and he turn away from his wrath from him.
So he's saying that if you get joy, if you're getting joy out of the fall of your enemies, he said the Most High see that you're righteous now because I'm stinging this person. You know the Most High is not a respecter of persons. You know what? Just because the Most High is stinging somebody that has opposed you, that doesn't make you righteous.
Yep.
That doesn't make you righteous because the Most High is stinging somebody that's been in opposition to you. That don't qualify you, because that's we look at.
He's moving my enemies away.
Yeah, he's
clearing the path.
Yeah, he's removing all the gainsayers and the doubters and the naysayers.
Most High's defending me.
He's defending me. That don't make you righteous because he's stinging somebody that's standing in opposition.
It's just his time is up, and he was offending other people too. It wasn't just you.
Yeah.
You was the only person he was offending.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's how you know that the Most High is just, man. He's just doing. The Most High is equitable. So that person is negative, so they got to pay a price. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that you're righteous because that person is getting stung.
Fret not thyself because of evil men.
And that's why David was not fret. He didn't give up faith in the Most High. He didn't lose hope in the Most High because of the evil that Saul was doing to him. Read on.
Neither be thou envious at the wicked.
And it says, neither be thou envious at the wicked. Why I got to live in the woods and this man still has power and control?
Yep.
And my circumstance be unstable. Read on.
For there shall be no reward to the evil man.
So then, you go ahead.
The candle of the wicked shall be put out.
And that's why in Psalm 73, he said that the wicked, it was a setup from the Most High. He said their calamity is going to come as like one that waketh in fear, like a nightmare. You know what I'm saying? It was the Most High set them in slippery places. So he knew that was a setup. Saul being in power, David didn't have to touch Saul to remove Saul from power. All he had to do was still keep his faith in the Most High. Yeah. He didn't have to revenge himself. He said it was just a matter of time before Saul's candle was going to burn out. That's what it was.
So let's keep going in 1 Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 24, verse 17. And he said to David, Thou art more righteous than I, for thou hast rewarded me good, whereas I have rewarded thee evil.
Read on.
And thou hast showed me this day how thou hast dealt with me, for as much as when the Most High have delivered me in thine hand, thou killest me not. For if a man find his enemy, will he let him? For if a man find his enemy, will he let him go well away? Wherefore the Most High reward thee, good for that thou hast done unto me this day.
Man.
And now, behold, I know well that thou shalt surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel shall be established in thine hand.
Okay.
Verse 21. Swear now, therefore, unto me before the Most High, that thou wilt not cut off my seed after me, and thou wilt not destroy, and that thou wilt not destroy my name out of thy father's house. And David swore to Saul, and Saul went home, but David and his men gat them unto the hold.
So listen, they left, everything was cool, but David and them went back to their position because they knew they weren't going to be in a comfortable spot. They were still on the run again. So you sat back here, counseled with this dude, knew nothing came out of it, and he was going to probably come at you again.
It's a pointless conversation.
But you know what the thing is? But you were honorable. The only thing that came out of it was that he did a good work. Nothing else. Your situation, you were still hungry. You shouldn't have no water out. You had chalky dust out, chalky dirt out.
No ribs out there in the chalkland out.
In the wilderness, in the desert, there's nothing there. There's no reward out, but the fact you did a good deed. That was it. And those are the harsh realities a lot of times about doing good works. The reward for doing good works is what? Is the fact you did good works. How about them apples, huh? That's the reward. You did an honorable thing. Congratulations.
Good example.
And that was it. You did a good thing. And then we were like this. Almost like, go about your damn work. You did your damn job. Like this. Like this.
Yeah, with our head down.
Yeah, like this. Like this. I did good, right? I did good, right? He's like, yeah, you did good. Like this.
Yeah.
He's like, no, okay. I'm like this. Put your hand out like this. Get on out of here, man. You did a good job. I'm a high five you. Get out of here. Scram. Keep doing good work.
Like kids say, I clean my room. Can I get this?
That's what I'm saying. You want a cookie because you cleaned your room?
You're supposed to clean your room.
That's why we went to Luke 17 where it says we are unprofitable servants. We do what we're supposed to do.
It ain't fair.
That's the mindset you're supposed to learn to have.
Yep.
And if something comes out of the sky, cool. If it doesn't, cool.
Keep your room clean.
Yeah.
Exactly. You should love to do that because it's the right thing to do.
But we want reward for doing right.
For every good work we do. We want reward. We want ribs, cars, money, righteousness. This is the reward. I get it all. We're operating in a transactional nature.
Oh, no, don't say that.
There's a transaction.
He'll know.
He already knows. He knows we operate just out of pure transaction. Like, so, you ought to learn to do good works because it's righteous. And then when you're completely content with that, then I'll get you a blessing. No, not right now. Not right now. I'm trying to, like seriously, I'm trying to finish. It
was on the reward.
I know. I'm with you. Let's keep going. Yohanan, 25, sir.
I'll text it to you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I believe it's hot fire. I know it's hot fire. I know the verse is hot fire. I'm pretty sure of it. Let's go. Okay.
Yohanan, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehuda, Ban Yashal.
Yohanan, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehuda, Ban Yashal. I'm much. Yahweh Hashem Yashal.
Yahweh Hashem Yashal.
All right. So let's get chapter 25. The Most High is His reward. Okay. I get you. I'm with you. I'm agreeing. He's like, he didn't reward me with a thumbs up. I'm messing with you. That was no reward. I'm joking. I'm just joking. Okay.
You gonna let that one slide?
25 and 1. Read that.
Verse 7, 25 and verse 1.
Y'all deserve rewards, brothers. Just know that. Y'all all busting your tail in the Lord. It's coming. The rewards are coming. Read on. Read that.
Verse 7, 25 and 1.
Yes.
And Samuel died, and all the Israelites were gathered together, and lamented him, and buried him in his house in Ramah.
So in his city, in his hometown. Read on.
And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran.
Listen, they had to keep being on the run. Now, he couldn't sit back here and pay respect. He got caught slipping. But hold that and go to the Josephus, paragraph 5, sir.
Josephus, paragraph 5, page 174, line 292.
Go for it.
About this time, Samuel the prophet died. He was a man whom the Hebrews honored in an extraordinary degree.
He was a great man. Samuel helped bring the principle of putting the Most High first back in the nation.
That's awesome.
Without him, we were going on the wrong direction.
Nothing without.
We were sitting back. Remember at the end of Judges Act, they were sitting back here making gods. They created an image of the Most High. Like, what are you doing?
It's all a whack image of the Father.
It was images. They had that on top of all the other gods. Remember Dan saying, we're going to house this God. I like this God. We're going to take it from your house and bring it to Dan. The whole place was unstable. And Samuel's conduct and actions helped reestablish and recenter Israel to serve the Most High. He did great works. Read on.
The Hebrews honored him in an extraordinary degree for that lamentation which the people made for him, and this during a long time manifested his virtue.
Listen, so what it's showing you is your virtue is manifested based on how long you can do things the right way. Your virtue is manifested based on how long you can do good works. How many years and decades can you sustain righteousness? A lot of people can be on point for 5 years, 7 years, 4 years, 10 years, but can you live an honorable life for 40, 50 years? Can you show decade after decade that you're the same guy and the only thing that matters is the Most High? This is what made Samuel so potent. Don't forget, Samuel was a young boy. He was right after he was weaned, he was in the temple serving the Most High.
He didn't succumb to that curiosity.
Listen, he served the Most High as long as right from the moms, you know what, to back teaching the Bible. He was sleeping in the temple. He was doing the works of the temple right from infancy, right after he was weaned. That's phenomenal. And he didn't go astray till his death. His virtue was manifested in how long he could be on point.
You know, Israel has those kind of situations all the time. Like when it comes to like sports, you have like kids playing with footballs when like 3 years old. They're bouncing. This little kid boxers, they're boxing and stuff like that. Their whole life is about boxing. I think Mayweather like that. I think Mayweather's whole life is boxing. It's beautiful to see that righteousness though.
Hell yeah. To live honorable the whole time and not get, like you said, get tempted in the world to want to test the world out and sow your royal oats.
There's going to be
and be carnal. Well, let's keep going. I just told another brother no. Let's keep going.
And this during a long time manifested his virtue and the affection which the people bore for him, as also did the solemnity and concern that appeared about his funeral, and about the complete observation of all his funeral rites.
They were serious about doing things by the book because they knew he did things by the book. Read on.
They buried him in his own city of Ramah, and wept for him a very great number of days, not looking on it as a sorrow for the death of another man, but as that in which they were every one themselves concerned. He was a righteous man and gentle in his nature.
He was righteous and gentle.
And on that account, he was very dear to the Most High. Now he governed and presided over the people alone, after the death of Eli the high priest, 12 years and 18 years together with Saul the king.
So Saul was in power for 18 years. That's a long time. 18
sad.
Of his years.
You know what's sad? As for those 18 years, the virtues of Samuel didn't rub off on Saul.
At all, bro.
That's sad.
He didn't learn nothing, or he chose not to hold on to it. Remember we talked about on Monday how that fool is like a broken glass eye. None of the wisdom, none of the water can actually stay in eye. It was showing where Saul's mind was like. None of the lessons actually stuck. None of the lessons actually took in and held on to him.
He didn't accept it.
He didn't accept them. He threw it away and cast it back. What's behind him? Because it was a burden to him. Read on.
Come. And 18 years together with Saul the king. And thus we have finished this history of Samuel.
So let's go and get in the Bible, 1 Samuel 25 and verse
2 now.
Verse 2.
God. 1 Samuel 25 and verse 2. And there was a man of Ma'an, whose possessions were in
Carmel, yes.
And the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep.
3,000 sheep. He had a lot of money. Read on.
And 1,000 goats, and he was shearing his sheep in Carmel.
So this is a situation. You're coming to a situation. You're leaving the land of nothing. Yeah,
that's another one too. That's a great way to paint it.
He's leaving the land of nothing.
No water, no food. You're in the desert, huh?
He's a devil's den, huh? He's out there. Nothing's out there. It's just dirt. It's just dirt and dry riverbeds.
It's actually always extra hot.
It's always hot. It's always cold out. There's nothing out there. There's nothing. You're hungry, but you're surviving. You're surviving. And here comes this oasis.
This guy has a number of money and influence. He's having things. He's good. He's in a good position. That's a great way to paint that. But keep going.
1 Samuel 25, now verse 3. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. And she was a woman of good understanding, and of a beautiful countenance. But the man was churlish and evil in his doing.
Definition 1828, churlish? I get that.
Who got churlish? Somebody gets churlish.
Churlish, selfish and narrow-minded.
All this guy cares about is himself, and making his money, making his money, making his bread, living his life. Narrow-minded. There's a lot of narrow-minded Israelites that aren't rich.
Yeah. This is one got something.
There's a lot of churlishness in Israel. So he's narrow-minded. He's all about him, and he's evil in his doings. Read on.
And he was of the house of Caleb.
He was Judah. He was all through Caleb's lineage. Caleb was a great. Just because Caleb was a great man, don't mean all his children and his descendants was great. Because Caleb was phenomenal, and then Caleb's son, or I guess another man from Caleb's lineage, was Othniel, which was the first judge. He was great. But you can have, listen, in a man's genealogy, you got strong seeds and weak seeds.
Samuel had weak seeds.
So yes, Samuel's sons were bribed. They were taking bribes like crazy. Both of them. But let's keep going. Yeah, no, Samuel and Eli's sons. Eli's sons and Samuel's sons was doing bribes.
That's cool.
So let's keep going.
1 Samuel 25, verse 4. And David heard in the wilderness that Nabal did shear his sheep. And David sent out 10 young men. And David said unto the young men, Get you up to Carmel, and go to Nabal, and greet him in my name.
Well, first of all, David understood because he was a shepherd. And if he's shearing 3,000 sheep, guess what? It's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. He said, listen, man, send 10 men to go help this guy out. Because you got to keep all these animals together. He understood shepherdship. He understood, obviously, how hard the job was going to be to sit back here and get these animals wrangled in. So just send 10 men to help him.
3,000.
And tell him I sat back here and sent him.
David was also a shepherd at one point as well.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, he was a shepherd, so he understood the work and the task that this man Nabal had to deal with. Okay, so we're going to read the Josephus Greek to kind of explain it a little bit also. It's Josephus 6:13 and 6. Antiquities, Book 6, Chapter 13, Paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6. There was a man that was a Ziphite of the city of Maon, who was rich and had a vast number of cattle. For he fed a flock of 3,000 sheep and another flock of 1,000 goats. Now David had charged his associates to keep these flocks without hurt and without damage, and to do them no mischief, neither out of covetousness, nor because they were in want, nor because they were in the wilderness, and so could not easily be discovered, but to esteem freedom from injustice above all other motives.
So he was like, send some men over there to look after this man's cattle, to make sure his cattle don't get stolen. to make sure his cattle are taken care of, just to do a good gesture to a brother. Now, it ain't about the money, it ain't about what I'm gonna get out of it. It's not because we're in the wilderness and we're starving, right? And I'm hungry and I'm starving. You know,
he's trying to build an alliance.
It's not temptation.
But then once again, he's hungry. Let me just do a good work to this man. Let me send him some help. Now, I'm not a master of the sheep game and what happens with sheep, but I would imagine with 3,000 sheep, you got to make sure that they're not getting lost. You're not losing sheep. You're helping to round them up. You're helping to feed them. And an extra hands on deck wouldn't hurt.
It's labor. This is
3,000. Listen, you ever see those shows where you're like grinding and taking you're shearing them, and how much work that is? 3,000 of them. You got to shear them. You got to feed them. You got to keep them in line. You got to get them right. It's a lot of work, guy. And David understood it. Let me do a good thing for this brother, and just for free. Read on.
And they didn't have oyster clippers too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you're right.
That's hilarious.
That makes it easier.
Oh, right.
You had to do it with scissors out or something sharp.
Yeah, you used to see it.
That's crazy. You doing this side?
Yeah.
You cutting it by layers? You cutting it from the bottom?
That's what I'm saying. It's not no like electric razor.
Your hands like
Yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't think about it that way. That's more labor. So let's keep going,
But
someone make a clip up.
But you got two scissors, two fingers for the scissors. Your fingers are on fire, right? I don't know. You know, you can't switch left. You gonna butcher the animal, right? You gonna stab him, right?
I did have a question.
Yes,
I did have a question. Isn't that also a lot of temptation? Like if you ain't eating like that.
Well, that's why.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why Dawiyad said. That's why Dawiyad said.
He's in a land of nothing.
Right.
Yeah, they're coming from nothing, and this guy's coming up and has all these sheep, and the temptation is to go for yours. Whereas he's like, no, I'm gonna do a good deed, look after this brother, and whatever the Most High gives us, the Most High gives us. Read on.
Okay. But to esteem freedom from injustice above all other motives.
You know why I said that? Because in that time period, we were reading all throughout Judges. What did not one of the judges out? He was a bruiser, and he would just take things. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
There was one of the judges out in the time period. He was a thug. I forgot which one it was. But there was a time period where
it was the half breed.
Like oh, you want me to help now? Yeah. He was living hard. He was out there taking. That's how you survive. If you don't have your parents' inheritance, you're cut off from the inheritance. You have to be a ruffian and you live off what you take. So at that time period, there's people that live off what they take. It's nothing.
Time judges?
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah. And he was hanging out with a bunch of thugs.
Because he got
kicked out.
So you gotta survive.
Yep.
So how you survive? You gotta take what you want.
What was the name of those people? It was Jephthah, I think, guy that was like that.
He's the one that killed his daughter. That slayed his daughter.
That was for some stupid reason. Yep.
But it just shows that at that time period.
There was a gathering around vain men. That's what it was.
We all were vain men. So I don't have to sit here and do an honorable work and help you cut your animals. I'm gonna take what I want them out, and nothing you can do about it.
Listen, David said, "I'm the king of waiting." He could have played the card, but no, he didn't. What made David so potent is he never used his position for leverage at all. He never sat back here and took matters into his own hands. His only thing was, "I'm gonna do right by a person, and maybe the Most High will require some help to us." That was it. But the expectation wasn't for this man to give him something. That wasn't the expectation. Read on.
We're in the middle of line 295. But to esteem freedom from injustice above all other motives, and to look upon the touching of what belonged to another man as a horrible crime.
It's horrible to sit back and take advantage of your power to get something from another man. I'm not going to take anything from this guy. I'm going to help him out, and I'm going to back away. Read on.
And contrary to the will of the Most High. Line 296. These were the instructions he gave, thinking that the favors he granted this man were granted to a good man.
Mm-hmm. You would think that I'm doing this good to a good man, then there'll be mutual respect back and forth. Read on.
And one that deserved to have such care taken of his affairs. Mm-hmm. This man was Nabal, for that was his name, a harsh man, and of a very wicked life, being like a cynic, in the course of his behavior.
He says, being like a cynic in the course of his behavior. Let's look at the definition of cynic.
Wow. This guy's not a good guy. Huh?
He's not a good guy.
But people always have the illusion, if you get blessed, that means if you have all his wealth, that means you're a good person. It's not always the truth, bro.
Well, listen, it's going to tell you what a cynic is, huh? And a cynic and what being cynical is.
Having the qualities of a
Surly dog. Let's look up surly act. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, just cut back on. It's back on now. It's crazy. We were talking and the thing was cut off. But yeah, he's doomy and gloomy. This guy that was cynical was just a negative person.
Bad company, huh?
If you're on, we're back on, y'all. I know this is a wacky day again. It's like the third time it cut off. Third.
Every single time.
Every other couple Saturdays is doing this now. That's internet. That wasn't this. That's internet. Anyway, so let's keep going now. So this cynic, this negative guy, David didn't know that he was dealing with this negative guy.
I didn't know that.
So keep going.
The end of line 296. This man was Nabal, for that was his name, a harsh man, and of a very wicked life, being like a cynic in the course of his behavior.
Wow.
But still
How he behaved himself was always negative, doom and gloom. Read on.
But still had obtained for his wife a woman of a good character.
And he still had a good wife.
Most high,
How did that happen like that, huh? Because you know he needed a really good wife to deal with his attitude, huh? Tell him his negativity.
The balances got out.
To balance his weirdo out.
But he wasn't responsible.
He paid his bills. He paid his bills.
1,000 sheep out? That's pretty remarkable.
1,000 goats.
Goats.
3,000 sheep.
Wow.
Successful.
Yep. Keep going.
His wife.
Oh, I got pull one.
Okay.
It says cynicism is an attitude characterized by general distrust of others' motives.
Yeah. I'm looking at the worst in you. I'm always distrusting everybody around me. So this is going to play an effect. He's going to distrust David's motives in doing kind deeds.
Oh man, can you get the definition of the word misanthropy?
Misanthropy.
Yeah, the definition of misanthropy.
Misanthropy.
It's M-I-S?
Yeah, M-I-S-A-N-T-H-R-O-P-Y.
Misanthropy. Hatred or dislike to mankind.
It says hatred or dislike to who?
Mankind.
Oh,
I just hate
God.
mankind. I just hate people just to hate people. I'm a hater of people. Read on.
Wow.
It's
Opposed
the
to
opposite of
philanthropy.
philanthropy. I got it.
Yeah. It says what?
Opposed to philanthropy.
Right. A philanthropy is like a believer of people.
Yeah.
I believe the good of you.
Yeah.
I believe in
The
you.
good in mankind.
I believe the good in man. Right. So I'm giving because I believe that there's still good in humans.
And this guy's the opposite.
This guy's the opposite. He don't believe that there's no good in people. Read on.
Wow.
That's it.
I got more.
You got more? Go ahead.
Misanthropy is the general hatred, dislike, distrust.
That's that word right there. Dislike, distrust. Somebody had a definition for cynic or surly, which is a distrustful person. Go ahead.
Distrust or contempt of the human species,
Go ahead.
human behavior, or human nature.
It don't matter. It don't matter if you're short, tall, skinny, light skinned, dark skinned. Don't matter. I hate you no matter what. I just hate you. I hate human nature. I hate the way you talk, the way you act, the way you walk, the way you do things. I just hate man. Period. And that's an actual sickness of people, man.
Yeah.
And the synonyms for that is a cynic, just like we read the word cynical, a doubter, a egoist, a hater, a loner, a recluse, a cruel person. It says, may convince himself, motivated by wishful thinking, that he is not being cruel, but firm.
Oh!
Wow.
He changes the narrative.
Yeah.
Reframes it. I'm really being firm. I don't care.
I'm not being cruel.
Because that's how I got to the top. I had to.
Right.
Nobody gave me anything for free. I had to work hard for everything.
Yeah, you got to toughen up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So it's
This is
like when
awesome.
somebody points it out, it's just listening and observing. Yeah.
Right.
Like, no, that's not. I'm not cruel. I'm just being firm.
I'm just being firm.
That's
Right.
right, but I'm
just
They
keeping it real.
downplay.
Firm but fair.
I'm being
Firm but fair.
Right, there it is. I'm firm but fair. I'm hard but fair.
Yeah, get out of here.
No,
bro.
you know
You're a dirtbag.
But they disguise it as being
Sorry.
fair, firm but fair.
Wow.
But really, they're a hater. But that's how they'll manipulate themselves to change.
Like
the
most people do.
Yeah.
That's how you justify looking yourself in the mirror. So this is what's happening with he's a cynic, he's a negative person, and he sees the worst in people. So let's keep going.
But still had obtained for his wife a woman of a good character, wise and handsome.
I don't know why they say handsome for a woman, but she was a beautiful woman, wise, and had good spiritual character. Read on.
To this Nabal, therefore, David sent 10 men of his attendants at the time when he sheared his sheep, and by them saluted him, and also wished he might do what he now did for many years to come, but desired him to make him a present of what he was able to give him, since he had.
Oh, so the real point again? I missed that.
Right.
But desired.
And also wished he might do what he now did for many years to come, but desired him to make him a present of what he was able to give him, since he had, to be sure, learned from his shepherds that we had done them no injury, but had their guardians a long time together, while we continued in the wilderness, and he assured him he should never repent of giving anything to David.
Mm-hmm.
When the messengers had carried this message to Nabal,
you won't regret this, bro. If you look out, you won't regret it, bro. I promise you.
Yep. Read on.
When the messengers had carried this message to Nabal, he accosted them.
Let's think of accost. I know it's a very bad word. It's a very negative word. Accost means to talk down to you. It's derogatory.
Accosted, address, first spoken to, and heraldry being side by side.
Do it again. Say it again.
Address, first spoken to, and heraldry being side by side.
Heraldry.
Herald.
Okay.
Herald.
Approach and address someone boldly or aggressively.
There you go. He was aggressive. He was rude. He was disrespectful to the 10 of David's servants. That's all I want. So it was aggressive and rude to the servants. Read on.
When the messengers had carried this message to Nabal, he accosted them after an inhuman and rough manner.
It was an overboard, disrespectful way to communicate to some people that actually did some good to you. The crazy thing is, he would have sat back here and gave his servants pay for doing the work he was doing anyway. So like these 10 guys helped me out. I couldn't give them anything to help them out as a favor. Read on.
For he asked them.
Don't forget, that's not even basic. I'm sorry. That's not even basic brotherly love. Remember back in the day, even with we were going over in Judges, how that old man sat back here and brought the man and his wife into the house and fed them and took care of them. That's what you did for people anyway. That was the least you could do for your people. Read on.
For he asked them who David was. And when he heard that he was the son of Jesse, he said, now is the time that fugitives grow insolent.
Yep.
And make a figure and leave their masters.
So he said this is the time, because we read it also in 25 in Samuel, that this is a time where masters leave or fugitive or servants leave their masters. This guy's a fugitive. This guy's on the run. I'm not serving this guy. I'm not helping this guy. Forget this guy. He's on the run from Saul. This guy deserves death. Read on.
When they told David this, he was wroth.
He was vexed. Listen, this guy got under his skin. This guy got under David's skin, and David wanted to touch this guy. He wanted to talk to him, man. He wanted to see him face to face. Read on.
He was wroth and commanded 400 armed men
He said, we're going to have a conversation. Let's listen, get your swords. We're going to have a conversation with this guy. Listen, that was straight disrespect. Read on.
And commanded 400 armed men to follow him, and left 200 to take care of the stuff.
It's almost like this. You brought 400 to fight the Philistines, Zach. He didn't 400 to take this guy out. He was hot. Read on.
For he had already 600, and went against Nabal. He also swore that he would that night utterly destroy the whole house.
He was hot. He was talking.
Listen, he was vexed, and he was just he said, "All this shit I've been taking from damn Saul, I got this chump talking trash to me. This dude's dead.
That's it.
This dude is dead. This dude's gone. I'm wiping this guy off the map right now." Read on. Once again, his character is getting tested here too. His integrity is getting tested here too. Everywhere he goes, he's being disrespected. for doing good works. He did a good work, and now he's getting cussed out again for doing good works. That's why he's like, man, I'm killing this guy. This guy got to die. But just last week, he made the right call and didn't sit back here and let his emotions take over him.
But remember, this is like those fake out moments in life where you're like,
where you overcame this big battle with Saul.
You think you're out the whole life.
Yeah.
You wake, you have this dream.
I overcame this battle.
You have this dream that you got money. You wake, you're like, yeah, everything's good. You fought hard. You got the money, and then you wake up, you're broke. Right? Those dreams suck, right? You're coming from the desolate place, land of chalk. You're sitting here. All these sheep are here. Everybody got their hopes. Everybody's smiling. All you got to do it. Work. They're cutting.
I would say this too. Goat milk is good milk, man.
That's good milk. That's good milk, guy. It's good milk. We finna just get some goat milk.
Surely the brother's gonna appreciate this good work.
Everybody's smiling and working. They're anticipating a tip. I was like the brother. They think they're gonna get brothers just smiling out, working, go up the stairs.
They're moving fast as hell.
This person's house is like immaculate. You do all this work out, and then you're like, this for a tip?
No, they just gave it a amount.
Wow.
They just gave it a amount.
All that.
And everybody waits around a little bit longer. You know, the guy gives him a handshake, and it's like, I guess that's it. We're going to get out of here, Doc. Everybody's hungry and dehydrated.
That's not a good feeling, bro. They did a lot of work, bro.
Those are morale killers.
Morale killers.
The young men were like, they didn't have that temperament.
It was just 10 guys, though. But it was the work, and then how disrespectful he talked about it. He called David and his men a bunch of fugitives. And he said this is the time where all these niggas don't just follow their servants, follow their masters. This is the era when nobody follows their masters. This is crazy. So now David's like, okay, I'm about to kill this guy right now. This guy's about to die. All that patience went out the door for a quick second.
He's calling him a rebel, man.
I know he is. He's calling him a chump and a rebel out. And he don't deserve any help. That's what he's saying. Forget the fact that there was goodness done to me. No, you ain't liking the Saul. Forget you. I ain't giving you nothing. How dare you even sit back here and help and try to help? You weren't supposed to. I ain't asked you for that help. I ain't asked you to sit back here and help me with the sheep.
No, I asked.
But you know, then David's like, bro, I was just in order with Saul. Now I'm pissed off. So he's about to sit back here and go against the standard he was establishing earlier. This sister had to kind of calm him down and get him right. But the thing is, he at least listened to counsel again.
This was the benefit of wise sisters. Women can be wise too.
And give you wise counsel and keep you from making a crazy, irrational decision. Because that's what she did. She talked him off the cliff. Read on.
Was he also thinking about the well-being of his men also?
Well, yeah, but he was, but the disrespect was why he was going to go and bring 400 men to kill him. Because he was going to kill everything on the property. He wasn't going to eat none of that. You think he was going to eat that? He was going to kill all them animals, and kill everything he had.
Right.
Read up.
One scripture. Ecclesiastes Chapter 8, verse 19. Ecclesiastes Chapter 8, verse 19.
Ecclesiastes Chapter 8, verse 19. Open not thine heart to every man.
It's very painful when you extend yourself and you get a soft spot for a man, and you let a man in close to you. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing more hurtful or vexing than when you leave a door open for a man to get close to you, and to be a brother, or to be somebody that you labor with or intimate with, or you know what I'm saying, you talk with
as brothers.
As brothers. And then they do what? They take that brotherhood and do what? Go ahead.
Lest he requite thee.
To requite means to recompense or pay you back, or reward you with what?
With a shrewd turn.
So that's how David felt. Damn, I'm trying to treat you like a brother. I'm trying to extend it. That drives men crazy, man.
Yeah.
That drives men crazy when I've been nothing but a brother to you the whole time, and the only thing you give me back in return is a what?
He's gonna curse me out.
Is a shrewd turn. No, you pay me back with shrewdness. That shrewdness is vexation. That's how you pay me back, and that's a bad feeling when you let somebody into your heart, and then all you get in return is some cold ice, man. Ooh. It's cold as ice.
Another gold.
Baby.
He was cold as ice.
You know that.
He was cold as ice.
Yeah. So That's a bad feeling, man.
Cold-blooded. That's bad.
But go ahead and go back to Josephus.
That's bad.
And went against Nabal. He also swore that he would that night utterly destroy the whole house and possessions of Nabal.
He was going to kill all them damn cattle. Everything was going to die that night. Read on.
For that he was grieved, not only that he had proved ungrateful to them without making any return for the humanity they had shown him, but that he had also reproached them and used ill language to them when he had received no cause of disgust from them.
And that's where he was about to sit back and go eye for eye on this one. He was about to. Hold that, and let's go back in the scriptures.
God. 1 Samuel 25 and verse 6. And thus shall ye say to him that liveth in prosperity.
This man lives in prosperity. Read on.
Peace be both to thee, and peace be to thine house, and peace be unto all that thou hast. And now I have heard that thou hast shearers. Now thy shepherds which were with us, we hurt them not, neither was there aught missing unto them, all the while they were in Carmel.
So what he's saying is the shepherds were out here watching these herds, and we sent 10 more men to help them. And during the time that we was with them, our 10 helpers looked after your flock and helped take care of them with your guys. And they can attest that we didn't take anything, we didn't do anything wrong with them. We just looked out for you. Read on.
Ask thy young men, and they will shew thee. Wherefore, let the young men find favor in thine eye.
He says, ask the young men, and they'll let you know that we treated them right, and we helped them with the animals. Read on.
For we come in a good day. Give, I pray thee, whatsoever cometh to thine hand unto thy servants, and to thy son David.
He said, whatever you can give us, we really appreciate it. We sat back here, we looked after the animals, we didn't take anything, we considered you. Read on.
And when David's young men came, they spake to Nabal according to all those words in the name of David, and ceased. And Nabal answered David's servants and said, who is David? And who is the son of Jesse?
That's disrespectful right there. He knows who David is. Still sat back here and took out Goliath. You don't know this guy?
Who's the son of Jesse?
This guy killed David. This guy killed Goliath. You forgot already? Who's the son of Jesse? He ain't nobody. Read on.
There be many servants nowadays that break away every man from his master.
This dude's being a jerk out. All he can say, he forgot that he helped. He was fighting and winning all these wars against the Philistines, saving the nation constantly. And all he can say, oh, you broke off from Saul. I knew you weren't. You ain't shit. I knew you weren't shit. That's an old
he was
right there.
Punch him in the mouth.
You wasn't shit. Jesse wasn't shit.
Yeah.
Listen, this is that old negative Judite act. But keep going.
1 Samuel 25 and verse 11.
That's real deal.
Shall I then take my bread and my water?
That's Soldier Story Judite act. Yeah. For those who know Soldier Story. But keep going now.
1 Samuel 25 and verse 11. Shall I then take my bread and my water and my flesh that I have killed for my shears, and give it unto men whom I know not whence they be?
I gotta give up my money and my food and my bread to some cats I don't know. I don't know y'all. You go get your own. Work hard for your own. Why you out here anyway? How come you ain't paying? Must not be paying your bills. Go pay your bills. Go work. Anyway, keep going. That's the whole mindset this guy's in. Why don't you get yours?
It's pretty hot. Those words are like.
It's fighting words. He's spitting on you. He's spitting in your face. You know, I don't owe y'all nothing.
So David's young men turned their way and went again and came and told all those sayings. And David said unto his men, gird ye on every man his sword.
He said, man, gird up. We getting these guys. We're going to touch these guys.
He just said, let's go.
This is crazy. Let's go. Keep going.
And they girded on every man his sword. And David also girded on his sword. And there went up after David about 400 men, and 200 abode by the stuff.
Brother, keep going.
But one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, saying, Behold, David sent messengers out of the wilderness to salute our master. And he railed on them.
He's like,
He railed on them.
brother, this is crazy. So the wife is like getting the message from the shepherds. What happened? Read on.
But the men were very good unto us, and we were not hurt, neither missed we anything.
Nobody stole nothing. Read on.
As long as we were conversant with them when we were in the field.
As long as we were dealing with them, everything was cool. Nobody got done wrong. Read on.
They were a wall unto us both by night and day.
They looked after us. They were a wall. So probably what happened is they kept the sheep from leaving.
And
They did a circle. They did a covering around the sheep so the sheep wouldn't run off.
And also, those Philistines is always out looking for wheat, looking for supplies.
Listen, heck yeah, bro. You know how hard it is keeping 3,000 sheep together is that? It's crazy. So they helped them. Read on.
All the while we were with them keeping the sheep. Now therefore know and consider what thou wilt do, for evil is determined against our master and against all his household, for he is such a son of Belial.
He's such a nigga. He's a nigga. He's like, this dude is a nigga, and he gonna cause all of us to die tonight. What we gonna do? Read on.
That a man cannot speak to him.
Nobody can talk reason to him. Read on.
Then Abigail made haste and took 200 loaves.
She started cooking out. Gotta get in the kitchen out. Read on.
And 2 bottles of wine, and 5 sheep ready dressed, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of figs.
Man.
I gotta feed these cats out. Read on.
And lay them on asses. And she said unto her servants, Go on before me. Behold, I come after you. But she told not her husband Nabal. And it was so, as she rode on the ass, that she came down by the covert Salakia, of the hill, and behold, David and his men came down against her, and she met them. Now David had said, Surely in vain have I kept all this fellow hath in the wilderness, so that nothing was missed of all that pertained unto him, and he hath requited me evil for good.
Mm-hmm.
So and more also do the Most High unto the enemies of David, if I leave all that pertain to him by the morning light, any that pisseth against the wall.
He says, there's not going to be anything that's even able to urinate on the wall. That means, and there's not going to be an animal, not going to be a human being. There's not going to be nothing standing. It's all going to die.
He also, he said, like, let this come back on me if I don't do this.
God.
That's crazy.
He's like, this guy deserves it. He's like, ooh, you shouldn't have done that, David. I don't know if y'all ever saw that movie, but anyway, point is, he's like, it was a good movie. It was deep cover.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is, let's keep going. That wasn't necessary to bring that out right now. Let's keep reading that on.
1 Samuel 25 and verse 23.
Mm-hmm.
And when Abigail saw David, she hasted and lighted off the ass, and fell before David on her face, and bowed herself to the ground, and fell at his feet, and said, Upon me, my Lord, upon me let this iniquity be, and let thine handmaid, I pray thee, speak in thine audience, and hear the words of thine handmaid.
She's trying to take the heat for him. It's crazy. Read on.
Let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this man of Belial, even Nabal.
You know what's crazy? You know, she realized she married a bad guy, and she's in this bad situation, and she's like, listen, don't destroy this guy, this negative guy. I know he's bad. I know he's negative. There's no excuse for it. Here is a token of my appreciation to you. Read on.
For as his name is, so is he.
Wow.
Damn, bro.
He was fitly named fool.
Senseless, man.
Senseless?
That's what the ball means?
Foolish, senseless. Yeah.
Oh my God.
How these names how does mama call you kid foolish before you even know how he rolls? Who told the mama to call him foolish? I be wondering about these names. What's possessing these parents to call these kids these names? Because there was another kid that was named it was like worthless name. Like it was in Ruth.
Yeah.
It was in Ruth, and the sons of it's 2 sons that married daughters in in the land of Moab, or the territory of Moab, they were called fools, or idiots, or guys that made mistakes. I swear to you, like, who the hell is naming their kid a mistake? Anyway, it's just a crazy thing that I've kind of picked up on. So this guy
they call them sons of Belial, and Belial means worthless too.
God, it's crazy, Well, let's keep going.
Nabal is his name, and folly is with him. But I, thy handmaid, saw not the young men of my Lord, who thou didst sin. Now therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeth the Lord hath withholden thee from coming to shed blood, and from avenging thyself with thine own hand. Now let thine enemies and they that seek evil to my Lord be as Nabal. And now this blessing which thine handmaid hath brought unto my Lord, let it even be given unto the young men that follow my Lord. I pray thee, forgive the trespass of thine handmaid, for the Lord will certainly make my Lord a sure house, because my Lord fighteth the battles of the Lord, and evil have not been found in thee all thy days. Yet a man is risen to pursue thee, and to seek thy soul.
So, read on.
But the soul of the Lord shall be bound in the bundles of life with the Lord thy power, and the souls of thine enemies, them shall he sling out, as out of the middle of a sling. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord shall have done to my Lord according to all the good that he hath spoken concerning thee, and shall have appointed thee ruler over Israel, that this shall be no grief unto thee, nor offense of heart unto my Lord, even that thou hast shed blood causeless, or that my Lord have avenged himself. But when the Lord have dealt well with my Lord, then remember thine handmaid. And David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord power of Israel, which sent thee this day to meet me.
What he's saying is, I needed you to sit back here to talk to keep me from making a mistake.
Yeah.
And at least he was humble enough to listen to wise counsel from a woman. Most men would have sat back here and blew her off and still killed him. But he was, Scripture says, be angry, but what?
Sin not.
So even if you're angry, can you at least maintain the capacity to allow somebody else to talk reason to you? So you don't sit back and follow through with your anger?
Blessed be the peacemaker.
Exactly. But he had to be willing to listen to that godly discourse of that sister to even take him out of that spirit. Sometimes when some men see red, all they see is red, and nobody can tell them any different. He at least had the wisdom and the insight to let a person give him some wise counsel, and he listens to it. Read on.
1 Samuel 25 and verse 33. And blessed be thy advice, and blessed be thou, which hath kept me this day from coming to shed blood.
He says, your counsel kept me from shedding blood. This counsel kept me from sitting back here reacting in a way that I was able to overcome with Saul. And this dude sat back here and almost made me go down to his level. Thank you for sitting back here and allowing me to take the spiritual high ground through your counsel. Read on.
And from avenging myself with mine own hand.
Exactly. Thank you for sitting back here and talking me away from taking matters into my own hand. Just satisfy my anger. Read on.
For in every deed,
in very deed,
as the Lord power of Israel liveth, which hath kept me back from hurting thee, except thou hadst hasted, and come to meet me, surely there had not been left unto Nabal by the morning light any that pisseth against the wall.
He says, if you didn't counsel me, everybody would have been dead. Everybody would have been wiped out.
Say everybody's life.
Exactly. She did it. Read on.
So David received of her hand that which she had brought him, and said unto her, Go up in peace to thine house. See, I have hearkened to thy voice, and have accepted thy person.
I've listened to your counsel, and you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to listen to you.
Yeah. I'm going to take them raisins off.
I'm going to take them raisins, give me them clusters, give me them loaves and wine.
The figs.
Yes, sir. Exactly. But keep going.
And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he held a feast in his house.
This nigga was partying at the house.
Yeah.
This dude's a dirtbag. He had plenty. Keep going.
Like the feast of a king.
He had plenty of food. He could have gave them men something.
He had to spare. He could have spared some food.
Exactly. It's a damn shame, man. Keep going.
And Nabal's heart was merry with him, for he was very drunken. Wherefore she told him nothing, less or more, until the morning light.
Because the liquor had to come off. Read on.
But it came to pass in the morning, when the wine was gone out of Nabal, and his wife had told him these things, that his heart died within him, and he became as a stone.
He realized how close he was to death, and how she saved him. Read on.
And it came to pass about 10 days after, that the Lord smote Nabal, that he died.
So the Most High defended him again. And it was a reminder to David once again to allow the Most High to fight your battles. This was the lesson. David, you have to keep your integrity. You have to stay in order. What it shows is David was a man, but what made his heart like the Most High's, he was a man that had man's emotions. He gets angry, but he allowed counsel. He listened. He sat back and listened and got clearance and communicated to people before he just rolled out. And that was what kept him different than other men. He was willing to let somebody talk him off the cliff, give him advice. Yes,
So this is it's kind of like that was a mercy even of the Most High, allowed her have that spirit to go talk to him, because he said he was moving on his own hand. Like he didn't counsel that, he didn't pray about that. He just made it. He just made that move. Mm-hmm. So it's like the Most High sent that. It gave him an opportunity to change his mind.
Because the Most High says, the Most High speaketh once, yet twice, yet man perceives it not. We don't perceive it because we don't want to perceve it.
But he acknowledged that.
That's my point.
Like, my own hand, I was just finna do that.
Listen, and he came from a woman. You think most men, with that level of rage, will listen to a woman? They wouldn't have did it.
No.
But this is how the Most High is like, I talk to people, they just don't listen. I bring people around you to give you the counsel you need, but a lot of times we don't listen because we're consumed with our emotions. Yeah. What made David special is he kept his ear open. He kept his conscience open for advice. So the Most High can still teach him. So by him holding tight, him being patient, the Most High rewarded his patience, and he smoked down Nabal. Because the Most High knew Nabal was negative.
And Nabal had but to have innocent guys killed, because his servants were having a good time with these guys. I know. We like these guys.
These guys didn't do nothing to us.
They about to get
we
killed.
All about to die. God.
He was a burden.
But the Most High defended him. The Most High came in and interceded David because he stayed in order. Read on. He kept that integrity that kept him strong back with Saul. What justified Saul saying, you have character and wisdom of the ancients. But the thing is this, what it also shows you is a man can do great works today and tomorrow lose his conscience off of being emotional. That's why it says our virtue is constituted over multiple years and times.
This is why you have to get tested every day. This is why
that's the point.
It's so hard.
God, because you can make the right move today, right move for a year, and another year you lose your consciousness. You lose being in the right spirit. Man. This is why this is a marathon, huh? Everybody that listen, just because you did good for 5 years does not mean the next 5 years you're gonna do good. We all have that pressure to stay on top of ourselves. And that's why Ezekiel says all the righteousness you did doesn't mean nothing in the day of your iniquity. Mm-hmm. Yep. So you can put 15 years of good works, year 16, if you go left, you're going to be counted and judged on year 16. The first 15 don't matter. So we better do good works every day. Because what if he would have sat back here and still did this? It would have been a stain on his greatness.
That was the Most High preserving him.
It was the Most High giving him a chance to choose preservation. Because he didn't have to listen to her. Mm-hmm. He could have said, nah, this dude's dying. Thank you for this food. I just won't kill you. Mm. Right. I'm gonna smoke all these other dudes.
And like it ain't been done already.
Right.
And that's the point.
So that would.
Yes, sir.
James chapter 1 verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
James chapter 1 verse 20. For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of the Most High.
It said that's why it's so important. Read verse 19.
Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear.
That's why if verses going off emotion, going off your anger or your feelings or your rage, It's better to be swift to what?
Hear. Swift to hear.
Let me just soak in what instead of me reacting, because a lot of our people just react. It says it's better to be swift to hear. Go ahead.
Slow to speak.
Slow to speak. Go ahead.
Slow to wrath.
And slow to wrath. Read on.
For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of the Most High.
The minute that you take vengeance upon your own hands and you try to defend yourself, the Most High is not defending you, and you're not working in righteousness. Then obviously, then you're letting Satan control your hands, because he's working through your wrath. So read on.
Wherefore, lay apart all filthiness,
and that's why you gotta pick out the things that's in you that's filthy. One of the things that's filthy about us is our emotions, our anger.
Sure, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Read on.
And superfluity of naughtiness.
Our extreme anger, our extreme feelings. This person pissed me off. That's all I can see. This person pissed me off that made me mad. Yep. That's all I know. All I know is that you said something against me, I didn't like it. Read on.
And receive with meekness the engrafted word.
And that's why he says you got to receive with what?
With meekness.
Meekness is the ability to endure injury without resentment. Meaning I don't take people personal. And I can receive with meekness the what?
The engrafted word.
And that's how you let the Most High operate in your mind. That's how you let the Most High in Christ dwell in your thought process. And by doing so, read on.
Which is able to save your souls.
And what does it do?
Able to save your souls.
So when you don't operate out of anger, emotion, frustration, wrath, cruelty, malice, ill will, hatred, and you let the Most High operate in your mind, you're able to do what? Save your soul. That's your salvation. Is your patience.
And your patience possess your
soul. Possession your soul.
Say that again.
That was
no, the statement you just said.
In your salvation
is
your patience.
Yeah, in your salvation is your patience.
Yes.
So not being overthrown with just feelings and emotions and letting people's words or actions get the best of me. Now I'm acting out of character.
Is that a big problem in the street environment?
That's an Israel problem. That's Israelite problems. We let emotions and we let frustrations of people and what they say get us out of character. Yeah. And once we operate out of, the minute you operate out of character, the Most High is not working with you no more. That's Satan working with you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that was it. You let that go.
Okay.
That was a spirit to set David up.
God, yeah. that was the whole. That's why the class. I'm gonna say it again. The constant test of David's integrity. That's what this has been about this whole time. Every one of these scenarios, it could have went a different way if he chose to feed his flesh.
So it wasn't the why I killed Goliath. So come on now.
It wasn't that. It wasn't good enough.
I wasn't.
You know what's crazy?
Come on.
Well, much is given, much is required. Remember we read earlier in Judges how he had all these abilities? Yeah. He was mentally keen. He was sharp at playing. He had all these talents. You know what? With all those talents, he only can put to the test harder than most people. Because he knows more. He had more ability. With more ability, you're expected to be more on point. With more experience, you're expected to operate at a higher level.
Decisions, man.
So every step of the way, Saul came, what did you do? How did you react? How was your character? How did you respond to him to having a chance to take matters into your own hands? Now, right after that, I have a chance again to take matters into my own hands. What do you choose to do? Do you choose to stay in order? Or do you choose to do what you want to do? There's a chance to fight these Philistines to save your people. Are you going to sit back here and help your people out? Or are you going to be more concerned with protecting your own hide and protecting your people?
So the constant test of David's integrity is pretty much the constant test of all of our integrity.
We're always getting tested to determine where our true heart remains. Going back to Luke 17:10. The question is, are you going to do this to be proven to be a faithful servant? Or am I going to be exposed for having ulterior motives in what I do for the Most High?
Is that the skin for skin?
Well, it's skin for skin, but he's trying to find out your motivations. Right. Most High's trying to find out what makes David tick. How much can I push him to see where his heart is? Does his heart remain pure when he's not just getting victories and things is working out well for him because he did the right thing? I need to see where his heart's at. Can he sit back here and still be on point and get spit on for doing the right thing? Because this is what happens here. I'm doing the right thing again and somebody's spitting on me. I did this brother a service and I get spit on. I'm doing right by Saul, I get spit on. Why keep doing the right thing? This is a constant challenge he's being faced with. And a lesser man will say, man, then forget doing right. Let me just live for me. Because whenever I do right, I get mistreated.
Well, not weary and well doing.
But because he kept choosing the right path and he kept choosing to stay on point, the Most High kept defending him. Now the lesson is what? You're going to get a wife because you was in order. You're going to get Abigail, a beautiful woman that was in order because you stayed in order. Now he's teaching. Now he's, okay, this is what happens when you stay in order. I protect you. I bless you. And this is the lessons he gets to hold on to going into the kingdom. He's prepping him for the kingdom. He's prepping him for leadership.
So his test was in preparation.
God, all these tests are to prepare you for the next step. Every challenge is prepared to set you up for the next battle.
Could you say also that Abigail, it's Abigail, right?
Yeah.
She was being pruned for David. That's why she had to go through what she's going through.
That could be a scenario too. She had to sit back and go through what she went through to justify her getting a man at the caliber that she is in him getting. She get one of the greatest caliber men on the earth.
Because they were like-minded, right?
Huh?
Because they were like-minded.
Well, I don't want to get too deep in it. All you can say is, you know what? She had to earn that right to, earn that position to.
She made a good decision.
Yeah, but you know, she made a good decision. But hell, if it's because she was in order with this dirtbag and stayed in order, how hard is it to not be cynical around a negative person if you're married to him? Right, a negative, self-absorbed, tunnel vision guy for whatever many years she's with him, and she has to be able to maintain her strength on her own.
And she know what his name means.
Yeah, dirtbag.
And he lives up to his name.
And you got to deal with this guy every day, and stay on point and stay in order. There's a blessing in that.
Right.
Anyway,
it shows the wise women in the Bible. They were really good at being considerate. A wise person in general is just very considerate.
And they're not retaliatory. A really honorable person isn't retaliatory based off their conditions. They don't use their conditions to justify them to behave improperly. Because that's what most people do. If I'm not getting what I want in my life, then I have the right to do something wrong to you. That's the point. Does everybody understand? Okay. Let's continue the Bible. Finish this chapter up. We're going to leave it. Finish chapter 25 and shut it down.
Come. 1 Samuel 25 and verse 39. And when David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, "Blessed be the Lord, that hath pleaded the cause of my reproach from the hand of Nabal, and have kept his servant from evil."
Most High kept his servant from evil by sending a counselor to calm him down. That's how the Most High kept him from doing evil. But he still had to listen.
Yeah.
So how does the Most High constantly load us with benefits? How does the Most High load us with benefits? He sends counselors there to guide you the right way. That's how he looks after us. Now it's up to you to listen to wise counsel or not. But he's constantly looking after us. Like he looked after David by sending Abigail to him. Read on.
For the Lord hath returned the wickedness of Nabal upon his own head. And David sent and communed with Abigail to take her to him to wife.
Take your prize. You both earned it. So, in the Josephus, I just want to read one part. It's in book 6, chapter 13, paragraph 8. In the middle, it says, "And when David heard of his death." And when David heard of his death. Read that.
Paragraph 8, line 307. And when David heard of his death, he said that the Most High had justly avenged him of this man, for that Nabal had died by his own wickedness.
And not by his own hand. He died by his own negative. I'm guiltless. Read on.
And had suffered punishment on his account, while he had kept his own hands clean.
And this was about the integrity. Can you keep your hands clean regardless of who's trying to attack you and defame you? Can you stay blameless? That's how you can stay honorable with the Heavenly Father. Not taking matters in your own hands and you staying in order. Read on.
At which time he understood that the wicked are prosecuted by the Most High.
This is when he finally accepted it. He had to go through this experience to even cement his consciousness towards Saul. This is when he saw. This is when the Most High gave him the confirmation that the Most High prosecutes the wicked, and he's going to take care of him because he gets weak all the time. You can tell he struggles with this dynamic because the Most High kept putting him through it.
Yeah.
That's how you know this was what he was battling with.
So you know it's his weakness.
You can tell this was his weakness because Most High wouldn't keep force feeding him in this situation.
Of not taking matters in his own hands.
Exactly. And not just saying, listen, I'm doing the right thing. Then people should sit back and respect me doing the right thing, and that's it.
He was wrestling with that. He like,
you could tell he was wrestling with that. I'm living honorable, and I'm on a damn run in the code for being honorable and doing everything right, and having to trust that the Most High was going to defend me and persecute the wicked. He said, at which time he understood. He took him to then, because Saul was still in the kingship. Saul was still eating steak, and chicken, and drinking wine on deck. Round gold and have everything he wanted. He's out here in the cold.
Yep.
But he needed this to say, man, without a shadow of a doubt, the Most High defends the righteous. Because that's what he was plaguing him psychologically the whole time.
A lot of men think the Most High take too long.
Hell yeah. David was fighting that. He was fighting that too. But what's the benefit of being on point?
Yep.
I've heard from sisters, the squeaky wheel gets the most attention. The negative wife gets more attention than the righteous wife. I've heard that concept. So maybe I should be negative to get attention. This is how people start to think when they do good, and they don't think they get any response for being on point. They don't get rewarded for being on point. The negative person gets rewarded for being on point. They get attention at least.
I'm doing all this for nothing.
That is the battle that people that try to commit themselves to righteousness always face. And this is why the righteous has to keep feeling this until it's not a problem anymore. Can I sit back here, do right and suffer and not trip and just accept that I'm going to do right because it's the right thing to do? And regardless of people around me are successful or getting blessed, I have to pull this verse. I hope I have it. It talks about, David says it, I think. It says the wicked.
I've been young, I've been old.
No, can sit back here and sin 100 times out.
Oh yeah.
But yet still.
Ecclesiastes?
No, it's Ecclesiastes 8 and 12. Or no, Ecclesiastes 8 and 12 in the Bible. Ecclesiastes 8 and 12.
11 is good too.
Let's do 12 and jump to 11. Because it's the same concept.
Yeah.
No, let's do 11. You're right.
Ecclesiastes Chapter 8, verse 11.
Yeah.
Because sentence against an evil word.
Matter of fact, read verse 10.
Ecclesiastes Chapter 8, verse 10. And so I saw the wicked buried.
Meaning the wicked person was dead and gone. Read on.
Who had come and gone from the place of the holy.
Mm-hmm.
And they were forgotten in the city where they had so done. This is also vanity.
Because you know why? When a person is negative and they're on top, you think that their negative is going to last forever and their influence is going to last forever, which means your hell is going to last forever. And he says, well, what he realized is that negative person, they're dead and gone and everybody forgot him. So why are you tripping? The vanity was the negative he was holding on to, thinking that what you was going through wasn't fair. Yep. Because once this person is out the way, everybody's moving on with their life. So why were you tripping for the 5 or 6 years you thought your life was unjust and what you were going through was unfair? The process is vain. How we hold on to the inequities we think the Most High has us go through. Because that's the whole battle. We think, why is it fair that the negative person gets to thrive and I get to suffer? Look at all the things the negative person gets to have, the comforts, the leisures, and I'm still suffering and going through the trials of Job trying to do things the right way. And then when you see him fall, it wasn't even that bad. Because it wasn't. You were just in your head.
So are you saying that it's already a bad condition, but where I am in my perspective exaggerates or amplifies how uncomfortable the scenario
because what I don't want to accept is a negative person is going to be in a position for a period of time.
And you don't know that period of time.
And just accept that it's going to be a time when he's going to flourish, and there's going to be a time when he's going to fall. Stop worrying about the middle. Because when he does fall, it's going to be over.
Yeah,
we stress out, huh?
We stress out because we think that negativity is cramping my style.
Exactly.
You know, it's putting me in a prison. I'm in a box.
Yep.
I can't move.
Exactly.
You know, I'm being punished.
I'm being punished, and my life isn't fair. Listen, and what we do a lot of times, we have this comparative thinking. This person is thriving and doing negative. I'm not thriving, but I'm doing right. This isn't fair. Yep. When I got to focus on just my job, what I do for the Most High every day, and I got to stop looking at what everybody else is doing or not doing. If I focus on just me and my job and my spiritual journey, what they do doesn't matter. But keep going.
Yep. Verse 11. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil.
So why am I worried about it? The Most High is telling you he doesn't sit back here and execute judgment as fast as I like. I want justice to happen tomorrow. The Most High is going to let a person run the course that they want them to run. I'm mad about how long it takes for this person to face their judgment.
Yep.
And that's where the vanity is. The vanity is, how come this person, the thunderbolt from sky, hasn't eradicated this person so I can feel vindicated? Because you know the thing is, our faith too many times is predicated on another person falling. My confidence in Christ is predicated on a person being on top or being on the bottom.
Yep.
And that's what the vain aspect is. Why can't you build your faith on this, what you do for the Most High every day? Why are you so concerned with what a person is or is not doing for the Most High? You're the Most High servant. Do your job for the Most High. This is a vain thought, yes, sir.
All right, now I had a question. Is it also like we're kind of like looking at that person? If they fall, like that's a sign.
That I'm on point.
Yeah.
If that person falls, then that's a confirmation that I'm on point. Why am I worried about somebody else falling to determine if I'm on point with the Most High or not?
Because I constituted in my mind that I'm not growing because of that person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I've constituted in my mind that I'm not growing. This person is the cause of my my stumbling or lack of growth or my happiness.
Yep.
I put the blame on that person as being contingent upon my happiness. My happiness is that person is not allowing me to be happy. So I'm waiting for this person to be removed so I can be happy. That's somebody that put too much into man. That's a man pleaser.
So I can be confirmed that my decision was right.
Yep.
And the Most High purposely says that judgment is not going to speedily happen. So you're wasting your life waiting for somebody to fall. And you're missing out on the lesson the Most High is trying to teach you, because you want to see somebody fall, because somebody's falling means validation to you.
One verse, I'll read it. 1 Thessalonians 4:11. And that ye study to be quiet and to do your own business and to work with your own hands as we commanded you.
You're supposed to study so you can be confident in your journey, so you can learn not to be looking around what everybody else is doing or not doing. That's why you study. That's why you stay strong in the scriptures. So I'm not looking at people and living in this comparative lifestyle. Because you know what the crazy thing is? A person also lives in a comparative lifestyle because they really don't love righteousness.
That's real.
That's the real. 4:11.
Mm-hmm.
Because people are looking at the wicked like, if this person can live negative and get this, then why do I have to work so hard?
Yep.
Why don't I sit back here and coast like this person is coasting? Because that's why a person is so aggravated with the wicked, because they want to do what the wicked's doing. They're jealous of the wicked.
Yep.
And that's what the scripture says too. They're envious of the wicked. Because they get to live their life and be comfortable, and I got to live in this spiritual box. And they're getting more rewards than I am.
They're winning.
They're winning. But because justice is not executed speedily, these negative people are going to keep doing negative and living their life. And then I'm going to be the envious guy, mad that they get to live their life. But I'm missing the point. He's trying to teach me to sit back here and do my job for the Most High because that's the right thing to do. That's it. Can I sit back here and learn to be that unprofitable servant that does what he's supposed to do in Luke 17? That's what he's trying to get David to do. He's trying to get us to do. You know what? You know what's crazy? Just because I'm trying to live right doesn't mean everybody's going to live as righteous a life as I'm living. And you know, the Most High is going to put me to a higher standard, and can I accept that? David was pissed off because his goodness wasn't respected and appreciated. That's why he was angry. I did you good and you spit on me? This nigga needs death. You know, that's what people do all the time. I'm doing good to you. You don't appreciate the good that I'm doing, then I'm not going to do you good then. That's the battle people face. So what is the benefit for me doing good if people don't appreciate the good I'm doing? It's because we're unprofitable servants. Because you know what the problem is? There is a profit to us when you do good and you get good back to you. That's a win.
It's all worth it.
If I do good and if I do good to you and you do good to me, then we're all happy. That makes me feel good. Because a lot of times you feel good when people appreciate the good you do.
Exactly.
But you get mad when you do good to people and they don't appreciate you. But I thought we were supposed to be unprofitable servants doing good because it's the right thing to do good. But Most High shows the true intentions of men. David had to understand, I'm supposed to do good regardless. And if they don't appreciate it, the Most High is going to come down and deal with it. Can I accept that? This is what David had to learn. This is one of the final, not the final tests, but this is one of the tests, the final test he needed to get himself prepared for kingship. Yes, sir?
It seemed like when I was more in the truth, it like somebody was like messing with me, crossing me, like God showed me instantly, like that person getting punished. And when I followed out the truth, and see like my enemies prospering more.
Con. Well, the thing is this. Are they really prospering more? The question is this: I want to phrase this the right way. What do I?
Equivalent prosperity.
Equivalent, yeah, but that's too deep, man. What does a man constitute as growth and blessing? Because some people constitute growth and blessing as cars, money, finances. The Most High constitutes growth and blessing as wisdom, knowledge, understanding. If I came here to serve the Most High, what was I expecting? Because the scripture, Shamshawan put it, is that food and raiment is where I should be content at. But the Most High says He gives every man wisdom liberally. You have a full access to grow to heights unimaginable in wisdom. But He said, just be cool with food and raiment. He said, I'm going to give you your daily bread to sustain you. But I'm going to give you endless amounts of wisdom that you can tap into at your disposal. You can be rich in wisdom, rich in good works. So what are we here for? What are we here for? Most High is trying to find out, are you here for financial productivity? No, you'll be stable. You'll have enough to pay your bills, and guess what after that? You better save your money. You better make lunches.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
You're right.
You get enough to pay your bills, and you know you better make some sandwiches or some tuna, and get you through the rest of the damn month. That's your daily bread. But you can be a millionaire in long suffering, a millionaire in wisdom, a millionaire in love, humility, discipline. You can be rich in that. Christ wants to know, we're here to read this Bible. What do we want? What are we here for? And once He determines what you're here for, if you're here for money, you're going to fade out. If you're here for security, you're going to fade out. If you're here to truly grow, you can ascend to heights and levels beyond your imagination spiritually.
But you have to make an exchange.
You have to make a choice. What do I want? What am I really here for? And all these scenarios that David went through, all the scenarios that we go through, brings us to the point of what am I here for and what's my motivation? And are you going to serve me just because you're getting things out the deal?
I'm winning.
Or are you going to serve me because by serving me, you get the chance to grow spiritually and learn more spiritual lessons to pass down to other people? That's all. That's the $1 million question.
I was looking for that verse. I couldn't find it. It was 1 Timothy 6:6. It says, but godliness with contentment is great gain.
That's it. That's it. Doing the right thing and being at peace that you did the right thing and was in order. That's it. And can I accept that's it? So.
I'll finish that too real quick. It says, for we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. Right. Having food and raiment, let us be therewith content.
God.
doing right and just being pleased and satisfied with the Most High giving me food and clothes every day.
And I want to read the last part of this, Josephus.
Oh, I didn't read verse 12 100 times.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, let's read that.
Ecclesiastes Chapter 8, verse 12. Though a sinner do evil 100 times,
A sinner can do evil 100 times. Read on.
and his days be prolonged,
And it looks like this guy is winning, and he's not suffering and falling anytime soon. Read on.
yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear the Most High.
He says, surely without a shadow of a doubt, I know that it shall be well with them that fear the Most High. Meaning, it's better to sit back here and follow the person who fears the Most High, even though they might not look like they're coming up, and the person who's negative looks like they're coming up. It's better to trust on the side of righteousness than to decide on to choose the side of comfort and perceived success. Read on.
Which fear before him.
Exactly. I follow the path of fearing the Most High, and by doing that, then you go to Josephus. Read the bottom of that, the last part of that.
I'm gonna say this too, because there's especially when you deal with our people, there's always 1,000 different hustles that we can do.
Yep.
You know, we always come up with schemes. We always come up with plans. We always hear about other people, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's washing cars.
Israel is king of crypto.
Israel always got a scheme or a plan or a come up or a way to get success.
Yep.
Whether it's door-to-door schemes, whether it's money schemes, whether it's credit schemes. I mean, whether it's job, you know, you work here, you work there.
Hustles.
Right now they paying $15 an hour. You go over here, they work $30. You know what I'm saying? Or you could go get your school loan money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Go. That's another.
That was a real hustle back in the day when they were giving more money.
Yeah,
Oh
more money.
man, that was
Go get you a school loan. They're gonna give you 20, buy your books, and then buy your car. You know what I'm saying? Israel come up with 1,000. Our people come up with 1,000 different schemes.
Yep.
But those schemes don't last. So it looks like, and sometimes when some of our people, they touch a little success with a little money scheme or get rich quick scheme,
Yeah.
and it looks like, man, they doing good. I need to follow after them.
Yeah.
I need to do what I've seen brothers get pulled out the truth because of some schemes that other people brought to them.
No doubt.
It was like, man, listen, why don't you be your own boss? Why don't you get on this pyramid scheme? We got these new vitamins.
Well, they won't say pyramid though.
Yeah, they gonna say pyramid. They gonna say we got these new vitamins where you could be your own boss.
Yes.
All you got to see, what's better than you helping people? See, these vitamins help people. See, they healing people's sickness. Don't you want to do that? Don't you care about your people? But what's more important, for me to heal their soul or heal their body? Heal their soul, save their soul. But we've seen brothers leave because of schemes. But it just shows you what was in their heart. It was revealed that they wasn't here for the right reason. That they was only here because they was looking for opportunity to go live out a life of pleasure and success or whatever it may be. But those schemes fail over time. Because it's only a matter of time before you see that scheme change. They're not getting the money that you see them a couple of years later. Hey brother, you still selling them vitamins? No, I switched it up. I ain't doing that no more. Oh, what you doing? I'm doing construction. I'm doing construction. I'm driving trucks on construction trucks. Yeah, brother, I thought you was saving health. Thought you were selling vitamins. But it's 1,000 different schemes that our people will entertain versus fearing the Lord. Fearing the Lord first should be the only scheme that you should be pursuing. That's the only idea that you should have in your mind. Because in due time, just a couple of years later, you find out all them brothers that had them ideas, none of those ideas worked. They all failed. And they still didn't fear the Lord.
Yep.
Now they tried and they lived by a bad example of trial and error. Now they got to start all over from jump. You still got to get the fear of the Lord. It's better that you get it now and learn how to fear the Lord now and put your trust in the Lord now than later on learning the hard way. Because the only thing you lose was time.
Yep.
You lost time and an opportunity. Then when you come back, then it's like, man, I'm trying to start over. Man, I'm trying to get these breakdowns. I'm trying to get this. You know, things are moving.
Yep.
You know, you can't. You know, we're focused on other things, other new fruit, new members. But I'm just saying, you can't be deceived by the elements of wealth and riches and comfort. You can't be deceived by that. That'll deceive you. Our people will think that is what success means.
Yep.
That is not success, bro. That is not success. Because you got some money in your hand. That doesn't mean success. Yes, sir.
What is success, if you don't mind me asking?
Deuteronomy Chapter 30, verse 19. And Joshua 1 and 8. Somebody read Joshua 1 and 8 first.
Joshua 1 and 8. This book of the law.
It says what?
This book of the law.
What is this book of the law? Read.
Shall not depart out of thy mouth.
When you know how to read this book, and this book stays in your mouth all day. When you know how to when you commit these scriptures to your mind frame, you commit these scriptures to your memory. It says, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth. Go ahead.
But thou shalt meditate therein day and night.
And when you learn how to meditate on the Bible every day and every night, what happens when you meditate on the Bible every day and every night? Read on.
That thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein.
So you can follow everything that you read. Read on.
For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous.
And what will the Most High do?
Make thy way prosperous.
When you learn how to meditate on the Bible every day and every night.
Make thy way prosperous.
And you try to perform and execute everything that you read in your life. Then the Most High will do what?
Make thy way prosperous.
Then the Most High will start opening doors for you. The Most High will start making things happen for you. Then the Most High will make thy way prosperous. You'll start tasting prosperity after you've committed the words of the Most High to your mind frame. After you study the Bible day in and day out. Then you start to taste prosperity. Then things start working for you in your favor. Read on.
And then thou shalt have good success.
And then you shall have what?
Good success.
The success and the prosperity. No, tell them where you at.
Joshua 1 and verse 8.
That's Joshua chapter 1 verse 8. So before you get prosperity, before you get success, you got to commit your mind to meditating on the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High day in and day out. If you're not doing that, you'll never get real success. You'll only get success that the devil gives you.
I want to pull something to get a chance.
You only get the success that wicked people offer you.
Yep.
You never get real riches and real success. And the other scripture, what was the other scripture?
Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 19.
Before you get that,
let me 1 Timothy 6 and 17 and 18, but I also want the Josephus get ready to get pulled out. We went over last week. This is the time to pull it. 1 Timothy 6 and 17.
6 and 17.
1 Timothy 6 and 17.
Verse 17. Charge them that are rich in this world.
Charge them that are rich in this world. Read on.
That they be not high-minded.
That they be not high-minded. So he's telling you, the more riches and comforts you get, the more unapproachable you become. The more security you have, the more financial comfort and wealth you have, the less you're able to be molded by the Heavenly Father. So he says, charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded. Read on.
Nor trust in uncertain riches.
A lot of times people with extra money, they trust in their money, they trust in their confidence is based on their wealth and their position in society. Read on.
But in the living power, who giveth us richly all things to enjoy.
So the Most High gives us richly all things to enjoy, but there's a shift in mentality once you have a certain amount of money, a certain amount of power, a certain amount of control in your life. We're going to read that in Antiquities of the Jews, book 6, chapter 12, the middle of paragraph 7. It says, the Most High, that He is present to all the actions of their lives. It says, the Most High, that He is present to all the actions of their lives. Yep. Matter of fact, no. You gotta go a little higher. It says, because. Wait, hold on. Just read paragraph 7. Read paragraph 7.
Okay. Chapter 12, paragraph 7. Now this King Saul, by perpetrating so barbarous a crime and murdering the whole family of the high priest.
Keep going.
High priestly dignity, by having no pity of the infants, nor reverence for the age, and by overthrowing the city which the Most High had chosen for the property and for the support of the priests and prophets which were there, and had ordained as the only city allotted for the education of such men.
So listen, that city Nob, that Saul destroyed was the only place in the nation where the education of being a priest was established, and he wiped it out. Read on. This is Saul, King Saul. Read on.
He is all to understand and consider the disposition of men, that while they are private persons and in a low condition.
So he's explaining the nature of men. He's explaining that when you're dealing with men, when they're when they're private and in a low condition. Read on.
Because it is not in their power to indulge nature.
What he's showing about the nature of mankind, when they're not on top, when they don't have all this money in the bank, when they don't have all this financial control in their life, what ends up happening?
Nor to venture upon what they wish for.
So a man is more humble and less inclined to push his desires and his will when he doesn't have this overabundance of money and resources. Read on.
They are equitable and moderate.
A person is more inclined to be moderate, considerate, equitable when you're not in a position of absolute power. Read on.
And pursue nothing but what is just.
So a person is more inclined to pursue justice and honor the Most High when you don't have this excess abundance of wealth. Read on.
And bend their whole minds and labors that way.
Exactly. Your minds and labors are about equity when you don't have an overabundance of resources. Read on.
Then it is that they have this belief about the Most High, that He is present to all the actions of their lives.
When you don't have a whole lot, you're more apt to be conscious of the Heavenly Father. You're apt that the Most High is around you in every aspect of your life when you have enough to survive. Read on.
And that He does not only see the actions that are done, but clearly knows those that their thoughts also, whence those actions do arise. Read that again?
No, let's keep going.
Okay. But when once they are advanced into power and authority.
When you have power and authority, when you're comfortable, when all your bills are paid, you ain't got nothing to stress about. It doesn't have to be a king or a leader. It could be, what's your number to make you comfortable? What's your financial number that gets you laxed and it gets you living the life you want to live? Because when a person hits that number, this is what happens. Read on.
Then they put off all such notions.
It's not about the Most High anymore. And this is how the Most High understands the nature of us. He's not going to give you what you want, because once you get what you want, the Most High is not going to be important anymore.
No.
You're not going to be conscious of everything you do. You're not going to be aware of the fact that the Most High is watching every part of your actions. This is why the Most High keeps us broken. Because if He gave everybody what they wanted, the Most High wouldn't be important anymore. Read on.
And as if they were no others than actors upon a theater.
Exactly. He said if everybody had the money they had that they wanted, they'd just be acting. They'd be going through the motions of serving the Most High. There'd be no need to put Him first.
You see brothers that get little hits from car accidents.
You can't tell them nothing.
Yep.
You can't tell them nothing. They're going through the motions. I'm just playing Israel because I got money. I got 5 stacks in the bank. That ain't nothing really. 10 stacks. But Israel, you can't give a man a counsel if you got 10 stacks in the bank. I got it. Spirit's with me, bro. You ain't listening to nothing. I've seen people. You get 5 or 10 stacks, you can't give them counsel out.
Yep.
Then you can't be told nothing.
They even tell you, I appreciate the class. They even tell you, I appreciate the class, but I gotta make some moves.
I gotta make some. I'm making moves with Puff. I'm doing things.
Because they got it shows you that when the Most High does give them an opportunity for a blessing, it just reveals what's in their heart.
And that's Israel's. That's He's trying to show you the nature of mankind. When you get power and authority, that's whatever number you got, whatever number that suits you. You can't be told nothing. The Most High ain't real no more. But when you don't have nothing, I'm aware of the Most High. I'm aware if I do this, the Most High is going to sting me. There is a paradigm shift once I get comfortable. Now the Most High ain't important no more. Now I'm an actor in a theater. I'm just going through the motions of serving the Most High. Read on.
As if they were no others than actors upon a theater. Their disguised parts and manners, and take up boldness, insolence, and a contempt of both human and divine law.
All of a sudden, following the law and being honorable and considerate is thrown out the door. Now my true nature is shown. And this is why the pursuit of money and comfort doesn't get you in the right spirit. You lose. There is a trade-off. The more comfortable you get, the less you care about the Most High. And these are facts. The more money I get in the bank account, the more consistent my bread is. It's harder to maintain that consciousness and that pure focus of pleasing the Father.
The need to fear the Lord is out the window.
It's out the window because I already got myself situated. The only thing that makes a person get closer to the Most High is when you're in a tight situation. That's a lyric. When you're sitting back, your back's against the wall, now the Most High is real.
Or at least you got to acknowledge him.
Exactly.
You're forced to acknowledge him because of your condition.
Exactly. And this is each one. Our relationship with the Most High is based upon our condition. Read on.
And this at a time when they especially stand in need of piety and righteousness.
When you have all this power, that's the time you got to have more righteousness and piety in your life to keep you grounded. The more things you have to be more on point to keep you from letting your blessings become a distraction. But that's the opposite of what happens when a person gets these things. Read on.
Because they are then, most of all, exposed to envy.
Now I want more. Because more you get, the more you want. The more you get, the more you want to sit back and take advantage of others to attain the higher levels. Then the pursuit isn't pleasing the Most High. The pursuit is in attaining and satiating my lust.
There you go.
And feeding my lust and feeding more desires and more passions. And the list goes on and on and on and on. And you're just pursuing envy. Read on.
The one verse. I would just read it. Ecclesiastes 11 and 30. It says, like as a partridge taken and kept in a cage, so is the heart of the proud. So he's showing you that a partridge is a bird that's in a cage. Soon as that door opens just a little bit, he's waiting for his opportunity out. And that's how brothers operate when it comes to being in the truth.
Hell yeah.
They just waiting for this to get the right stability.
My window out.
I'm just waiting for my window, waiting for my money to come in.
I'm
just waiting for my cars to get right, waiting for my rib to come through. And as soon as I get what I came here for, I'm like a partridge waiting for that cage to open, bro.
And this is why the Most High takes so long to get it. Because he needs to see that you're committed before he brings the blessing. The children, the ribs, the cause.
The test is, when you're that partridge and that cage is open, are you just going to stay in that cage?
You do this?
Yeah.
You know, like when the flip is like, no, let me stay.
I gotta fly.
But he want to get out of here, but nah, I'm going to stay here. Your fingers like this.
Somebody left the cage open.
And them birds be wanting to move the hell out of them. Arms be flapping. Point is this. He's trying to see where our heart is at. Okay? Keep going.
And all they think, and all they say are in the view of all men.
Mm-hmm. It's all they care about is how men look at them.
That's it.
And their peers in finances look at them. It's all of a sudden not about the Most High. And he's explaining what happened to Saul. It's what happens to all men.
It's about optics. Then
it's optics. Then it's optics, and then it's about making people like me and creating this image. I'm an actor now. I'm doing things to make people like me, to align with them, to keep strengthening my money and my position. And it's all about the actor disguise versus the sincerity of pleasing the Most High. Read on.
Then it is that they become so insolent in their actions as though the Most High saw them no longer.
And now you're so bold in your actions that it's not about what the Most High sees. It's like the Most High ain't even there anymore. But everybody's number is different. And your number is based on your comfort. And how comfortable you are, all of a sudden the Most High isn't that important anymore.
Then you sell the Most High out.
And this is why money and that success, quote unquote success, it's not about that success.
It's not healthy for your spirit.
Because the more successful you get, the less you give a shit about the Most High. And it's going to tell you the answer in this next verse, but keep reading this Josephus.
As though the Most High saw them no longer, or were afraid of them because of their power.
All of a sudden, they start thinking their power rivals the Most High's power. And that's where you dealing with Esau's realm. Where they think their power is that of the Most High.
He has enough.
Exactly. But keep going.
And whatsoever it is that they either are afraid of by the rumors they hear, or they hate by inclination, or they love without reason, these seem to them to be authentic and firm and true and pleasing both to men and to the Most High.
What it says is you start believing your narratives. You start believing how you look at things is how things are. And there's nothing to ground you spiritually based on your comfort level.
Because they train their mind to look at their relationship with the Most High based off their physical condition.
Because they say gain is godliness.
Yep.
The more I gain, the more I'm on point with the Most High. Because I'm successful, then the Most High must be with me. Read on.
But as to what will come hereafter, they have not the least regard to it.
Come.
They raise those to honor indeed who have been in a great deal of pains for them. And after that honor they envy them. And when they have brought them into high dignity, they do not only deprive them of what they have obtained, but also on that very account of their lives also. And that on wicked accusations, and such as on account of their extravagant nature are incredible.
I don't want to make it any deeper. That's kind of explaining that dynamic between Saul elevating David and then he being envious of David's success, and he has to squash those successes. But what I want to go into the verse though is in 1 Timothy 6 and 18. This is what you do instead of pursuing riches and finances and comfort. What should I be pursuing? 1 Timothy 6 and 18.
1 Timothy Chapter 6 and verse 18. That they do good, that they be rich in good works.
We're supposed to be rich in good works. That's the type of richness we're supposed to pursue. Rich in good works, rich in being on point, rich on being honorable to the Heavenly Father. Okay? Somebody follow the sister down so she's good to go. But
I got this. Carry that.
Well, that's what's up. Brother can walk you down.
All right. You carry the front, bro.
Yeah. Slumps. So let's finish this up in Samuel real quick. 1 Samuel 26 and 40. A matter of fact, no, I want to finish that one of Josephus off real quick. It's right after it says, it's book 6, chapter 13. No, paragraph 8 is where you read off last. It says that he does not overlook.
Oh, okay, that's it. You're okay, guys. At which time he understood?
Yep.
At which time he understood that the wicked are prosecuted by the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
That he does not overlook any man, but bestows on the good what is suitable to them.
So he bestows on the good which is suitable to you. You know what that's a reminder of? He's going to give you what you earn and deserve. Stop looking at the prosperity of the wicked. He's going to give you in time what you deserve and what you've committed to. Stop living in this life of comparison. He's going to get you what you earned. Read on.
And inflicts a deserved punishment on the wicked.
And can I just accept that? He's going to sting the wicked for what they're doing on his time. They're going to get theirs, you're going to get yours. That's it. Stop focusing on the now. This is a race. This is about the finish, not about the now. This is about the finish mark. And if we're dealing on that terms, the wicked is going to get their punishment. The righteous are going to get their due deserts. Their just deserts. Let that go, and we're going to finish off Samuel. Who has it? I think, yeah. Who has them? You got it, my one? Let's read it.
Yeah. 1 Samuel chapter 25 and verse 40.
Yep.
And when the servants of David were come to Abigail to Carmel, they spake unto her, saying, David sent us unto thee, to take thee to him to wife. And she arose, and bowed herself on her face to the earth, and said, Behold, let thine handmaid be a servant to wash the feet of the servants of my Lord.
So she's shamefaced. So let me sit back here and wash the feet of the servants of my Lord. She was coming in the spirit of, I'm going to come to serve. They had very similar spirits in their service, in their humility, and their dedication. Okay, read on.
Verse 42. And Abigail hasted, and arose and abode upon an ass, with 5 damsels of hers that went after her. And she went after the messengers of David and became his wife. David also took Aminano of Jezreel, and they were also both of them his wives.
He's getting them now. It's upswing now. It's time for him. You know what's crazy? It's almost like the time for him to be suffering is over. Now it's time, because he showed that he was willing to listen, Now it's time for him to get blessed for his sacrifice.
Because he passed those tests.
He passed the test. He finally understood what the point of all these consecutive situations led him to. Now that's not a battle anymore for him. Right. And when you really overcome and get mastery over your spirit, that's when the blessing and the reward comes. After you get he didn't know this was going to happen.
The scripture say anger rests in the bosom of fools. So David could have been a fool by executing his anger.
And he would have missed out on his blessing.
And he would have missed out on the 2 ribs.
Yep. Exactly. Well, let's keep going. So that's something for all of us to consider. When you do things the right way and you play the spiritual game the right way, you will get rewarded. Read on.
Verse 44. But Saul had given Michal, his daughter, David's wife, to Palti, the son of Laish, which was of Galilee.
This is garbage, bro.
Yeah.
After he says, my son, hey, darling, go marry this other cat. Man, you called him son, and you did him dirty like that? That's the point, That's the second rib he took from him, being a dirtbag, but you know it doesn't matter because the Most High is showing him that he's with him. Any questions? We're gonna leave it at that. Amajim, Wapanya, Yirat Shalom. I want to at least finish off that chapter, bro. It's important. Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shad.
In the name of Yahweh.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Rakhtay Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Rakhtay Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Ahwar. Nathanalah. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
2. Rakhtay Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Rakhtay Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Ahwar. Nathanalah. Awar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahshad.
Ahwar. Nathanalah. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Watch your feet out. I don't want you to hit the thing out. Birthday Yahweh Hashem Yahshad. Ahwar. Nathanalah. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the psalm sail.
With the psalm sail.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither let the fool understand this.
Neither let the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity.
And when all the works of iniquity
Do flourish.
Do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies.
For lo, thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo, thy enemies shall perish.
For lo, thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like a horn of a unicorn.
Like a horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
And he shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
And he shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shamshawan.
By Shamshawan.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamarowa.
Hamarowa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawad.
Wama.
Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Hashaman. Hatawad. Ayo. Havarash. Yarad. Ayo. Hasakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayo. Hayah. Hanawaf Yawah. Kator. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haroya. Tazayawaz. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayaya. Haballah. Shamshawan.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Rachleo. Rashwalim. Rabiat. Support. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Rachleo. Rashwalim. Rabiat. Support. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Rachleo. Rashwalim. Rabiat. Support. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Rachleo. Rashwalim. Support. Bruk they ho. Bruk they ho shot. 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 All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. B'Shem Yahshai. The water. Amen.
Brother, circle up. No sisters.
Yeah.
It's all men.
You had it on my wall. I'm sorry.
God, I got it. Salute now in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Wakar Yashua, men of Israel, Salaki, men of Israel, Amad, Barak, Yahweh Shai, Kwam Yashua, Yazmatah.
Dismissed. Hold up. Israel, come up, tune in. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.
We get the